they can hear us. Thanks. Part of the Halloween thing. All right, show. Take a microphone.
Maybe we have our slides.
Scary, isn't it? Geoff's been trained.
Oh, thank you. Good morning and welcome to the IPv6 working group. This time we do have the early slot in parallel to the Connect working group that is in the side room. I'm Chris, one of the 3 working group co-chairs. We have Ray in the room and Nico online. Please remember to turn your mobile phones off and adhere to the code of conduct in this session. And please also remember the session is being recorded. Thank you for RIPE NCC for taking the minutes of the RIPE 88 session. Ray sent them to the mailing list some months ago. There have been some small corrections. Are there any further questions or comments on the minutes? Okay, then the minutes are approved. This is a hybrid meeting. If you are remote, you can send in questions via Meet Echo. And you can also do that if you are on site, but you can also use the microphone cues. Please don't forget to state your name and affiliation before asking your questions. And please don't forget to rate the presentations so we know what you like and what you didn't like about the presentations. And you can do that by logging into your RIPE account. We start with the first presentation, which is a video from Geoff Huston. Geoff will be available for questions and answers after the video. And Geoff is presenting why is this IPv6 transition taking so long? And yeah, welcome, Geoff.
I am staying home and doing some healing work, which has to happen. So my apologies for all that, but here we are. In the 25 minutes, or now about 24 that I've got here, I'm going to talk a little bit about IPv6. And the question I think I'd like to pose to everyone is kind of what is going on with this transition? You know, this is taking forever. And you kind of go, oh, it's okay, isn't it? At APNIC, we do constant measurement of the amount of V6 that we see out there. We use an ad-based measurement system. We sample around between 25 to 30 million users a day with online ads from across the entire internet. And quite frankly, the numbers that we get for that are actually not bad. You know, this is the last 10 years of doing this for every single day. And as you see, it's a classic kind of up and to the right curve. The blue line is the amount of folk that will get to an IPv6 only resource. The red line is when you've got given a dual stack choice. The red line is the ones that will actually get there in V6. Both lines are tracking up and to the right. What's your problem? Well, the problem is in the scale. It's taken 10 years since we started this measurement, since 2014. And if you really think about V6, it's been close to 30 years, yet the deployment level is still just kicking around 36%. It's not exactly impressive. So what's going on? You know, it's been more than a decade now, 2011, since IANA handed out its last block of V4 addresses. Around about a decade since most of the RIRs managed to get down to their last /8 or whatever the final policies were. And to be perfectly frank, we've been in a state of V4 address exhaustion now for the last 10 years. If the whole idea of V6 was to actually give us a path out of this address exhaustion state, then something's going wrong. Because 10 years later, V6 uptake rate is a little over 1/3 of the internet. What's happening with the other 2/3? This is, of course, completely unexpected. And if we take that data that I just showed you and project it forward, and here I'm going to use the awesome power of mathematics and a simpler linear match line fit to the curve, a linear line fit gives us another 2 decades before it kind of comes to an end. That's ridiculous. Another 2 decades of this dual stack transition half-life? Seriously? That's crazy. That's not the plan, or at least it wasn't the original plan. We were meant to have this gone and done years ago. What's gone wrong? Here was what we'd thought was the plan, and it's a gorgeous plan. As we sort of contemplated the end of the V4 address pool, which is in red on this graph, as it came down, the pool size, the remaining amount of addresses, we thought that this industry would act prudently, would take into account future risk, and would up its V6 deployment. We also thought the internet would keep on growing, so this was a case of doing the transplant on the fly while keeping everything up in the air. But the idea was that V6 deployment would track a little faster than the size of the internet, so we never actually needed to get to the last V4 address. By the time that sort of we were close, V6 would be fully deployed, and once you get V6 everywhere, who needs V4? And so this was the plan. It was a good plan. The assumptions behind it didn't seem to have worked out. The first assumption was that we could drive this entire transition while there were still ample V4 addresses that sort of kept situation as normal. Whoops, that hasn't been true. Transition would be driven by individual local decisions to employ dual stack. Now, that's still true. It's individual decisions, whether, you know, it's any part of the supply line, including the ISPs, that make the decision whether they go dual stack or not and when. So there's no one in control. It's just a whole bunch of individual decisions. But the third and critical assumption is everything would come to an end. We'd finish this dual stack and be able to turn off V4 before we got to this tricky point of completely running the V4 address pools totally dry. Oops. We definitely strayed off the plan. We strayed off the plan a long time ago. Back in 2011, IANA ran out its last address pool block, set of /8s, and the RIRs were then left with their own pools, which they then ran through over the coming years. At that time, the industry looked at V6 and said, no. 0.3% of users actually were showing V6 at that time, according to Google stats. And interestingly, only 2/3 were using native dual stack. The other bits and pieces were actually running using, you know, Teredo, 6-4, and various other relay mechanisms. So if exhaustion, or the prospect thereof, was the impetus for V6 deployment, something didn't happen. And so by 2012, a long time ago now, a dozen years, we were confronted with the new transition plan, which was trying to drive V6 deployment at the same time as the available address pool in V4 was pretty low. In fact, very low. We're eking it out, you know, /24 by /24 one way or another in our last /8 policy. So this has not been a sterling success. And you kind of go, why? And the answer was that if we dial the clock back just a little bit further to around 2003, 2004, 2005, when we were sort of given the prospect of, oh my God, this address 4 plan, this V4 address plan is going to run out, we kind of went down 2 paths at once. And in fact, there was a third path as well. First path was get rid of classful addressing, because in actual fact, it was the class Bs that were going to run out, not the entire pool. And so the idea was, by going into classless addressing, we would buy time. The other plan, which wasn't really endorsed by a lot of the IETF, but there's a lot of whinging and complaining, but nevertheless, NATs were already there, network address translators, separating the network into client and server and having the clients share their addresses with each other and share it over time, share by TCP and UDP port numbers, and sharing based on handing it back to a pool and reassigning it. And the longer term plan, the third plan, was V6. The whole idea was to buy some time to get V6 with some momentum of deployment, and then we didn't need the short-term measures anymore. We didn't need them anymore. Problem is that NATs have been extremely good, and even classless addressing bought us not just a few years. Classless addressing bought us about 15 years of time, an extraordinary amount of time. And then coupled with NATs, here we are today, and we're just still not feeling the pressure. NATs are certainly a very subtle, low friction response to address exhaustion. Because in essence, what's going on with NATs is clients don't have to change their behavior, their software, or anything if they're behind the NAT. It's just the same clients, the same software. It makes no difference. Interestingly, servers make no changes if the client that comes to them is from a NAT or not from a NAT. It's just an IP address and a port. It's just a connection 5 tuple. Makes no difference. Each network independently can figure out whether to deploy NATs or not. You can even cascade NATs in sequence, and it just kind of works, as we've seen for the last few years. It cuts out a whole bunch of other things, multi-party rendezvous, end-to-end peer-to-peer, but the mainstream internet, the public internet, wasn't really interested in that. It was really interested in these 2-party client-server transactions. And for that, NATs just got on with the job and did it. It's been doing it now for around about 30 odd years, since 1994, since the days of dial-up modems. NATs have been part and parcel of the landscape. If you're an application designer looking at a model to use, if your application is not NAT capable, in other words, works within an environment where NATs are on the path, the application isn't going to work. And so for 30 odd years, we've been deploying systems and services that cope with NATs, that accommodate the NAT structure and actually are not reliant on end-to-end addressing. And so the real question is, if it's lasted for 30 years, and it has, how much longer is that going to last? When do we get the pressure to go, well, we've reached the end with NATs, it's time to really think about V6 again, everyone, you know, let's get serious. So the kind of questions is, how long does NATs go? You know, how long do we have to keep this running? At that point, how big will the internet be? We're already at the area of somewhere between 15 billion to 24 billion devices connected to the internet. What's too many? Because the silicon industry is just constantly pumping out more and more embedded things one way or another. And quite frankly, the pool of devices that NATs have to stretch across just keeps on getting bigger and bigger, but we're not seeing acute levels of stress. What's the cost of all this NAT deployment? At what point does it get forbidding? Who pays that cost? What are we trying to do? And last but not least, I'd like to bring up the issue that after 30 odd years, this is not a short-term expedience. This is not something we're doing while getting V6 ready. This is not something we're doing while waiting for this transition to come to its next logical phase. We're really in the law of unintended consequences. After 30 odd years, this environment that we're in, where partial deployment of V6 and a massive, truly massive reliance on network address translation in V4 is now the internet. This is the reality we're living with. You see, I think the issue is we took our eye off the ball with this V4 to V6 transition for a couple of reasons. The first reason was the short-term expedients were so good that across the 90s, once we put them in place, it was kind of, oh, we don't have to worry about V6 anymore. We'll just go and press on with whatever other business we were doing. And by the time things got a little bit more serious, around 2010 or so, the money had already moved. And if we follow the money, we find a very, very curious story. You see, in the classical internet, it was the network and the ISPs that were the center of the internet economy. You see, networks were expensive. Distance communication cost. And it was the job of the ISP basically to do the allocator of that resource. And we used price as a means of arbitrating access across the various demands. Distance dominated all of these cost networks, and the role of transit network providers were paramount. We spent all of our time in all these sort of network operator meetings and even address policy meetings talking about peering and transit, talking about how we effectively modify and cope with these enormous costs of distance carriage. And because the ISPs were the brokers of the rationing of this scarce resource of carriage, they tended to accumulate power and influence because of that unique role. In the classical internet, the network was the center of the internet economy. But that's kind of a world that did not factor in Moore's law. For years, since the late 50s, every couple of years, the silicon industry pulled another rabbit out of the hat. The amount of processors on a wafer of silicon doubled, and the price of computing, the price of storage came down per unit by the same amount. It halved every couple of years. And so from scarcity of computing, scarcity of all kinds of things, we've moved into an entirely different world. This is a world of abundance. Comms, communication, is not immune to this. It might cost much the same amount of money to drop a fiber optic cable from where we are, in my case Australia, in your case Prague, to say New York. The dollars per kilometre may not have changed in real terms, but the amount of bits I can put in that kilometre of fibre have changed dramatically. And the reason why they've changed is not because it's better, glass, it's the same old glass. What we're actually doing is refining the way we impress signal onto that glass and detect it at the other end. Those digital signal processors, back in 2013, we were doing 40 nanometer process. So we were able to get approximately 8 terabits a second out of a single fiber strand. We were doing 100 gigabits per second per lambda. Within a few years, by increasing the number of gates on those digital signal processor, by going to 16 nanometer DSP processors, we're able to then work with coherent signaling and actually look around in doing quadrature amplitude modulation and actually get more bits into each board. So we're able to double it, 8 terabits become 16. And with another 3 years going to 7 nanometer processors, we're able to actually improve the tuning of that digital signal processing and get out a 32 terabit signal. A couple of years ago, we were looking at just under a terabit per second per lambda, 800 gig, and a total fiber capacity of around 64 terabits per second. And at that point, we were driving 5 nanometer DSPs. As the chips get better, we cram more bits into the same piece of fiber, and that's continuing. Compute power, you probably know this as well as I do. This is a big graph from 1970 to today. And what it's showing is at that point, by the year 2020, we were doing 50 billion 50 billion gates per chip. We're hammering away and getting closer and closer to 1 trillion. It's just getting bigger. And don't forget, that scale is not linear. It's a log scale. So Moore's law has been truly prodigious. And the other thing it's done is that the cost of storage as a result has plummeted. And again, same kind of graph, it's unit cost and the price. And don't forget that graph is again exponential. This is a log scale. So, you know, it really has plummeted. What do you do in a world where computing, storage, and communications is abundant? Well, you get rid of the choke point. And the choke point is distance communication. You get rid of distance. Instead of going over there to get the service, why can't we replicate that service 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and bring an instance close to every bunch of consumers? And that's exactly what we've done. By moving distance out of the network and bringing things closer, we're actually able to get much, much bigger networking. We're scaling larger and faster because now we're serving content and service by distributing that load close to every single user. We've gone parallel, highly parallel. And with high capacity mobile edges, mobile platforms with, you know, 5G and soon evidently 6G, this trend continues. We now serve the network, not from servers deep inside the network some distance away. We replicate the services and serve from the edge. This lets us scale like we've never been able to scale. Distance is also a speed problem. The closer you can bring the two communicating parties, the better you can actually drive the transport protocols, the more you can actually pull speed out of the network and make it work. And so as the packet miles, or in Europe, packet kilometers has shrunk, we're actually able to build edge-to-edge networks, or at least client-to-server networks, because those are the two edges here, the server edge and the client edge, that are much, much faster. And then we re-engineer applications to meet that criteria of a much faster response. We now want things like TLS 1.3 to cut down the number of messages that get exchanged before we bring up an encrypted service connection. We're increasingly trying to find ways to make this network even faster. And certainly the shorter the distance, the faster things go. And now we're actually able to be able to put silicon on every edge and silicon on every client. So now encryption is not a luxury. These days, encryption is the norm. And as we move forward with this, with TLS 1.3 to actually seal up that server name indication, with Quick setting up the transport controls that actually encrypt everything, and things like Apple Private Data Relay and other mask-like approaches, which even isolate who is asking and what they're asking for from each other, we're able to do networks that realistically, the applications across these networks insulate themselves from the network. The network structure is just network infrastructure is just uniformly untrustable. And all of this is not more expensive, it's less expensive. We're working in an industry where there are massive economies of scale, and by using the advertising market, a lot of this stuff comes through without cost to the consumer. So what was a luxury service decades ago is now just a uniformly affordable mass market commodity service. If what you wanted was a cheaper, larger internet, you've got it. In all of this, the network is not the critical resource anymore. It's the service and content. The money has moved up the protocol stack. What does that mean? Well, I'm an ISP. I'd like to spend some money to deploy V6. Thoroughly laudable effort. Go for it. Well, who's going to pay me? Ooh. Will users pay you more if you add V6? Not really. They want it cheap. Remember cheap? Well, the content will pay you to put in V6. Well, no. They're busy building their own content distribution networks. They don't care. So who's going to pay you? Well, no one. And indeed, what's actually happened is, why are you doing this? Are IP addresses scarce? Gee, that's a good question. Are they scarce? What would tell you scarcity? Well, in a conventional market, scarcity is price. If a good is scarce, it is expensive because many more people want it than can have it. That's what scarcity is. And so you normally find some kind of price escalation. Here's the history of V4 address pricing from 2014 until today. That spike that you see in 2021, 2022 seems to be a spike around the lack of market information being sent to market players across COVID. It doesn't seem to be an intrinsic scarcity issue. For the last 12 months across 2024, late 2023 to 2024, the actual price of V4 addressing, and this is from Hilco Streambank, has been relatively constant. If price is constant, supply and demand are equilibrating. That is not scarcity. That is actually a metastable form of equilibration. The market price is stable. The dynamics of address movement appear to be stable. Scarcity, no. Why not? I would actually argue that we've shifted the entire architecture of the network and we've moved into a different network. CDNs have actually changed the entire issue of what is a network service and how do you identify it. Because as a public network, those CDNs work on names. TLS is the service differentiator and the SNI part is actually the switch. And the entire security and service selection is based around name systems, around the DNS. And you actually argue that the DNS is now the new routing protocol. Because if you look at things like Akamai, they use the DNS to find the closest instance of that service to you. Not address-based, it's not using routing, it's simply using the DNS. And so if you look inside CDNs, most of them run a routing table where the average AS path length is close to 1. There is no routing. It doesn't route. All of a sudden, we've moved from an end-to-end peer network into this client-server asymmetric world where we've also managed to take single platform servers and use server plus network and moved into replicated servers that don't actually need a service network. They bolt directly into the access networks. Clients don't need to have a unique public address. Clients are inside NATs. They're only locally identified. Once you get out into the public internet, you just need to distinguish traffic from each other. IP addresses are merely ephemeral transport tokens. They're not identities anymore. Identity is the DNS. And so we've moved the entire internet from address-based networks into name-based services. And as so, we've followed this money and made the shift in the technology. We're actually using name systems. So the change is quite fundamental, and it's not V4 to V6. The pressures of scaling, coupled with the opportunities that Moore's law has given us, has actually managed to make a network that's 1 billion times bigger than it was in the 80s, 1 billion times. But the way we've done this is change the core of the network architecture from addresses as distinguishing identification tokens to names. And in that perspective, just simply changing one set of address tokens, V4 to another, V6, wasn't really going to give you the leverage that we've managed to get by changing into the namespace. There's no real benefit in replacing one 1980s architecture, V4, with another, V6. The real key was actually shifting the entire internet across to a different basic architecture. So in today's network, names matter. Names matter a lot. The DNS really matters. Really, really matters. I think it's an ICANN meeting in a couple of weeks. You should be worried. Names are the core of the internet. Addresses, not so much. Routing, not really, because we don't route anymore. All these CDNs, all the content is abutting all the access networks. The longer term, the money's still moving up the stack. And transmission infrastructure is actually an abundant commodity. Sharing networks doesn't matter. We're now able to afford long distance transit networks that are private. Google run their own. Amazon run their own. Meta run their own. Sharing doesn't matter anymore. We don't need to share, so we don't. We have so much computing and network out there that consumers aren't bought towards the server. We push the service and the content out to the user. So what happens now is that the application is the service itself rather than a window to some other service. The networks matter? Well, I don't think they do. In our search for lower cost, higher speed, higher agility, we're pushing stuff out to the edge and even off the network itself. It's just dumb commodity pipes. And you think of that, well, what's the public internet? We all use the same addresses. That's not the public internet. We all use the same transmission. That's not the public internet. I'd actually say what is the internet these days is defined by a common referential mechanism using a common namespace. It's actually the name system that lies at the heart of the internet. And I think where we're heading is a one-way street. And what does that mean about transition? I think we're going to be stuck here for an awfully long time. As we see with the pricing data, there's no real impetus to change. Where we are, better or worse, like it or loathe it, is where we are. And I think the real trick is coming to terms with that and understanding that these are the market forces that got us here. It wasn't any malign intervention. It was simply the cumulative sum of everyone trying to optimize their own position inside this phenomenal ecosystem. Hopefully I've left a few seconds for questions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Geoff, and we're also sorry you're not here. There's a few questions on the queue. I'll take those first. There's some from Wei Singh. And does the RIPE Institute have specific programs or resources aimed at supporting capacity building and technical training for new members, particularly those in the smaller or emerging markets? I think that the RIPE Institute actually has quite a bit of different trainings, so you can have a look at that on the RIPE Institute website. Then we have another question from him. As IPv4 resources continue to deplete, how does RIPE Institute view the future of IP address transfer markets? And are there ongoing discussions about refining transfer policies? There are constantly discussions on this, yes. Are there any more? Oh yeah, there are plenty of them. I'll pick one from the room first. Please.
Okay, my name is Kurt Kaiser. I'm this for representing the European rails operators in this case, and I'm completely objecting comparing, let's say, fossil fuel rail broken and crashes with IPv6. In my opinion, the rail system is the only sector in the future that has a future, because flights won't be, and also Formula One cars won't be available for everyone. So I would be really looking for changing the analogies in your slides a little bit. What's compared? Thanks.
Noted.
Hey, Geoff, this is Steve Wallace from Internet 2. You know, I argued there are about 2,600 ASs that make up the global research and education network community that are a counterexample, that they are mostly end-to-end, that there are relatively few NATs, and that encourages me to explore whether that's a true assertion.
V6 was designed in the light of V4 as a 1980s address-based architecture. The issue was that we really underestimated the cost of uniqueness across a multi-billion large client population. And that's one way of pushing that cost out of the boat. The only way we've built a network as big as it is by not actually making all those end devices have unique addresses because we can't afford it. We actually can't figure out how to scale to that enormous dimension. Now, this is one place where the research networks, I think, and the commercial networks have kind of diverged down different paths. Scaling in the large public internet is absolutely everything. It dominates the agenda. And the problem with massive systems where you're trying to allocate unique tokens everywhere is that it is just really expensive. And any way you can ditch that cost, you will. And what we actually found out was, let's not bother addressing clients. Let's just forget it. Let's just let them use their own addresses. Let's NAT the lot and do distinguishing based on names, which are basically infinite one way or another. They're not a scarce resource. And naming is only on server side. And so we sort of sought out the cheapest possible solution, which is what the internet's all about, cost evasion. And the reality is where we are is just dirt cheap, and that's what we've got. V6 is kind of a world of 40 years ago, and the scaling properties of address-based architectures are really difficult and expensive. And that's, I think, the reality that we've learned almost subconsciously over the last few years. Now, I realize in saying that to a V6 working group meeting, I'm spouting a little bit of heresy, and, you know, I'm terribly sorry. But, you know, in some ways, we live in the real world, and costs and economics is what drives this business. Thanks.
All right, I'm going to have to close the queues because we're already over time. Jen?
Hello, Geoff. Jan Linkova. Good evening. So, first of all, I start with minor comment. I completely disagree that NAT is free because I don't know about you, but I do deal basically on daily basis with users who are very unhappy about the WebRTC traffic going through relay and not directly, because it is visible to users and it does cost application developers a lot of resources, but it's a minor thing. But I agree that the problem why we stuck with transition is a human nature, right? Nobody does anything until it's a really deadline. So probably for people who are not doing V6 yet, just means they don't need it in the next 3, 4, 5 years, how long an average engineer or decision maker stays with the company, right? So if you, I actually have a theory that maybe that's why Japan was one of the first countries, because people kind of see themselves in the same company like in 10, 15 years time, right? So they do have a reason. But on the other hand, is it actually a bad thing? I don't have data, but where are we with migrating from TCP SHTTP protocol to QUIC? How much of DNS traffic is going over QUIC now versus UDP 53? Do we really need 100% and done? Or do we really need people who, in companies who need V6 to do that? And if particular enterprise is happy to use IPX, Apple Talk, DECnet, whatever protocol, and leave behind a single address, V4 address, to do this, fine, right? So I don't think we need 100%, not yet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Very quick response.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take just a couple of seconds. Look, the whole reason behind this transition, trying to get to completeness, is the only time you know you can turn off V4 is when it's not being used anywhere on the net. And so the idea was, in this dual stack world, we did the whole happy eyeballs dance, etc. And the expectation was that as, if you will, V6 got to the point of being everywhere in dual stack, happy eyeballs would mean there was no V4 left. You could just turn it off and no one noticed. As long as you still have V4 traffic, the dear old service providers have no idea if that's the important traffic that they just can't, you know, stop supporting. And so we're kind of stuck in this dual stack forever. So, you know, what I'm saying in some ways is the economics say there is not much momentum behind this transition. It's going to take an awfully long time and might even be where we are is where we're going to stay. Thank you.
Geoff, I did turn IPv4 and I do not care if some sites on the internet still have it.
Okay, you can continue offline. We still have some questions in the queue. I'm sorry we will not be able to take each and every one of them. Rinse Kluk, for use, for us, the IPv6 transition has just started 2 years ago by enabling IPv6 in our new access network. However, we still have more than, where's the question really? Okay, I don't see a question mark, so I'm sorry. Rinse, I'll talk to you later. Tim Choon, so what does it matter if that not, what does it matter that not everyone deploys IPv6, those who can do benefit? What is the risk if adoption peaks at 60%? Well, that's actually what they just discussed about with Jan anyway. All right, thank you, Geoff, for joining us remote. I'll see you in Lisbon, I hope.
That's my plan, and my bicycle, notwithstanding, as long as I don't fall off.
Stay away from your bicycle. Stay away from your bicycle. Take a taxi.
Thank you. Thanks all.
All right. The next one we have is our dear colleague, is Nico Schottelius. And he'll be joining us not as far away as from where Geoff is, but maybe you want to tell a bit why you're there and not here.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yeah. Say it again. Yeah, we can hear you sort of.
Do you hear me?
Yes, now we do.
Perfect. Yeah, so I'm a bit in a particular situation, and if I'm looking a little bit worn down, I just became a father about 2 and 3 weeks ago or so. It's all very blurry. And and my wife and I, we happened to be in South Korea while she got pregnant. So some logistics, while we're usually in Switzerland, everything is different. Not only with a child, but everything is different.
All right.
So,
congrats.
Let me grab the screen. And there we go. Just quick, you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a completely different topic than Geoff was. It is IPv6 and routing in Kubernetes, which is a little bit strange. First off, I'm working at Ungleich, which is doing a lot of IPv6 only deployments. So the reason why I'm talking about this is also a lot of infrastructure changed towards Kubernetes as a base. Fun fact, this whole process was started around 3 to 4 years ago. And those of you who already know Kubernetes or had a look at it or want to have a look at it, when you first started with it, it is a huge, long process. And I will come to some details on the way, why it's actually such a long process. That said, why am I talking about this? I've seen a lot of different network deployments, from anything like extremely manual, like a random dude in the basement who is doing all the, if you see yourself resembled in this, no offense, please. A lot of people like very isolated, doing networking, doing their stuff very good, very manual, very, I would nowadays call it 80s style, but in a way still reliable. When it comes to teams, you know, I don't want to go too much into the whole history there, but we kind of, as an IT sector, we evolved to version control, we go to automation, and nowadays we're starting to talk about GitOps, which is basically just dropping a change in a repository and then magically everything changes to the better, hopefully. Now, I know that there's a lot of variety in how you deploy your network, and using Kubernetes for deploying your network stack is probably not the most conventional thing. And that is also the reason why I wanted to talk to you about this. Yeah, so why do this? What is the advantage? Like, you know, we have a lot of equipment already. Why change it? One of the main reasons in the settings that I am in to go towards Kubernetes is you have somewhat structured, similar ways of operating. And when it comes to Kubernetes, it is a whole hell of different things and different ideas and different, let's say, patterns that you can apply. So while everybody says, like, I deploy Kubernetes, it might look very different for the next Kubernetes. The good thing is some of the objects that we're talking about, or some of the things that you deploy inside Kubernetes, they are still the same, such as a deployment, a service, or a pod. They are the same, independent of like what kind of Kubernetes cluster you're actually deploying. So you get a little bit of a base, but it would be wrong to say like all Kubernetes clusters behave the same way. Now, still the motivation for us was to go towards Kubernetes to make our routing stack more reproducible and more reliable in the end. Because in the beginning, we also had a lot of manual deployments, a bit of a router here, a bit of a router there, changed to configuration management system. It got better, but we moved on for a lot of things from application deployment towards Kubernetes. So the question was, can we do the same with Kubernetes? In general, Kubernetes can be used as a deployment for a lot of different workloads. And the typical things are more in the web server, application server, maybe mail server area. But the whole design, if you look at Kubernetes as a network person, you see like, they have load balancer, ingress. Networking-wise, if you look at it, it's really made for an RFC 1918 inside, all small capsule pods deployment, which are all nicely isolated from the internet by means of NAT. Well, coming here, that really feels wrong. And we have been probably one of the first organizations who did IPv6 only deployments in production, IPv6 only Kubernetes deployments. And when it comes to networking inside Kubernetes, this is also a little bit of a head start for if you're inspired actually after this presentation to go down the same route. One of the most tricky things in deploying a new Kubernetes cluster is to choose what kind of networking you want. Because Kubernetes has this amazing idea of just abstracting it away. We have a CNI, Container Network Interface. Whatever you want to do, you can just plug it in there, which is great. But if you start with Kubernetes, it's like, what should I plug in where and how does it actually work? And you're really stuck in the beginning. So this nice idea of abstraction is having a very hard entrance barrier, very high entrance barrier. And you can do anything you want with networking in Kubernetes. You can do bridging, tunneling, VXLAN, VLAN, WireGuard, you name it. You can even do, we have had Kubernetes clusters with one cluster deployed all over the world, ranging from Canada over to Europe to New Zealand. One cluster, one layer 2 network, which, you know, many of you will already spin in your head. And it's like, why would, anyway, not the point of this talk. One of the drawbacks is in Kubernetes, by default, your workload, the pod, how it's called, usually gets one interface. And for not long ago, this interface was IPv4 only. Then Kubernetes evolved, and it was getting IPv4 or IPv6. And then it evolved, and it was, okay, you can have one interface, and you can have both IPv4 and IPv6 if you want to. But that is the default of Kubernetes, which doesn't sound terribly helpful if you want to root, you know, routing with one interface, one IP. A bit tricky. One IP, not so much, but one interface. So people were smart. There are always smart people on the planet. And because it's a CNI, a network interface, well, you can also write an interface which abstracts interfaces. Abstractions are the best, huh? So you can plug into Multus. Multus actually allows you to add multiple CNIs into one pod. And, well, if your head isn't already spinning, it gets spinning the more interfaces you want. And what you actually do is you define there's a certain network type, it's called a network attachment, and you want to put it to a certain workload. So you have this nice matrix where you can assign this. But it gets really complicated if you have a lot of different networks, because that's not really what Multus is made for. Multus is more made for, you want to have one workload, maybe 2 interfaces. That's okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like you have in a router. Maybe not. 20, not even thinking about it. So to the rescue comes in Kubernetes something that's called host network, which in case of routing is an amazing thing. You can actually just say like, okay, I have a machine with tons of interfaces. That's a router, or can be a router. And we will just expose all of the physical interfaces to the workload, which is great. Obviously, this doesn't fit so much into this nice concept of containerization, of like isolation. But then again, we need to get a job done and not just like focus on the principles here. So the host network, really nice. So in essence, we have actually 3 options. First one is we use a standard CNI. We get one interface, one IP address per stack. We get multiples, multiple interfaces, still one IP address usually per stack. Or we use the host network, which all the interfaces on the actual node we're running on. Now, usually Kubernetes is a cluster. So you have a lot of different nodes. With a lot can mean anything from 1 to thousands. In terms of routers, I don't know about you, but for us, routers usually form really the backbone of your network. And so you want to have them very, very reliable and with the least amount of dependencies. So what we actually do is we run single node Kubernetes clusters. Yeah, we still call it a cluster for consistency, but in the end, it's a single node router Kubernetes cluster. The advantage of doing this is that we still have the same primitives as we are running like bigger clusters. So we can have a router definition that can be used in a big cluster or on a single node. Now, one of the tricky things in the Kubernetes world is you run everything in a container. Container needs some kind of image that you pull into. Now, if you're a router, you potentially don't have a root because you establish it via any kind of dynamic routing protocol, I mean it BGP, OSPF, whatever, RIP. So you might not even have a root for pulling in your container image, which is something that affected us in the beginning. So you need to make sure that the image that actually does the routing can be downloaded without the routing, or it's already present on the system. So you can also pull in the image via any kind of method beforehand. But this is something that if you're not used to it, running routers with Kubernetes, then this can be something really biting you. Another thing that can bite you is some tools, such as kubeadm, they assume all of your nodes that are in the cluster always have a default root, which in the case of a router isn't necessarily the case. There are a couple of workarounds for this. For instance, adding a default root on the loopback interface. It's a bit hacky, but you can see that the mindset in terms of developers working around Kubernetes is a little bit still in this, like I said initially, this RFC 1918, this is a closed network of thinking. So that's just a small hint. Another question that we had to ask ourselves is, how do you actually roll out? So the great thing about Kubernetes is you can use GitOps. GitOps, again, meaning you just deploy a configuration file, you put it in a Git repository, you push it out, some servers will take it and apply all the changes. It's amazing for automatic rollouts. You can do thousands of services at the same time, and they will all be individually upgraded. It's also amazing for huge number of blackouts. If you want to like get rid of your infrastructure, just commit something wrong and, well, it will apply everywhere. So what we do is actually a bit of a mixture. That is, every change for routers goes into a Git repository, but is actually applied manually. With the reason that this way we can nicely control different clusters being updated on its own. But it's still in Git, still ensured that we have it versionized and we can potentially roll it back later. Now, I wanted to show a little bit of a real-world example. I don't want to go too much into the technical side, but later, if after today somebody wants to see a little bit on the real stuff, I can also show some Kubernetes clusters. What we actually have is we have around 20 different single-node Kubernetes clusters. Each of them is a machine, anything from as small in a very edge network from a 4 gig 4-core machine up to 128 gig machine with 64 cores, which is handling routing plus something else. Additionally to that, we have quite some VPN instances that are also in the Kubernetes clusters, which are based on the same routing software. I'll come to this in a moment. And most of it is actually running on bare metal. A little bit on VMs, but that's not the significant part. How we're doing this is actually by using a Helm chart. Helm is a method of deploying inside Kubernetes clusters and in-house container. And because a lot of things here were a little bit abstract, I wanted to show you what we actually do inside the Kubernetes cluster in terms of a container. So what we do is we actually using the Alpine Linux operating system as a base for our container. We add Bird, our routing daemon of choice, could be FRR, whatever you like. Add a couple of supporting tools such as TCP-dump, MTR, YOL for NAT64 translation, OpenVPN for VPN termination, WireGuard, obviously the same, just for WireGuard. And by default, we start Bird in it. This is a complete Docker file that we are using for creating the container. Obviously, the configuration itself with the Helm chart is way more complicated. Essentially, the thing I wanted to talk to you about and that I want to give you is, as of today, it is easily possible to run routers in the same stack as everything else if you already have Kubernetes. And you can nicely work together with other teams that actually have the knowledge if you have such an organization. You do still see that it is not exactly the same type, like just deploying a random application, because those are more integrated into the architecture of Kubernetes. But using the host network, it works quite well. That's it actually from my side. I hope I gave you a little bit of an appetite. I hope not everybody thinks I'm totally crazy. But yeah, looking forward to questions if there are. And yeah, thanks for listening.
All right, thanks, Nico. We're already a bit over time, so we'll keep the questions short. There's only one in the room. Jan?
Thank you. Jan George, 6Connect. I guess you cannot do VPP DPDK in these containers, right?
You can. You can.
Really?
You can basically do anything because you do have access to kernel space outside of the containers. The YOL that you actually have seen before is actually deployed in kernel space, but in a different namespace.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, the last question.
Dmitry Shipovanov, developer of segment routing controller. Have you explored the possibility of using SRv6 with Kubernetes, or there is no requirement for traffic engineering?
I haven't checked it out. It's an interesting topic. We had a look at it, but we didn't really have a use case for it. But I think it would be a similar case. It would be more isolated in the host networking case. But otherwise, I think it should work, generally speaking.
Thank you.
Okay, this is for this. Thank you, Nico, and congrats again. I'll see you in Lisbon.
Thank you very much.
And next up is Jens Link, and we're having an advent of IPv6, I believe.
Yes. So can you hear me? Microsoft on microphone? Yeah.
Let's use this one. So, one person at least on the stage. A couple of months ago, I had a crazy idea, and I think I put this to the working group mailing list already. Advent of IPv6. How does this work? No. So I'm a freelance consulting. I started with Linux when it was shipped on 35 floppy disks. I do networking since 2002 and IPv6 since 2007, but that's not quite relevant. It all started with the question, how do we test if a person knows IPv6? So there are a lot of self-proclaimed experts who can do anything. Some of them even have a vendor certification. Think of $vendor certified network engineer or something like that. I talked to several people who went to the training and were told, yeah, we don't have time for IPv6 and this is only relevant to get 95% in the test. So we don't do it. Solution, make a test where they actually have to do something, like configure something or troubleshoot something. So no or at least little multiple choice. And after that, and a couple of beers later, on my way home, I came to the idea, let's make that fun. Maybe let people win something like a t-shirt. Borrow some ideas from other events. So do you know Advent of Code? So it's before Christmas, starting at 1st of December, and you have a challenge every day where you have to write some code based off some data you get, and then you have to provide the answer, and there's a list of people who's fastest. And then there is Advent of Cyber. They are a little more sophisticated. They have a story of someone stealing Christmas and sabotaging Christmas. And they have a backstory and you have to solve some challenges. You're the good guy and see what the evil hacker is doing. So Ray told me to be fast, so I skip this. It can be anything else. It can be 20 days before the next write meeting. So I thought just sort of Advent of Code and Advent of Cyber as basic idea. So what is needed? We need ideas for tasks. So I came up with a few, but not 24 of them, and I'm not sure if my ideas are good enough, or maybe they are too complicated. And should it be only Linux or $vendor or $cloud provider or only Windows or Linux and Windows? I would be out. With Windows, I would be out. Tasks should go from easy to hard. So let's do the hard stuff at the end. Or maybe have 2 tasks per day. It should be accessible. That means you should be able to access this via the web browser or maybe SSH. No account with a cloud provider or a special vendor image for your emulation. We need maybe a backstory for the whole thing, like somebody stealing Christmas, or no, that idea is already taken. We need sponsors, so if we run labs, we need some form of virtual machines or containers or something else. If we want prices, somebody has to pay for the t-shirts and for the shipping and for the logistics. This one should be better, but okay. Also, we need graphics and text and project management and all the stuff around. So, and now it's your turn. Is this a stupid idea or not? And if you say, no, it's not a stupid idea, would you be willing to help?
Okay, thanks, Jens. We can do a few in the room. Oh, you're still there,
The mailing
sorry.
list and the GitLab repo, so Ray, no, I'm done.
Oh, no, now he's done. Okay, sorry. We can have questions in the room if there's any or any comments. No? Yeah, sure. Okay. Andre.
Andre Zaletka, RIPE NCC Learning and Development Department. Yeah, great idea. We as RIPE NCC Learning and Development have content on, well, IPv6. We don't have any public lab infrastructure. If something like this, well, of course, like if it's like advent of code, it has to be, you know, the solution has to be hidden and it requires lots of preparation.
Yes.
So I cannot guarantee. We don't have capacity for that, definitely not. But if there is something we can let's say cooperate on, or we can make I would say we can reuse. First of all, we have lots of theoretical things in our academy.ripe.net that, by the way, if you didn't know, it's accessible to everyone. You don't have to be member, you don't have to be LIR. It's open for everyone, and it's very well curated content. But it's not hands-on experience, because this is much harder to make. So in any case, if there is a potential to cooperate, drop us an email, academy@ripe.net. That's the.
I will, and it's not for this year Christmas, because we don't do this in a month. So Jen, just a second. So who thinks this is a stupid idea? Be honest. Okay, one. Who thinks it can be done? Oh, a lot. And now the trick question: who's willing to volunteer? Okay. Yeah.
Jen Linkova, I think you don't have to have a single advent calendar for this, but if you want, I have a similar idea. I can definitely think we can get 24 pickups to take a look and tell what's wrong in them. I definitely have more than that, and I'm sure I'm not alone.
Yes, PCAPs was one idea, but no multiple choice. And there's a Hurricane Electric IPv6 certification, but I think you can do this today with just choosing the right web poster and having a Google Mail account. So that would be too easy. So nobody else.
All right. Looks like a good idea then. Of course, we have a mailing list on the V6 working group as well, where you can put your ideas on, and I'm sure the Jens will see that. So thank you. Then we have another of our experts on the field, Benedikt Stockebrand, and where are we with IPv6?
Okay, you hear me? Okay, good. Yeah, so what I want to talk about is where we are with IPv6, what has happened, what still needs to happen, what's going to happen next. And first off, no silly cats in this presentation. Sorry. If you need those, you have to ask Mark, for example, who I'm working with right now at Porsche, doing IPv6 in cars. And no PCAPs either. Two reasons for the PCAPs. First, they're covered by an NDA. Second, we have a download limit for presentations, and I could easily top Anna's presentation by about a factor of 15 or so with a single PCAP. About me, I've been involved with the SmartKit thing with about 128, which you may know from a couple of RIPE meetings ago. Not going to talk about that. I currently do IPv6 in fancy German cars, me of all people, but we do that. IPv6 is the smallest problem. We have other problems much bigger than before V6 in there. surprisingly enough. So yes, it works. I'm allowed to say that much. I've been doing IPv6 since 2003. And a lot of things have changed since, if you think about it. And well, everybody can tell somehow this guy must be a technical guy, but I've also been doing work as a non-technical program manager for IPv6 deployments, mostly in combination with both. And it's largely outside the ISP business. So your customers, to a lot of you. What have we achieved so far? Well, first off, the word is out. In 2003, when you tried to tell people I'm doing IPv6, you got two responses. Either they looked at it like you were talking about something totally strange, they'd never heard of it, or they laughed right in your face. These days, these days, it's more like either they look really embarrassed and walk away and try to talk somebody else to talk to, or they laugh behind your back. That's the situation we have. But the important point to me here is we don't have to go out, try to explain people, hey, there is this thing, IPv6, you need to take care of it, because those people who still don't listen, and there are lots of them, they simply won't no matter what we do. It's a waste of time. But most people only go to the dentist when they can't stand the pain anymore, and that's exactly what's going to happen to them. Other thing is, yes, we saved the internet. Sounds like big words, but what we have achieved is that the internet still works, more or less. If we turned off IPv4 these days on the internet, you know, like a lot of people would get rather panicky, and my daily rates would probably go up a little bit. But we could keep things up and running or get them back up and running. If we turned off IPv6, we'd kill IPv6 and IPv4 with all the people using DSLite and that sort of stuff, and lightweight 4/6. So we managed to keep the internet growing and staying alive with IPv6, admittedly through some strange means. Where did we fail? Transition technologies. You've heard Patrick's presentation on Monday doing IPv4 as a service using MapT and whatnot, and it just sounded like you don't really want to do that. It's quite a bit of a pain, and I think that, as Geoff said, the well-meant but not necessarily well-done transition technologies just prolonged the pain. So that didn't work out quite as expected, and what's even more important to me, the key reason why I started with IPv6 in 2003 was because I wanted to get that end-to-end connectivity back, because I thought it was a cool thing. Didn't get that done, really. And I have a slide. When Geoff held his presentation, he was talking mostly on well, there are content providers, and then there is the consumers consuming whatever the content providers provide. I think there's more through the internet than that, at least as far as I'm concerned. So, big question is, what's coming next? And there are a couple developments that I found a bit disconcerting that I wanted to really talk about. So, we will have a divided internet, basically. There's the IPv4 side with the enterprises and whatnot who can afford to do IPv4. There'll be some more or less brutally crippled IPv4 to consumers, but enough to reach those enterprises or whatever. Unless you try, you remember when COVID hit and people started to work from home, a lot of people had a lot of fun with their VPN gateways. And some of it was because they just didn't have enough hardware, but other problem was that some of them really didn't work too well with DSLite. And enabling IPv6 on them really made quite a big difference. More important, though, is we will see changes to the default free zone, or the people in the default free zone. We have an increasing number of non-ISPs becoming LIR, LIR, which is good in a way, as long as they know what that means, and that they sometimes don't. So we become LIR, we get addresses, and everything's fine. No, you need to get those routed. That's what my ISP is doing for me. Not anymore. You need to know about BGP. You need to know about reverse DNS, at least. And that's only from a technical point of view. Like having somebody being reachable if there are problems, that's another thing. They frequently underestimate the situation. It's important because in the default free zone, if you really mess things up, you can cause a lot of damage. It's been ages ago, but when Pakistan decided they wanted to block YouTube using BGP, and they didn't quite realize that BGP doesn't stop at their country's borders. Strange thing happens ages ago, but these things shouldn't happen. And BGP is not that well equipped to deal with people not doing what they do. Related problem is we have exploding IPv6 routing tables. I haven't found it, but I do remember from back when I started with IPv6, there was an estimate that a fully migrated IPv6 only internet would need about 16,000 routes in the default free zone. So I guess we've grown a bit since then, but we also have a problem that people just dump their routes into the default free zone like it doesn't cost anybody any money, or say that, oh, it's not my money, so why would I care? A year ago, Gat told me in Rome that somebody actually took a single allocation and turned it into 40,000 routes announced via BGP. Now, it doesn't take too many people doing that sort of stunt, and we have a problem. And that's what I want to raise your awareness about. What should we do at this point? That's like an RFC 2119 should, so we really should do something about that. If you have customers who want to become an LIR, try to make sure that they have an idea what they're getting themselves into. Yeah, I've done dynamic routing, but we still use RIP. Not good enough. And even if it's OSPF, BGP is something different. If you are an ISP doing business customers, maybe consider how can you come up with products that deliver what businesses try to achieve with being an LIR without them having to be an LIR. Yeah, okay. Monitor your BGP routing table sizes. Big surprise. Guess that's completely new to all of you. Prepare in advance if people come up with that sort of stunt, because somebody might decide, oh, 40,000 is enough, I go for 400,000, and your routers might have a problem. One thing I've learned about hardware at Porsche is that TCAM is expensive, really expensive, and why it is, at least to some degree, I learned. Educate your customers. If you want to do this, you have to do so and so and so and so, and maybe help them. Might be actually something to make money with. Also, your corporate lawyers, you know, the people who do the contracts with your customers. So your customers say, yeah, but I have a contract, you have to route like 2 million routes. And your salespeople who sell this sort of stuff no matter what the contract says. What else? What can we do when things really get ugly, if we are prepared? Okay, eventually we're probably going to have to filter one way or another. Just try to, okay, this is what management going to tell you anyway. Only filter where it's really, really necessary. People going really over the top. out and saying, okay, we're gonna drop everything that's not an aggregated route according to the our databases is probably a bit over the top at this point. So that, and if you filter, when you filter, keep in sync with your legal department, there will be fallout. Just because we've announced like 40 million routes, they're censoring us. So you want to keep an eye on that. And if possible, keep in the loop with people around here and the other RRs. So there is some sort of consensus style response, and you're not all by yourself. Okay. Other than that, there's one more thing. RPKI is actually to some degree helpful, I hope. First off, you can have the you can restrict the size of the more specifics in the ROAs. Might be useful at least for filtering. And of course, if you tell your customers, yeah, you have to do RPKI as well, you might actually make them realize there is a bit of a burden they have to deal with before they do this. Okay, that's it. So, said no silly cats, no PCAPs either, as if you hadn't known. Questions, comments? Oh, you don't need that, you know me. Questions, comments?
Okay, there's no questions in the queue, Jan.
Hello, Benedikt, Janlinkova. Someone who comments and reviewed and read postmortems on regular basis. The worst action item you might have in your postmortem is, let's tell people not to do that. Because it doesn't help, right? If you want to prevent something from happening, there is no point of telling people, please don't do this. Because people who are gonna listen already know that probably, and other people either doing it unintentionally or just not gonna listen, right? So I kind of disagree with the advice, or let's tell people do the right thing. We need technical solutions to prevent bad things from happening.
Yeah.
And I guess, yeah, we can spend another couple of hours or couple of years discussing those solutions. And I also have a question. I'm wondering if you have numbers about growing numbers of routes, because I looked at the Geoff's website, right? He is seeing about 1 million v4 and about a third of it in IPv6. So it kind of matches the adoption rate, right? So I'm wondering, like, what do you see? What makes you so concerned about growing routing table besides occasional leaks, which do happen all the time in both protocols?
Yes. Okay. On Geoff's webpage, the images are broken right now, unfortunately. So, and those are the ones that I know are public. What I have is anecdotal evidence only, and there are usually people who don't like to talk about what happens there in the network. So I don't have any proper numbers. And despite, on top of that, I'm not a BGP expert, actually. It's only part of what I do that help people with that. But I get these problems, and I consider GET a reasonably reliable source, for example, when it comes to those numbers that I talk about.
Yeah, because like, let me clarify my question. I did see some certain large operator once deaggregated the /32 into /64s and trying to advertise them over the period links, right? But those things are like mistakes, and any, I think, sane operators might actually follow in real technical advice about max prefix limits and so on. So it's not your problem if you appear doing stupid things. So maybe I suggest maybe you want to go into more technical details about how to prevent this from affecting your network when someone else, not if, but when, makes something stupid, do something stupid.
My point was really to just raise awareness here. From what I've seen over the years when I've been doing more trainings than the last couple of years, is that organizations are rather heterogeneous the way they do their things. coming up with advice beyond, keep an eye on it, make sure you're prepared when this happens. I find it difficult to come up with a generalized thing. But you also make one point that I think is really important. It's not that people always do this intentionally. I guess there are very few people who intentionally want to break the internet. I guess there's somebody who are politically motivated or whatever, but it's unintentional, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't prepare for these things to happen.
So there's one question online from Yannis Nikolopoulos from Cell Mobile. In what sense have we failed with transition technologies? In that they are not used enough, or in that they are not good enough?
That they're prolonging the pain rather than dealing with the inevitable. Some of them are a real pain in the ass to use, like what we had MAP-T is basically what used to be called A+P. So we take some port bits and shift them towards the addresses. It's costing a lot of money, causing a lot of pain, and nobody's really helped. That's what I mean when I say that transition technologies, they were well meant, but not necessarily well done. And some of them, yes, we need them, and we needed them back then, and we still need them today.
Okay, Gert?
Actually, the Gerd Döring, these transition technologies are extremely well done, because to the end user, it looks like the dual stack internet is just working perfectly. So that's kind of a problem in itself. But that's not what I wanted to comment on. On the routing and deaggregation side, I think, well, I'm sort of preaching to the choir here. Filter your customers on what they document that they intend to announce. So ROAS, RIPE database, and so on. Mm-hmm. Do not just accept anything they will announce to you. And if your system detects that they have that you are building a filter that has 60,000 entries, maybe talk to the customer before they actually start announcing this. And this is, I think, something that all transit networks should do. Have a good watch on what the customers do. I know that most of those in the rooms actually do, so this is sort of not the right forum, or not the perfect forum.
Mm-hmm. It's the key point from what I've seen is that really that we have, from all I gather, a rush of organizations who are not ISPs entering this game, so we should prepare for some serious problems and serious impact there in the next, I guess, couple of years. Okay.
All right. Thank you all. We have an ALB, and Andre from the RIPE Institute will have a short note.
This will be quite short. I hope I have a slide here. Yes, perfect. Basically, it's about the Linux support for IPv6 only networks and IPv6 mostly networks. I have been contacted by the developer of NetworkManager, which is the thing that is running network in most Linux distributions. And they said, well, yes, they do have plans for having the support there. So they are working on, they have already support for getting Pref64 for router advertisements. They are working on implementing option 108 for DHCP. And they have an idea how to do CLAT using eBPF, which is an interface that is standard in Linux kernel, so it doesn't depend on third-party software. The reason why I'm saying it here, because it already helped us once with the issue with BGP routers and network managers, is that this development is not as fast as it could, because paying customers have priority. So if there is a paying customer here who can request feature in Network Manager, and you can request that you would really like to have Network Manager working in IPv6 only networks, please talk to your vendor. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. It's like Christmas. I just can't believe this. Thank you very much.
It's Halloween, actually, but never mind. No, it's on the calendar. Okay. This was it for today. We had 42 people around somewhere online. and quite a lot for in the middle of the whiskey boff. So please go back there. The rated talks. Goodbye.
I think so.
Welcome everybody to database working group session. In case you are unsure, this is the main room. We are database. If you want to go to open source, that is next door. If you just need to find a place to have your laptop with power so you can play Fortnite, there are other locations around. We would be delighted if you paid attention to us and were able to interact with all the presentations. We'll be starting in just a few minutes. So, welcome everybody. This is the database working group. We are starting our session today. I'd like to welcome everybody here in the room. My name is Peter Hessler. I am one of the co-chairs for our database. Unfortunately, our other two co-chairs were unable to make it to this meeting, and we hope to see them again the next one. I want to thank you to the NCC staff for assisting with scribing and with the chat Q&A. Of course, thank you very much to the stenographers. Would like to remind people that when you are speaking, to make sure to keep your pace reasonable so the stenographers can understand and steno all of the words that you're saying. Let's see. That is your presentation. I'm just quickly going to go over the agenda. First, we're going to get an operational update from Ed from the NCC. Then we're going to have a presentation from Lee Kent from BN. Then an update about the status of UTF-8, also from Edward. Update about MD5, also from Edward. And then I will be chairing a small session on the NWI reviews. And then if we have time, which I assume that would be nice and efficient, we will have time for any other business. And so with that, I'd like to invite Ed up to give us an operational update. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, and good morning. My name is Ed Shryane. I work as a product owner at the RIPE NCC in the database team. And yeah, I'm so presenting this update on behalf of the team whose hard work has gone into the update over the last 6 months since the last RIPE meeting. So what have we been doing since RIPE 88? We've had 3 different WHOIS releases. First one in June, we added maximum references up to the update validation. Previously, you could add as many references as you wanted to an object, and that caused some operational issues. It's now fixed. We made a second release in July, where we implemented the policy proposal 2023-04 to add the aggregated by LAR status to INetNum. We finished the client certificate authentication implementation. One remaining piece was that we need to support authenticated lookups in order to update maintainers. So you can now completely use client certificate authentication for updates in the RIPE database. And finally, we present a warning on the web application and in the REST API if there are conflicting rows on your route or route 6 object. We fixed an issue where we didn't take overlaps properly into account. Final release in September, to increase the resiliency of the RIPE database, we added some features to block queries and updates by an individual IP. According to the acceptable use policy, we can block a misbehaving client, but previously this was quite a cumbersome process. So now it's built into WHOIS, so we can respond more quickly if there's a denial of service incident. Similarly, for updates, we've now implemented an automatic denial of service filter. So if you send us updates too quickly, we will temporarily block you and return a 429 response. But I think the limit is relatively high. So normally nobody should be blocked, but this is for operational resilience. And finally, since we are planning to phase out passwords next year, and also given that using passwords in mail updates is insecure, we added a warning. So if users are doing this from now on, they will see that in their update response. We had an issue. We had an outage in June. So overnight, between the 16th, 17th of June, and again on the 24th of June, we had some updates which contained a lot of references to other maintainers, something like 30 or 40,000 maintainers. It caused a denial of service because we validate every one of those maintainers to make sure that any one of them can successfully update the object. It then also caused a high volume of update notifications to all of those maintainers when the update failed. So apologies for the outages. It was caused, as I said, by many updates with lots of references to MNT by. We mitigated it in a couple of different ways. You can we're now able to block by IP address. So misbehaving clients, we can deal with that more quickly. We are also now validating the maximum number of outgoing references in an object. Something like, I think we made it double the maximum number of references in any existing object. So it should not cause any operational issues for users, but it's more, we have a sensible limit now. So this should not happen again. And separately, we already have this MNT ref feature, so you can require authentication before anyone can reference your organization, maintainer, person, and role. So it's not just on organization objects anymore. Some statistics in recently introduced features in WHOIS. We've allocated this. We've added this allocated assigned PA status to INetNum. It's for allocations where you can combine your allocation and your assignment in a single object. We now have 352 of those, and 130 of them are /24 allocations. We have 93 1,000 abuse C addresses, and there are 17% of those are due to be validated. We have an obligation to validate every abuse C address yearly, so we're on track to do that by the end of this year. We now have 9% of our LAR organizations who are synchronizing their admin users in the portal to the default maintainer. Makes it easier to manage your maintainer in the RAP database, so you can maintain your users in the portal, and they'll be synchronized across automatically as SSO accounts. We now have 286 maintainer IRT person role objects with this MNT ref attribute, as I mentioned. We now have 52 INET nums with the aggregated by LAR status, since we implemented that earlier this year. So out of 4 million assigned PA objects. So there's an opportunity. It's not just for new assignments, but you also have an opportunity to aggregate existing objects that are in the database to make maintenance of your data easier. And finally, we introduced email into ORDAP entity queries on request of the working group. And I had a concern that this would cause an issue for accounting, since we are accounting on personal data, and email is considered personal data in entities. But happily, only 0.6% of these queries are blocked by the daily limit, so should not be causing an operational issue. So I think it was a good addition to ORDAP for this. Okay, a little bit of operational work to mention. We finally removed all of our old metal servers. That's now fully complete, and that's as part of the cost reduction that the company is doing to reduce the data center footprint. So now we have a much smaller number of servers. They're all identical. They're all running the same applications, the same database, and we have enough redundancy within data centers and across data centers. Secondly, to support the modernizing of infrastructure in the company, we are testing use of Kubernetes on-premise. ORDAP, Leo Vagoda at the last RIPE meeting requested the NCC to document differences between WHOIS and ORDAP. Published that to the working group in October as the ORDAP transparency report. And still, ORDAP usage is less than 10% of all database queries, and this is something we want to improve. Mainly, it's IRR, Internet Routing Registry data, that's not included, and that includes fields like import-export in Autonome objects, route objects, set objects. So the question I'd like to ask is the lack of IRR data holding back ORDAP adoption. Is this something that the community would like to see? And it turns out that George Michelson did ask this question in an article in 2021. Some drawbacks of supporting IRR would be that the RPSL is a complex scripting language. It's defined for IRR. It's not a good fit for the data model in ORDAP. So when ORDAP initially was implemented, it was left as out of scope. And secondly, aspects of the IRR function were under review for inclusion in the RPKI signed data model. And coincidentally, Job Snyder's has a presentation planned for this afternoon at the routing working group. I think it's something like out with IRR, in with RPKI, so I think it's very relevant to this question as well. And just I also like to mention the NL Labs has a extensive documentation on RPKI, and that includes some reasoning why the Internet Routing Registry, that it's not the answer for security in the BGP. So we have an intern, Trix, who's working on missing history in the RIPE database. This is something that I previously raised, but due to project priorities, we haven't been able to tackle it until now. But just to recap, a small percentage of existing objects are missing some history, so 23,000 objects. Also some deleted object history, which is not an issue for our community. At the moment, it's not visible in WHOIS, but that may change due to the numbered work item 2 proposal. Generally, only the first Oldest object is missing, but yeah, data generally created between 2001 2004, there are gaps. And just to confirm, the internal resource registry is not affected. That is consistent. It has complete data covering that time. It's just the RIPE database. So some of the impacts of this missing history. Version history queries, and we now see about 90,000 of those every month. Version history queries will be incomplete if you have an object going back to that time period and you happen to be affected by the missing history. Who is code, and in the database structures, we constantly internally have to work around these gaps. So it's something that we would like to see fixed to simplify the structure of the database. And also it affects the community history. So who was responsible for what and when, companies, it's part of the community history that it's, yeah, I think it's a good thing to restore that history. And we have some progress to report. I restored 300,000 objects from the initial dump when we migrated to WHOIS 3 back in 2001. So that initial import is now mostly intact, and the remaining work is we're restoring the remaining gaps. So we're going from September onwards to 2004, so we can fill in the gaps incrementally. Numbered work item. So we have progress on one numbered work item, NWI 12, NRTM version 4, which we're collaborating with the community on. We had our first annual key rollover. So the first production deployment was last year, so we were due to do this. The key rollover was successful. We, using the protocol, we notified that the key was going to change, and a week later we rolled over the key, and the client that is connecting is IRRD4, and it successfully switched over to verified signatures using the new key. We've added some documentation to our documentation website, so our users can be aware of how we've implemented it and how to find it if you want to use it. We discovered earlier this year, we discovered a race condition between the notification file and the signature. Because they are separate HTTP requests, it's possible that the content will change in one or the other in between the requests. So it's something where we now have a fix in mind. We're going to use JWS to return the signature in the initial response for the notification file. A fix for that is in progress. And secondly, we are also working, the RIPE-NCC is working on a second client implementation to support the server side. It's going to be a bare bones client, and the intention is to just support mirroring of the RIPE database through this protocol. We already have a client for version 3, so this will fill in the gap for version 4 as well. So I expect these two changes will be in the next WHOIS release. Okay, upcoming changes. So promised in the Q4 of this year, we will finish the RDAP RIR search feature. We've already implemented the first half, which is basic searches. This aligns with what the other RIRs are also implementing. The second half is to implement relation searches for resources that will be implemented at the end in Q4 this year. That's the plan, and that will allow RDAP users to do more specific and less specific queries of resources. And secondly, in the RDAP spec, objects with administrative status are not returned. This is where IANA would have delegated space or partially delegated space to the RIPE region. Currently, we return 404, which is not compliant. We should be returning an object with the administrative status. So we will plan to fix that to be compliant with the RDAP spec. Undeliverable mail. So question, can we still send email to a user after a bounce? And we took a fairly conservative approach. Currently, WHOIS currently stopped sending mails completely to an email address if delivery fails even once. We took the view that a good reputation with the mail services is important. We implemented this in March. We had a deadline in April by the large mail providers that they expect their senders to be compliant with their requirements. So being conservative, we are not sending subsequent mails if we get even one bounce. So we notify the user by sending a warning on update responses, but the user has to notice and has to contact the database support themselves. And over time, the last 6 months, the consequence of that is that now we have something like 6,000 email addresses that we're not sending subsequent mails to. The number is small in relation to the overall number that we have, 900,000 email addresses. But still, they are email addresses that we should be sending mail to, that we have been sending mail to, and that potentially we are not sending mail to that we should be. But it turns out that half of these delivery failures are due to soft bounces. So either a transient negative 400 class code or for the enhanced status code, a persistent transient failure. So we are planning to re-enable delivery for soft bounces. So our plan is, there is no, I haven't found best practice for this, but our plan is to wait at least 24 hours to give the other end a chance to recover the situation. Check if the mail was undeliverable again due to soft bounce, and then mark the address as deliverable again. And if it happens again, if the next email is also undeliverable, then double the wait time. So we will have it back off to send less email over time as a mail address is unresponsive. So that's the plan. And we will, for now, we will not enable re-enable on permanent failures, because we just don't know the outcome there. If we're told that it's a permanent failure, we should take that as is for now. And yeah, confirm consent for publishing users' personal data. This is something that's been mentioned in the activity plan for next year, and I'd like to draw your attention to it. Currently, there is a lot of personal data in the RIPE database that is not maintained by the RIPE NCC, and the responsibility for that is on the maintainer to keep that up to date. If this is personal data, maintainers are responsible for informing the relevant individuals and getting their consent according to the terms and conditions. And also, this is spelled out in a series of RIPE Labs articles from 2018 that Legal wrote before GDPR came into law. So the consequence of this is we want to start verifying this by receiving confirmation from the responsible parties that the relevant individuals have been informed and that they do have given their consent to their processing of personal data. So this project is in an early phase. We are currently working on the requirements and implementation phases, but we wanted to give the community the heads up to let you know this is coming. We'll likely be doing this in phases because of the volume of data in the RIPE database. We want to break this into smaller phases, like we did for abuse validation. And just give you an idea, 42% of all objects is connected to an LIR organization, so we will likely tackle that first, and then 58% of all objects will be connected to an end user organization. Retiring ns.ripe.net. This is something that came up at RIPE 88 and also in the DNS working group. We are retiring the ns.ripe.net name server. It will affect approximately 1,000 objects right now have this in their domain objects in the RIPE database. Details are in a labs article. It's been announced by the DNS via the DNS working group. We are now notifying affected users by email. But just to let you know, the final deadline for this is the 15th of January next year. So if you haven't already removed the ns.ripe.net end server attribute, we will be removing any remaining entries on that date. And just to recap what's in the draft activity plan for next year for the database team. The draft is available for review, and I think final version will be published next month. There's some commitments for the RIPE database in section 2.3. It's four bullets. First, to remove MD5 hash passwords from the RIPE database, because that's to improve security. We want to also improve the resiliency of the RIPE database query and update service, and some of this work has been done in the recent Whois updates, Whois releases, but we'll be continuing to do that. We want to modernize the deployment of and management of DB applications. So this is not just for our team, but across the NCC. And that includes the work testing in Kubernetes. And finally, we want to do the ongoing work that we're doing to implement standards and improve compliance. And that includes RDAP, finishing NRTM version 4, and across the company, we are working on ISO 27001 compliance. We have internal procedures already, but this will standardize them. And that's my presentation. Any questions or comments? Thank you.
So as a reminder, if you would like to comment at the microphones, we have microphones within the room. We also have a chat session available on Meet Echo where you can have a Q&A. I did want to sneak ahead of Gert really quick and ask myself a question, not as co-chair, but as somebody who has an email address registered. Your plan on soft bounces has some rough edges, let's just say. So on my email server, I run a anti-spam method called gray listing, slide 13, which returns error 451 on all incoming emails from unknown servers. After 30 minutes or so, then it allows you, but if you don't send an email within 4 hours, it will not allow you. So retrying every 24 hours guarantees failure. So we can talk in more detail about how you can detect this, what it will look like. You can resend. We can talk about that offline.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Something I didn't mention, but the outgoing NCC server does support gray listing already. Yeah, that's taken care of transparently. We don't see those responses. It's just the mail may go out a bit slower, but we don't get a permanent failure back on those messages.
Okay, is 451 only after first 4 or 5 days of 451 or error 400?
Well, the soft bounces that are included here will be things like I guess mailbox full or something transient that can be fixed. But I haven't seen gray listed responses in those.
Let's talk in more detail offline,
sure.
just so we can ensure that this is successful for everybody.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Kurt, go ahead.
Gert Döring. Sorry. Well, half the gray listers are happy if there's SPF records and all that. So maybe you're just not gray listing them. Actually, my comment is also on that slide. I do wonder how feasible it would be to map this to LRR accounts and then display something in the portal. Like we have these 5 mails that are in your LRR, your maintainers, and cannot receive mail. Go fix it. It might be totally unfeasible because too complex, but just an idea.
Yeah, thank you, Gert. Absolutely. That's something that we didn't implement because we had a time pressure to get that finished, but it's clearly an issue across the whole NCC for other services as well. It was mentioned I think it was mentioned at the services working group yesterday, but it's something that I think will be very useful, and I think we should improve our undeliverable mail process. And if we can make it more visible for the user, that'd be very helpful. Because clearly, if the only way they're notified is through email that their mail is undeliverable, it's not much help to them. So yeah, any way we can improve this, I really welcome the feedback. So thank you.
Sure. Are there any questions from online? Anything from Meet Echo? Please go ahead.
Me. Simple, short question. Your mail bounce handling is just for responses from the database or for all of the mail handling?
Correct, just the database. So we've implemented it just for the RIPE-NCC database. It's something we were under time pressure to do, and this is our implementation. But okay. I think clearly across the RIPE-NCC, the other services will have the same issues with bounces.
Yeah, well, kind of the other mail services, I'm not sure we have documentation what the bounce policies are. I have been thrown off mailing lists over the past decades in in a lot of instances where I was very unhappy.
So Hans-Peter Holing, with my acting registry officer hat on, this is clearly a problem across all the different services that we have, and different software implements this in different ways. I mean, Mailman has their own opinion on when to unsubscribe somebody, and yeah, my board members get unsubscribed for their internal board list, and they're not happy about that. So that's the thing. No, this also hits our member services with support calls, and one of the big challenges here on the abstract level really is this is your data in the database. We can't really just take it away because it's bouncing, but I don't really want to have inaccurate data in the database or even the registry. So we kind of need to find a way to get you to act on this, right? You know, we could label it, or we could move it to remarks or silly things like that. But really, we need to have a common understanding on what's the right thing to do here. Database, registry, mailing lists, you name it. Ideally, we would have a sort of a master bounce list. So if something bounced on one service, we will take the same action across. And that action can't be manual because 6 tickets will take us, you know, too many people to call and so on. So this is a big problem from accuracy point of view, also from mail delivery point of view, since the big players like Microsoft and Google have started to enforce much stricter spam policies. So us trying to send emails to addresses that don't want them for some way has consequences for other emails. So this is an increasing issue that we're looking at. I mean, Ed is probably one of those that have come furthest in analyzing this, but it has attention in all the other teams as well. Thank you.
So it sounds like what you're suggesting is that we need to coordinate amongst all the senders of email within the RPNCC, and ensure that we have some sort of at least a general understanding of the solutions that we want to provide. This is probably a good thing for us to bring to NCC services so we can coordinate with the other groups on that.
Yeah, and I think just keep in mind it will be a much bigger project to do that across the RPNCC. It was something that we could do in a short amount of time for the database because we could make a who is release. But of course, it's not. It has these downsides of blocking on soft bounces. So there's more work to be done.
Yeah, of course. Yes, of course. So, are there any other questions or comments? From our chat monitors, is there anything online that you'd like to relay? Nope. All right.
Okay.
Then, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So as Lee Kent from BN comes up to give his presentation, Dead Ends and Car Parks, I would like to remind you all to please rate the talks. Please let us know what you think of them. Your information helps us choose and understand better for what you want to see. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Some of you may have seen some of this presentation from Tuesday, where we are now. I'd like to thank you to Peter and everyone for letting us talk to you today about how we use the database and some of the challenges that we find with the database. So, as I did on Tuesday, this is a request to the community. Some of the members have already mentioned the accuracy or inaccuracies around the database. And basically, all we want as a rights owner, as a broadcaster, is be able to speak to the right people and have a sensible and reasonable level of communication with whoever is responsible for that resource. We don't want to have to go down several other routes. So having accurate information or the ability to gain access to accurate information is really important to us. So one particular flag here has been mentioned most of the week. Seychelles has been commented on several times and how lovely it is, and that's fine. I've never been. I'm sure it is very nice. However, it does cause us a little bit of an issue in terms of locating and having business addresses, which are far and few between, and I do have some examples later on. Because of the way that these organizations have been set up, as an industry, we've named them offshore. And the reason for that is, as it's explained here, they generally sit outside the ROS jurisdiction, and the addresses are very inaccurate, to say the least. We always go to the right database and do our best to locate the resource and take whatever information is available in there. Sometimes there's loads, and that's great, and it does help us. On other occasions, it's very limited, leaving us with nothing more than an email address. And as we've just been talking about, there are some issues with just sending an email, and I will come on to that in a moment. So when we do send emails, they can be completely pointless, and they never go anywhere, and we never get any response at all. And when we do look them up, we find that there are errors sitting on them. Now, abuse notices, takedown notices, whatever you want to call them, DMCA, whatever they are, it's a request to the resource owner to take some action against a domain because it is infringing on copyright or some other form of cyber abuse. We do our best to go outside the RIPE database and use whatever resources we have available to us in terms of open source, and we will keep following the chain, ultimately looking for websites, other business addresses, and doing what we can. And even then, we still come to complete dead ends, where there might be an email address or a domain site named or available. When we follow it, it's non-existent. It just sits there and doesn't do anything. So again, we become very frustrated with how can we actually speak to the responsible party for the resource. Emails, we have found on several occasions throwaway email addresses being used. Again, that causes a bit of a headache. And for us, we know that they are just completely black holed, and they're never going to get any kind of response whatsoever. It just makes our whole process inefficient and a waste of time. Even when we do have a front-end website and we find an address, they are back alleys, car parks, and domestic addresses. Whilst it's accepted that in some jurisdictions, domestic addresses are allowed to be used for business registration, knocking on John and Andrew's front door and saying, can we speak to such and such a company? And for them to be turning around and saying, we've got no idea what you're talking about. The address is being used as a fake address, can be quite frustrating. And unfortunately, with the very few bad actors that we're talking about, this is a common process that we see all the time. Even when we do go down a legal route and file a subpoena, most of the information that we get back is also fake or inaccurate, and we can't take any action on that. Again, through email addresses being used, making it completely pointless. Billing information is fake, inaccurate, incomplete, which does pose another question around the use of billing and credit cards when paying for services to an operator as well. We work very closely with NCC in order to help and provide some education to us as well to make sure that we are using the database correctly. And we will pass on information where we feel that it's misleading, and the guys at NCC will work with us and will help us either correct it, send information to the operator to encourage them to contact us. It's not always the case. And to be fair, having spent a few days with you guys, it shouldn't be the responsibility of NCC to kind of be our kind of, our fallback. The information for us should be easily accessible through a number of processes, whether that be through the database or through a legal process. So I've kind of raced through these mainly because I'm looking to the community and for the community to engage with us. It's been mentioned on a number of occasions, stakeholder and community engagement. During the last session, there was a few legitimate and reasonable questions. For the last few days, I've been standing in the foyer, trying to speak to people, hoping that people will come and talk to me, and I encourage it. You know, this is something that we want to work with you guys to do, to achieve. There was a session next door with Max about blocking. I had the opportunity to speak to some of the people who posed questions around that. I think they're legitimate points. When government organisations get it wrong in blocking, rights owners and broadcasters cringe. I think there was one point about the validation of process. Certainly from BN's point of view, we go out of our way to make sure that whatever we send through is true and accurate. We send proper evidence packages across. That may be e-evidence packages, or it could be as simple as screenshots with the URL demonstrating the infringement. If that process isn't correct, it takes the community or who is responsible for the resource to come back to us and point that out and have that conversation. The organisations where we have engaged and have had really good conversations with, we've identified poor processes, the information's been received in the wrong way, in the wrong language, and we have corrected that. But it takes that communication, and if we can't talk, then how can we actually fix it? And it's open to you guys for any Q&As.
All right, thank you very much. So I see somebody at the microphone. Please remember to state your name and affiliation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Sinfia Revström. Want to make it very clear for this point in particular that I am just speaking for myself, not for anyone else. I get the problem you're having, but also I want to highlight that community consensus for a very long time has been that the RIPE-NC is not the internet police. If you want to get information, you go through Dutch court orders, information that's not public. And it's unreasonable for RIPE-NC to try to validate every address for everyone. And like, especially if it's a residential one, how would you know if it's the right one or not? There's simply no way of doing that. So I get your problems, but I don't really see what the RIPE community or RIPE-NC could really do about this.
So in terms of validating, no, we've just had a session on the challenges of validating, thousands of addresses, email addresses, and things like that. So the validation process, that's not the expectation from us of RIPE-NCC. The expectation is that if we do find an inaccuracy and we do find an issue, then there should be some process in order to be able to rectify that. There should be a responsibility from the community to actually want to have accurate and contactable information. Why, as a community, why would you want a very small minority of bad actors lurking in the shadows to facilitate nefarious activities? So having the ability to reach out to somebody, and at no point in time would I ever ask RIPE-NCC to police, and I'm not asking anybody to police anything. What we're asking for is the ability and some kind of work through, so we have a level or the ability to have reasonable and reasonable conversation with whoever's responsible for that resource ultimately.
But that seems kind of like the same thing. Like, how should they ensure that?
I think the request is generally if you see something that is wrong, please try to communicate with that network and have them update their database entries. I think also your other request is if there is clearly false information in the database, what can be done to get that corrected? And I assume that that one of your requests, if it is intentionally bad over time, then how can this be escalated?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, and I think we also need to be clear of what the rep agency is capable of validating and what they're not capable of validating. And that is what they validate is the entity who receives the resources. So the members and the PI end users. And they generally don't validate the assignments that the holders issue.
Yeah, but again, in some of the instances that we've shown, it's the entity that's responsible for the resource that seems to be the enigma. And if we can get over that block, then that's another conversation, and then we kind of move on from there.
Right.
But as I said earlier, given the amount of work that NCC has to do, we don't expect the validation process to be perfect. But where we find inaccuracies, it's about working that through.
All right, thank you.
That's okay.
Yeah. Raldo, if you have a question from online, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question from Brian Story from Gamma. Does the RIPE NCC and the community recognize that this outreach and any failure to provide adequate support may represent evidence by what could be seen as a club to take such matters seriously, resulting in greater external oversight or threat of litigation?
I'm willing to answer on behalf of the working group for this one. We are aware that there are multiple stakeholders that have conflicting opinions on certain topics. One potential conflicting opinion for having this available is a lot of privacy organizations who do intentionally hide who is using these IP addresses. There are many valid reasons for this. And of course, you're highlighting one invalid reason for this.
Yep. And that's all we're interested in is the invalid reasons. We have people's privacy is paramount. So it's only those bad actors that we're interested in.
And I hesitate to bring this up, and I don't want us to go into this discussion. In the United States political system these days, there are certain topics that are completely legal that various jurisdictions are trying to make illegal and are illegally trying to influence this. So we also need to try and balance and push back against that sort of behavior. So there's a lot of differing perspectives on this topic.
Yeah, of course. Yep.
Go ahead.
Hi, Lee. This is Mayana from RIPE NCC Registry Monitoring Team. I would like to first thank you for bringing this topic to our attention. And I had two small comments that I would like to highlight. On slide 4, you mentioned unreliable. Well, the term was used, but this doesn't mean it's invalid. So if the email address of the owner is valid and it's been received, that's okay. But it's up to the receiver whether to respond or not. And on slide 11, there were several comments. It looks like it's one email, but it's from different emails.
It is, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And just last, whenever we receive, whenever there is an invalid email address and it's been sent to us, we are researching and looking into that and following up.
No, I completely agree, and that's been our experience to date. Spencer knows that we work very closely with you guys to raise these points.
Thank you.
Okay, next, please.
Alex Dioda from AMSIX and Eurispa. Maybe some background information. We have the DSA, and I think it works very well. But next to the DSA, there is a working group at the EU level for streaming live piracy, which basically has to do a report at the end of 2025. If this is an issue and the community does not participate in solving this issue, the EU will step in. So you have no option of doing nothing.
As a question for you, how would you recommend the community participate in this process? Is this something that we need to go to the EU level for?
You have to go to the EU, yes, but also work with the rights holders. The fact that Lee is here doing 2 presentations, he most likely will be in Lisbon also. We might do a special session there. I think that's helpful in making sure that the legislator sees that the community is working with the rights holders to solve this. Things might be limited. We might not be able to provide the silver bullet, but if the right holders agree that we've done the maximum that's possible, the chances of legislation that will impact the RIPE NCC negatively, I think are lower.
If I can ask you, can you send an email to the database working group with a short summary of these comments, especially how we can participate and which groups that we should go to?
Yes, I will contact the RIPE NCC, and the idea is to have a combined session in Lisbon with the database, with security, and with the lobby group, so to say, to see if we can get something together.
Yeah, because we definitely want to keep the authority that we currently have, and we want to be able to participate fairly, but we also need to know how we can appropriately participate. So yes,
fully agree.
And if the community will have me back for Lisbon, then I will come back.
Okay, next, please.
Hi, my name is Farzan Abadi. Yes, of course, the community will have back. We are open and inclusive. One of the things that I wanted to mention is that rights holder is not only intellectual property and copyright holder. Rights holder are people, ordinary people that have privacy rights, freedom of expression, and all sorts of, and they are not present here. And we need to acknowledge that, and we need to find the most proportionate way of solving this issue. But unfortunately, and this is my opinion, unfortunately, the intellectual property advocates use all of the mechanisms that they have available to them very successfully, which harms the internet and access to the internet. And in Max's presentation, we saw how IP blocking and DNS resolver blocking can be just disproportionate and can have effects on access, not just to content, but to online services. And the database, in my opinion, is to provide you with accurate information, and that's it. But in bullet point number 3, you are asking for a mechanism to resolve disputes, for RIPE NCC to resolve disputes. And I think that should not be done at RIPE NCC. Thank you.
So, okay, I mean, these are just our suggestions, and bringing them to you guys for open discussion. I think I've spoken to a few people here, and there's been a suggestion that maybe we should have a BOF, which is a new term I've learned, to open up that discussion. Because ultimately, yes, this is a stepping stone, but let's have that conversation. Let's discuss what other alternatives there are to this. Like everything, you can't. There has to be some kind of recourse, and there has to be a system in order to resolve some of these issues. So this is why we put RIPE NCC as a mechanism to try and facilitate any challenges we may find. If there's a better way and there's a more slicker process, then brilliant. Let's talk about it.
wolfgangsenker.de, and I'm doing abuse handling as well for my employer as well as for several non-profit groups. And one practical thing that would be helpful is if an whois request for an IP address leads to a sub-allocated range, it's easy to overlook that. And it would be helpful to add a note to the answer from a whois server, how to get to the real holder, the right customer that owns that IP address book. Thanks.
Yeah, that would be great.
So if I can ask real quick as a clarification for you, I believe Afrinic in their INET 6 nums has a parent allocation. Is that what you're requesting? Or you're requesting more of a remark in the field, or the full chain to be returned?
A remark and a hint how to get the full chain would be sufficient, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Rüdiger Volk, a very short and light-hearted remark. Looking at your last slide, the solution for the community is to go to an IPv6 only network.
To be fair, I actually preferred from the session this morning, and everything be based on DNS.
Hans-Peter Holing, Managing Director from the RPKI. I thought I'd try to summarize at least my takeaways from this. As I mentioned yesterday, accuracy of the registry is one of our core focus areas next year, and I gave some sneak peeks into some of the numbers that we're looking at. We have a much more detailed internal project right now to look at what data sets do we have in the different systems and databases, and also what do we mean with accuracy of those, right? So I gave you some numbers on accuracy of members' data, where the definition, the measurement I do is whether I can match them to a business register, right? No, you're pointing out that that leads to a PO box address or an address. No, that doesn't fit in my definition, and I don't really see how I can verify that without, well, I had a request for additional travel budget from my team now, so they want to go and check in the Seychelles. But I think that exercise is useful, and we will definitely come to the community with that. We would have to have a discussion on whether it's database or services or how we do that. And I think a lot of this belongs in the database working group because it's our members' obligation to keep their delegations up to date. And I think that's the huge volume. And I fully agree with the previous remark that there should be a way of seeing the chain of delegations and so on. I think that's actually possible in some of our interfaces. Maybe we can make that even clearer. We're doing a lot into user interface studies and how to make things more available. So we have a lot of tools here to see how can we make, I mean, first the information accurate by agreeing on definitions of accurate, and then make sure that when you see it, it's clearly understandable what exactly you see. So I think this is spot on in something that is on our roadmap, but we do need the help of the community, this working group and others, in order to take the members' responsibility here and get the definitions right. So at least that's my takeaway now, and looking forward to work with the excellent working group on getting this. Thanks.
Thank you. Just in the interest of time, I'm going to be cutting the cues. If there's any online Q&A you want to bring up, please bring it after Tom. Tom, go ahead.
Tom Strix, Cloudflare. Thanks for talking about this. I think it's a great perspective versus the Max talk that we had earlier. So I think that's great. I do want to make sure that we're not going down the avenue of, oh, but the children, because part of this does tend to go that way when it comes to the right holders. It is all for the right holders, and there is privacy concerns, and I think that's already been raised by some of the others in the community, so I think that's good. Another comment for the rest of the community, I do highly encourage us to engage with the DSA on the European level, because if we don't, we get the situation that we had earlier this year and last year regarding forced arbitration and sender pays arbitration that's coming, or legislation that's trying to come through the EU level, but also the local level. Look at France and Italy. So I highly recommend that the community engages on this. Otherwise, we do end up in the exact same position that, you know, we're having this legislation in Italy, we're having this legislation in Portugal and Spain, where, you know, it's a very unilateral process that we should not abide by as a community. So I highly recommend everyone to engage with this, because otherwise we do end up in a position where this might end up biting us in the ass, and I'd rather not. But thank you.
Yep, thank you, Tom.
Thank you very much. And Lee, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
And Ed's going to come up and give us an update on, I believe, MD5.
Apologies, I'll go through the U2 fate first.
Apologies.
So I only have 5 minutes, so I'll be as quick as I can. There's some history to requests for, there's been a lot of discussion about supporting UTF-8 in the RIPE database. Turns out that there are about approximately 77 countries listed on the RIPE-NCC website, listing the countries in the service region. It turns out that most of the official languages of most of the countries in this region are not supported by the RIPE database. So there's a long history, a lot of discussion about UTF-8 support. A lot of work has already been done. NWI 11 asked for support for IDNs. That was implemented, but we had to convert IDNs to Punycode to fit in the character set. I performed an impact analysis in 2022, summarizing previous discussion and coming to some conclusions. For example, UTF-8 will allow for proper internationalization of names and addresses, which we don't have right now. But on the other hand, we must not impede the use of the RIPE database to facilitate cooperation and interoperability. And we must also keep in mind the work of the RIPE-NCC to support our members and community. So since then, earlier this year, we added support for a car set flag. So you can request on port 43 a different character set, for example, UTF-8. So now that's the case. So if you use a different script or terminal, you can get your preferred character set out of the RIPE database. And in future, if the default ever changes on port 43, we can go back to the legacy current situation with that flag as well by specifying Latin 1. Subsequently, we made some schema changes. We have updated all index tables already for queries. We changed those from Latin 1 to UTF-8. We did that without any downtime. And RPSL object encoding is still Latin 1, so there's been no change to the data itself, but we're now facilitating the support of UTF-8. And we have made some code changes originally from 2022 to support UTF-8 in the RPSL objects, so it is possible. So I just wanted to confirm that there's no technical reasons that we shouldn't support UTF-8 now. We've done a lot of work in the background, so there's no technical reason why not. It turns out that our existing interfaces already do support UTF-8, REST API, sync updates, mail updates, RDAP NRTM version 4, all supports UTF-8. We have UTF-8 on the input, we have UTF-8 on the output. It's just encoded as Latin 1 within the database. Port 43 remains Latin 1, NRTM version 3 remains Latin 1, and the dump files that we create every day are all Latin 1 encoded. What encoding is used elsewhere by the other RIRs? Not to call out the other RIRs unfairly, but the situation is different in different regions. The requirements, the use of the database is different. Turns out that only 2 regions support UTF-8 on the update on the query and also the query side. And the RIPE region, we do support UTF-8, but we transliterate to Latin 1. So when you query for an object on port 43, you will get Latin 1. So in summary, it's not a technical problem anymore, but I'd like to ask the community, should UTF-8 be supported in the RIPE database? Firstly, I think we should consider where in the RIPE database should we support the objects? So at a very high level, object types and attribute types, where would this be useful? For example, person's names, role names, organization names, addresses, and then individual attribute types. Do we support non-Latin 1 in existing attributes? Do we need additional attributes? And then the second half, should the default character set change to UTF-8 on the existing interfaces? So port 43, NRTM version 3 and dump files. And there's pros and cons to that too. So I'd invite some feedback, please. Thank you.
So thank you, Ed. I see there's a lot of people coming to the line. Let's not debate the entire discussion right now. We only have a 5-minute slot. And but please, Lehman, go ahead.
Lars Lehmann from NetNode. What do you mean by UTF-8?
Yeah, good question. Are we going to have support for the entire character set or a subset? Yeah, that's definitely something that needs to be discussed.
And what do you do about normalization? There are characters that can be, I need at least 3 different ways to represent A with a ring above it. So I suggest you look at other people who have fought this problem. One place to look at is ICANN and the TLD normalization and the label generation systems there. There are certain limitations in there where what you can represent, but at least look at the very long and tedious process they've gone through to find out how this works, because the devil is deep in the details here.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your comment.
Peter, go ahead.
Thanks, Peter. Peter Koch-Dienig. Who could object to technical progress and internationalization? Nobody. Okay, so I'm not going to object. I'm going to ask some questions. One is, well, first of all, UTF-8 is obviously perfectly technically interoperable, but it might pose some difficulties on the human interoperability. And you had an interesting table there on the slides where you compare the different RIRs. And if I'm not mistaken, of all choices, APNIG is the one that sticks to Latin 1. And it would be probably very helpful to understand why that is. And I would not be surprised if that human interoperability has an issue there.
I
or
don't
has
have
a contribution.
I wouldn't want to call them out specifically, but this is purely on port 43. So whether it's historical precedent or not, I don't know the reason. So it's something I can certainly look into.
Okay, fair enough. But whatever you do, the question is that normalization is a different thing, but this transcription that makes it more human readable, at least for the Western humans. And that's exactly the issue here. Needs to be considered. So, but of course, UTF-8 is a good step forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leo, go ahead.
Leo Vagoda. Firstly, thank you very much for doing all of this work. Secondly, I'm a very strong supporter of people's names being presented as they would want them to be presented. And when it comes to company names, I always felt uncomfortable that these names were transliterated into Latin script. And, you know, we've just heard from people about how difficult it is to actually find out who's running services on the internet. When you go and take something that was in Arabic or Russian or whatever, and you go and put it into another character set, you're just going to make that much more difficult. So I strongly support a company name as well as a person name being presented as it would be in that company registry. That's not going to solve all of the problems, but it's certainly going to be a step in the right direction. So thank you very much for taking that step.
Thank you.
Who are you?
Oh, sorry, I forgot. Cynthia Röström speaking for myself. I agree with what both Lehman and Leo have said. Normalization is important. I mean, I can't put my actual legal name in the right database in the org name field currently. Well, despite it being Latin 1, that field is just ASCII currently. Anyways, I would suggest maybe taking a look at the IETF data tracker. I like how they have handled this, where you can put in your name and then your preferred Latinization of the name. Because, for example, a lot of German speakers might encode my last name as turning the umlaut into OE, while that's not really how you typically do it in Swedish. You rather just turn it into an O. I think that makes more sense. I think considering the history, it makes more sense to add a new field, maybe like org name Unicode or org name UTF-8, or I don't know what to name it, but like keep the current org name ASCII and then add a non-ASCII version. How to do this with like right to left text, I don't know. That's a complicated one, but I think it makes sense to do this. But and also maybe it's worth considering if there should be something to like try to make it so you can get output even on when using Latin 1, like Unicode or I don't know what, to somehow encode that data so it doesn't get lost even when you're using Latin 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Strix, Cloudflare. Thanks for doing this. It's important to have people's names represented in the way that they want them to be. My question would be regarding, I guess, more to the database working group community. Would it be possible to add an additional field that indicates how the data was inserted into the database in the first place? So if someone inserts the data as Latin 1, then we back, even if you're doing a query in UTF-8, you get the field back that indicates that the insertion was done as Latin 1. Or if the insertion is done in a UTF-8 encoding, then you get the field back that indicates that it's done in UTF-8, so that you can immediately kind of figure out if you do a Latin 1 query and you get weird normalization from UTF-8 into Latin 1, then you can at least kind of partially figure out, oh, I'm being an idiot and I'm querying data that's UTF-8 in Latin 1. I think that might be helpful, but that's maybe something for the wider community to discuss. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And last question, I'm cutting the queue.
But not least. Stavros from AM6, thanks, that's very, very good work. I do support UTF-8. I do think makes sense, and I'm happy to see there's no real problem to transition to UTF-8. But I do like to support the comment of Leo that maybe we should perhaps shrink the options to not fully support it, because that might be an issue when you have characters in, for example, I come from Greece, right? So I know how to read Greek, but if somebody has an issue with a Greek operator and everything is written in Greek, right? So good luck, yeah, translating this if you are a Spanish, Portuguese, or Scottish person, right? So then maybe we should actually think about it and say, okay, what do we support from UTF-8? Maybe you can come up with a proposal, put it in the mailing list, and say, guys, yeah, in the company name or in the email addresses and stuff like that, we should not allow the full option. Or even now we support RIPE region supports also Aramaic, you guys do. So maybe we should first agree on that and then put it on action, and also bring it also to an RTM v4 and your new client software. Thank you.
Thank you. So can I suggest then, as you said, as you suggested, I can make a summary of all the topics that came up and write to the mailing list and for discussion, and maybe the next step could be a problem statement.
Yes, I think that would be fantastic. If I can also request if you add the current fields that support Latin 1. So that way, because that's probably, it sounds like several of those were already mentioned as requests in the room. And if we already have that support, then that makes things much easier. Sure, and then if I can ask the community to go through for which additional features you may want, for example, if for the submitter to supply the preferred Latinization of their name, see how other RERs are doing this, see how other organizations are doing this, because we don't want to be a separate schema from all the other RERs if we don't have to. So, thank you very much. And then Ed is going to stay on stage and actually talk about MD5 this time.
Okay, so thank you. Right, last presentation, I promise. Just continuing MD5 hash password. So in summary, introduction, we know now that as already mentioned at RIPE 88 and in the impact analysis, that there are vulnerabilities in the MD5 hash algorithm, and we already do plan to discontinue the support for MD5 next year. The impact analysis has had some great feedback, so thank you for all of your comments so far. I'd like to then mention an alternative to passwords that's hopefully a drop-in replacement called API keys. Then talk about the less secure transfer of credentials that we'd also like to tackle, and then finally a draft migration plan. So firstly, API keys. What are they? In my opinion, a more secure alternative to passwords, yet with good usability. API keys, just to be clear, they're for automated, so non-interactive updates. I think we already have a very good solution for interactive updates. That's RIPE-NCC Access. You go to the database website, you make your changes. I think it works very well. So API keys then are intended to be a drop-in replacement for passwords. So where you use password now, you can replace that with the API key value. The plan is, and this is being implemented now, is to add functionality for creating, listing, and revoking API keys in the web application. The generated API key will have a public part and a secret part. This was mentioned in the discussion that would be helpful to have a public prefix, so you can identify different keys in different places. That secret part will only be shown once to the user, so they need to keep it safe and make a record of it. And then we will support standard HTTP basic authentication for updates. So we won't be using a custom header or anything like that. So hopefully the implementation is straightforward for clients, that there is already good support for these this standard. API keys are linked to a RIPE-NCC Access account, and already, thankfully, 80% of maintainers already have auth SSO in their maintainer, so there will be no need to update your maintainer object. You'll simply be able to add an API key through the website. API keys will not be stored in the maintainer. They won't be stored in the RIPE database. There won't be any more secrets to hide in the database. The plan is to make this available in early 2025. And as also suggested on the mailing list, we'll be sure to include documentation, including examples, so you can transition over to API keys. And our learning and development colleagues are going to produce some training materials to support use of API keys. There are other alternatives. I need to mention those. You don't have to wait for API keys to stop using passwords. For example, PGP. Although it's only used by 6% of maintainers, they do use it a lot. There are a lot of updates in there, and if it fits your use case, it's a good alternative. X509 signing or SMIME in email updates. It's only used by a minority, but it is still a valid alternative. And something we finally added full support for this year is client certificate authentication. This is where you can generate a certificate. You publish your key in your public key in the key cert object, like you do for PGP keys, and then you can use your client support for using your certificate to in the TLS process. When you're setting up a HTTPS connection, you can use your own certificate for that, and that will authenticate an update. So it sounds complicated, but there are examples in the documentation, and there's good client support for it as well. I mean, you can use this in curl, for example, to authenticate an update. It does work. Moving on, I want to summarize the feedback that we got from the discussion on the mailing list. Firstly, shared credentials. We plan that API keys will be linked to an individual RIPE-NCC Access account. They are not intended to be shared. This was the goal for passwords as well, incidentally. If you look in the database documentation, the plan was to not share credentials, even though they are all visible in the maintainer object. The plan was to have, if a maintainer object is shared, that a password would be used per individual. Not really how it has panned out, but the idea is that when the drawback with this, with sharing credentials, is that if multiple people share the same credentials, it creates some security risks. For example, it's easier that it's more likely that a credential will be leaked in some way. Also, that it's possible that it's harder to account for the credential. If somebody leaves the company, it's harder to clean up because they're aware of credentials that are shared by other people and used in other places. And also, changes by an individual cannot be audited if they're shared. It makes accountability and compliance harder. So we will not encourage the sharing of RIPE-NCC Access accounts for this purpose. It's better practice for individuals to manage their own credentials separately. So the credentials will be in their SSO account rather than shared in a maintainer object. And just to highlight, when somebody leaves, the idea would be that the cleanup will be as simple as removing their RIPE-NCC Access account from the LR portal. if you're synchronizing your maintainer with the RAP database, that SSO account will be automatically removed from the database side. So that user will no longer be able to make changes on behalf of your organization, and any API keys that they generated will no longer be able to be used as that maintainer either. Some feedback we also got on the mailing list was to make it more visible at an organization level, how API keys are being used. So we will list users with API keys in the portal on the portal user accounts page. So any admin user who for their own LIR account only. So we will show an API key label for any users that are using API keys with the organization maintainer. And secondly, we will add a warning in the portal if when you're removing a user or changing their role, if they do have an API key to let the administrator know, because if you remove the user, the automation might stop working if the API key becomes ineffective. Okay, next big topic that came up was around API key expiry. We planned that API keys will have a mandatory expiry date. The user can choose the expiry date, but no longer than 1 year. And this is a trade-off between security and ease of use. So clearly, ease of use would be to have a longer expiry or no expiry, whereas security consideration would be that the longer the key validity, the greater the key could be misused. And if they're unknowingly exposed, they can be misused by somebody. An important aspect of this is that the flip side of key expiry is that we need to manage we want to avoid downtime. The organization needs to track their keys that they create. There will need to be a procedure to roll over the key, no matter how long the validity period is. And we will do our part by notifying the user in advance by email on our web interfaces if any of their API keys are due to expire soon, and that includes the update notifications. Future work. So I've explained how we plan API keys to work in the first phase early next year. There is also plans for future work. We want to add more fine-grained limits on how you can use API keys. For example, you can limit to specific maintainers, multiple maintainers. You can restrict to a specific environment. So you can have a test API key. Restrict by source prefix. I think this came up already as a request. Limit by object types. And there is a support for read-only or read-write there as well, so we can expose that. Multiple people requested for OAuth support. We do plan on adding support for OAuth 2. This will allow users to automate key rollover, but on the flip side, the implementation will be more complicated and it needs client support. And API keys is being written in a generic way to support more than the RAP database, and we do plan to make use of this across other RAP and CC services. So if these API keys are useful, it doesn't have to be written again for another service. That once is enough. Oh, one thing I needed to point out, and it didn't, I don't think it was sufficiently explained in the impact analysis, is there is a difference with API keys also for client certificate authentication and also for OAuth coming up in future. That currently WHOIS allows for multiple credentials to be used for authenticating a single update. And for example, if a maintainer is in a parent resource in an object itself, if the maintainer is different, then you need to authenticate twice. We will only support a single API key in each update request, and this is standards compliant. And it is also the case for client certificate authentication and OAuth 2. But the impact, there will be an impact on the database. We found that multiple passwords were used in, well, less than 1% of updates, but it will be an impact. But there are alternatives. Firstly, you can use PGP or X509 to sign and update multiple times. Or in the RAP database documentation itself, it says you can use hierarchical authorization by adding a maintainer in specific places. And you can then authenticate as that maintainer instead. Sorry, Peter, am I out of time or can I continue?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next section. While we are on the subject of security, there are some less secure ways that credentials are transmitted between the user and the RIPE database, and we plan to tackle those also. First up is mail updates, and already passwords are deprecated. We are including a warning in mail updates if you include a password, and we can't guarantee end-to-end security for email that the content will be encrypted or not in clear text. Passwords, the good news is passwords are only used in 16% of updates, but users will have to migrate away from using them. And in future, only PGP or X509 signed mail updates will be supported. API keys will not be supported in mail updates. Secondly, sync updates. We still support updates over clear text HTTP for historical reasons. But we have put a warning in since September last year for users, but still 50% of updates are over clear text, including passwords. Thankfully, again, passwords are a minority of updates. They currently form 16% of all updates, but sync updates will be supported because it's over HTTPS, it's a HTTP header. And finally, REST API. We already do not allow credentials to be sent over plain text HTTP. Passwords will be deprecated. Currently, it's used in a vast majority of REST API requests, but the API keys will replace that. We will support API keys over REST API. So finally, the migration plan, and I'd like to stress that this is provisional. It's a draft plan. It's in the interest of as quickly as possible moving away from the vulnerable use of MD5 passwords. But I welcome feedback. It's not a final plan, it's a proposal. So I welcome feedback from the community on it. And I think it's very close to what I already suggested in the impact analysis, but I'd like to go over it again. And just to point out how many maintainers are affected, how big of a job is it to move away from passwords? It turns out that most maintainers do not use passwords. There are just over 62,000 maintainers, but only 29% of them have an MD5 hash password, and only 3,000 maintainers only use MD5 authentication. And in the last year, about half of all updates used a password, and that was involving 1,500 almost maintainers. So there will be a lot of work, but it's a relatively small percentage of the total of maintainers will have to do something. So a proposed migration plan. So firstly, we will notify the community in advance as usual by email to the database working group. We will email all maintainers who are using MD5 hash passwords in early 2025, and we will only do this once there is an alternative, once API keys is in production. We will warn the maintainers that we plan to drop support for passwords in 6 months, and we ask them to switch themselves to an alternative, so SSO, API keys, PGP or X509. We will then wait 3 months for them to take some action themselves. And then from then on, we will select batches of maintainers and proactively email them, warn them that we will remove their passwords in 1 month, assist anyone who asks for help, and then finally remove MD5 hash passwords in batches. And I would like to do it in batches so that small numbers of maintainers can do it at a time to support the registry team that will have to help maintainers deal with questions, and if anybody gets locked out, they'll need to deal with potentially with forgot maintainer password procedures. So the plan is from 6 months after that to completely remove support for MD5 hash passwords, and for any maintainers that are left without authentication methods to follow the forgot maintainer password if they get locked out. So I've come to the end of my presentation. I welcome comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we do not have time for questions in the room. If there are questions, we encourage you to bring those to the mailing list, or if you feel this is better for something more intimate and privates, find Edward here during the meeting.
Thank you. Please, yeah, talk to me directly, and apologies that I ran out of time and didn't have time for questions in the room.
Yeah. All right.
So thank you.
Thank you. So we have approximately 30 seconds left in our session and 2 topics to go over. So I will be as quick as I can be. Over the summer, we started doing a review of the existing NWIs for the working group. There were 2 NWIs that we talked about, NWI2 and NWI17, displaying history for database objects where available. The community consensus seems to be that both of these are still relevant and they're related to each other. So we will continue work on this. For the other existing NWIs, the current plan is that the chairs will send out a list to the main list in the next few weeks on getting more consensus of should we continue or not. And then the last in any other business is something I unfortunately forgot from the beginning, was the review of the minutes from the previous meeting in RIPE 88. We emailed them out to the list. We received no comments, as is traditional. And we ask you in the room, does anyone have any last comments? I see no reaction. So, Cynthia, please.
Hi, Cynthia Ström. In the first sentence, it says RIE chair rather than RIPE chair.
Thank you. We will request that to be corrected. And any other? Okay, with that correction, I declare the minutes final. With that, that brings us to the end of the database working group session here at RIPE 89. We, of course, encourage you to rate and view all the talks, not just in this session, but in all the sessions that you've attended. We want to know everything. If you are a member of the RIPE NCC, voting is open. Please vote. I believe the RIPE PC election is also still open. That is available to everyone and not just members. Also, please vote. Thank you very much.
tested out the poll. Basically to see if the data was, whether the responses were visible during the voting, which we probably don't want.
Which we don't. Well, I mean, we really want. Yeah, we don't want people to see them in real time.
Okay. Certainly not on the screen, preferably not on the deck.
Yeah, well, because everybody will be on Meet Echo to vote anyway. It's the same thing.
Yeah, that's.
Hello.
Yo, I did speak for you.
Nice. Good lord.
So I'm happy.
Hello, John. Excellent. And I just realized that the chairman in this is moderating, so I have to do the email address directly as well. Wait, sorry, what?
The title is for the presentations.
Oh, okay. I mean, that might be enough. And if you want to. So it will always respond back with the mailing list is moderated, but we still get it. It's a very annoying quirk. Yeah, well, it's just very suggestions, but no, I have some idea. But also feel free to ask me. I was about to say, thank you. The team is so fast. So we can expect to get started, but people are still coming in. So shall we be able to announce that? Yeah, let's do that. Does this work? All right, John. Oh, that's hot. That's hot. Yes.
Oh no, we'll be starting in 1 minute.
Something and find out.
Jim, quickly. Right, colleagues, please join. The most important working group is all right.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the routing working group. Clicker work? Clicker work. Meet your chairs. Almost in the right order. Hi, I'm Ben. This is Paul. This is Ignace. We are your routing working group co-chairs. I would like to clear up a clarification from last right. This is from the stenotyper. It said that I said that the routing working group is closed. Turns out that's not the right thing to say. I did say the session was closed. I didn't mean to destroy the entire working group. So I'd like to clarify that we do intend to keep going. I'll say the right thing next time. The lineup today, we have some really good talks. Unfortunately, the talk from Job Snijders is not going to happen. Unfortunately, he is sick. But I'm sure he'll appreciate good get well messages. Please rate the talks as you go. we really appreciate feedback. It makes us makes it much easier to figure out if talks were appreciated or not. Unfortunately, you do have to log in through RIPE, which requires two-factor authentication. So get that running while you can. No, not that. And critically as well, we will be running a poll or a selection. So if you can fish out the email, this will be run on Meet Echo. So it is important that you have access to Meet Echo at the end if you want to participate in this selection for the next routing working group co-chair. So we currently have, is that 27 in there? You know, there are a lot of you in here. I would love to see more people in the Meet Echo and able to participate in the poll. Okay, and with that, I think we can move on. Yes, cool. And now we will hand it over to Johann with Agree to Disagree. Yeah. I got this. I have a mic. Cool. All right, take it away.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Johann, and I'm going to talk about BGP parsing, about the current state of BGP parsing. How come? It started with a minor headache in my database, some weird routes that kept popping up over several months and even possibly years. And at some point in time, that ache was big enough to have a more closer look into those routes. And that small lookup ended in the implementation of my own MRT BGP parser. And I started to compare all those BGP parsers that are out there. And from this process, I want to share a few insights. So there are autonomous systems in the routing table that are not routed, at least according to some of the parser implementations. And that could be a problem, because obviously these ASs are not assigned and the prefixes are not assigned. So we have to deal with that situation. A short disclaimer, this talk is not about which parser is best. I won't go into details into any parser implementation, and it's also not about performance. So a lot of parsers try to be very fast in parsing BGP data, mine as well, but it's not about performance. All analysis that I'm going to talk about are based on full MRT datasets, meaning we are taking the first routing information base, table dump, and all BGP updates for the day consecutively, and also from all major BGP data providers like RouteViews, Rybris, and Packet Clearinghouse, which amounts to about 3 billion routes for a single day that we are analyzing. And for time series analysis, we are considering the first of each month for a time frame of 2 years. So what is the problem with parsing or understanding BGP data or MRT data, which is more or less the same actually? So we have a lot of moving parts. We have the body of standards, which is complex and has its problems of its own. There are ambiguities in the standard, and there are some degrees of freedom when it comes down to the implementation. Then we have BGP speakers that have to implement this standard all over the world. So we have millions of BGP speakers all over the world. Afterwards, we are looking at a single exporter, meaning a single collector BGP process, an exporter that takes data into, transforms data into the MRT format and puts it down onto the hard disk. And then we have BGP parsers that are trying to reverse that process. So it's a complex chain of possible error sources. And we have also conflicting goals, like should we be conformant with the standard, or should we try to get the most of the information contained in those data sets out of them? So we also have different use cases, obviously, like interactive versions or bulk inserts. We have standalone parsers. We have larger ecosystems like BGP Stream or even Rybris Live. And also we have the research community and the operations community, which is not always the same. And yeah, there are also implementation problems that come into play, like complicated pointer arithmetics or also algorithmic decisions. If you ask, is it possible that any AS path is longer than 255 hops? Then the answer is, it depends on your parser. Some do support this, some don't. And putting it all together, there are a few problems I have listed here. Namely, we have more than 70 RFC standards that have to be taken into account to implement a good MRT parser, and that is difficult. So what is this all about? Is it a problem? Actually, it's only software that is with a clear intent and purpose. We could build it as it should be, right? So there shouldn't be any big problem when looking at the data with any tool that is available to us. So if you ask a question like, how big is the internet? Most of you would have some gut feeling. When we ask different parsers, then the answer is it depends. So we don't have one size for the internet. We have one size for the internet from a specific parser. And what would be an acceptable margin of error? So if we have 10% difference, is that a problem or not? Now, you could argue a couple of /24, so maybe even smaller prefixes, not that big of a fuss, right? So we can also look at the aggregated size of the routed address space. And the answer again is it depends on the implementation. So some parsers yield a aggregated size of the internet of a /0.5 and others of a /0.25. So what is it? That is 20% of a difference. And in IPv6, you have even a larger margin of error. It's actually twice the size for some implementations. Maybe another question, how many RSs do we have and how are they interconnected? Maybe a different question. It's an important question. We have countless analyses that take place on the BGP AS path attribute. There's a whole body of science. There are thousands of students that graduated on this BGP attribute. And we have graph metrics, we have AS rankings. I don't want to name everything. We have even security that somehow depends on it with preliminary ASPER analysis. So how many ASs do we have? How many AS links do we see in the internet? Does it matter if it's 10% more or less? So to relax the problem a bit, we have the best situation now than we had ever. That's nice. So these are mostly recent figures. It is way more complicated in the past, but today we can roughly agree on the size of the internet. So there are 173 ASs that are in somehow half-life state. So I would be offended if my AS or my ASs were one of those that are not considered routed, even though they are connected to the internet, but maybe others are not. So maybe it's fine to have 99.8% coverage, meaning agreement between those parsers. But regarding prefix size and prefix numbers, that is a bit more of a problem still today. So why is that? Is it a matter of taste, or how come that different parsers arrive at different conclusions? So first of all, we observe different types of parsers, actually 3 different types of parsers, and we can distinguish those parsers by their result set, by the size of their result set. On the left-hand side, we see more or less 2 parsers, but there are different plots where we can see 3 different types. So how many routes do we have in the routing table during a specific day? It depends. And as we can see here, there are certain implementations that agree with each other and certain other implementations that have the same result, but in total we have 3 different directions that a parser can take. So first, you could parse exactly as standardized, meaning if your tool crashes, then it's like that. You don't care if the input is faulty, it's not your fault. The second strategy would be you are trying to recover as best as possible from errors, and you filter out some really prohibitive anomalies like IPv4 prefixes that are larger than a /32, which is in the data actually, or IPv6 prefixes larger than a /128. So you don't want to have that in your data, but otherwise you try to parse as closely to the standard as possible. And then we have a third category of parsers that are not trying to implement the standard, but trying to get the information out of the data. So it's even possibly heuristically a heuristical approach to get the data out of it. And I wouldn't argue for any of those three strategies. You see, it depends on your use case. If you are asking the question, is anybody on the internet announcing a /129, which is a weird question, obviously, but if you filter out all those anomalies in your BTP parser, you wouldn't be able to answer it. Because if you look closely, the standard doesn't forbid it. So, yeah. Let's change topic. Do we like the multi-threaded routing toolkit or the MIT format? Let's put it differently. There's actually not much of a difference between MRT and BGP. MRT is a very thin wrapper around BGP messages, and then you simply concatenate those BGP messages or MRT entries, and you have MRT data. So if there's a problem in BGP, there's automatically a problem in MRT. For example, let's take a look at the BGP add path capability. It clearly states that you have no way of telling if a BGP message is add path enabled or not. But it's a severe problem because 4 bytes before the prefix, the network layer reachability information, is either a path ID or not. So if you don't know if the first 4 bytes of the prefix belong to the prefix or not, you do have a problem and you get weird prefixes out of your parser. So we would need a concept of peer capabilities in MRT, which is not there. We don't know which peer has which capability, but the exporters do. And the solution in MRT is that we have record types that model those capabilities. Like we have received a message from a peer that was 4-byte AS enabled or add path capable, or feature 2025 enabled. So if we go down this road, we will have a lot of BGP or MRT entry types, and that will lead to even more errors in parsing. So I would argue that this situation is not ideal, and I have put together a few case studies, and maybe I'll go a bit quicker over them. So are there still 2-byte only BGP speakers, 2-byte AS number BGP speakers? Yes. So we still observe BGP open negotiations that do not negotiate the 4-byte support. And we also have, not much, but it is in the data, we also have 1.1% of MRT entries that are even typed with the wrong 4-byte or 2-byte type. So the consequence would be the message is typed as a 2-byte message, but includes 4-byte or the other way around. And then you are simply putting too much bytes into one AS or too few bytes into one AS. And that's how you get those weird AS numbers that we had before. We also see this transitional attribute that was used between non-4-byte speakers when receiving 4-byte AS numbers still out there, but those are not the biggest problem. It's more the ill-typed MRT entries. Let's look at multiple paths, BGP add path, which some of you might have already enabled. It has been tested by route views, at least the data suggests that, and it's also getting traction at Packet Clearinghouse. And there's an interesting, so AddPath will increase data sizes. That's somehow right. And that's, I think, why some of the providers haven't enabled it. But it will come because it's an important information and researchers do need this information. And when we look at the anomalies that can be attributed to BGP AddPath features or path-enabled collectors, we see a clear correlation, especially in the IPv6 chart, that between 2022 and 2023, during that time frame where route views enabled the AddPath feature, we had a lot of additional anomalies. So it's necessary that both the exporter, the BGP speaker that exports the data, and the parser support new capabilities at the same time. Otherwise, you get anomalies in your data instantly. So what are the lessons learned? We had to implement our own parser. We don't have too much time left, so I won't go into details. I wanted a parser that has more flexibility. I'm a Python fanatic, so yeah, it had to be in Python, and it's a nice tool, but I won't go too much into detail here. It has a nice API. You can use it out of the box, and I just published it. So yeah, you can give it a try. What is my summary? We have raw BGP data that requires interpretation and interpolation. We have dialects and artifacts. We would need knowledge of peer capabilities, but we have no way in MRT to get this information. That's not correct, actually, but it's very hard to get this information out of MRT data. Adding new features to the standard can lead to data corruption, but the situation has improved with better exporters, mostly exporters, not only parsers, but with better exporters. Still, historic analysis remain a problem. And if you go down that road, you can even craft certain BGP messages that evade parsing or even crash certain parsers. I won't go into details here. There's work in progress. We are working on a scientific paper that will be submitted this year. We are publishing a preprint soon. We are also looking for collaborators to improve this weird MRT standard, like adding peer capabilities or also RPKI features to the standard. And yeah, you can try out the parser if you like. Thanks a lot.
Do we have any questions? If you go up on the mic, please say your name and affiliation.
Tom Strakes, Cloudflare. Super interesting. Thank you for that. I'm mostly just a quick question, wondering what your data sources for the MRT data is that you're throwing through your parser. As in, is it just route views? Was it just RIPERES?
It's a hard click here, so I won't go back to the first slide. Maybe you missed the disclaimer. It's RIPERES, route views, and Packet Clearinghouse, all data from a single day, and then for multiple days throughout 2 years.
Right, cool.
It's all the data that's publicly out there, yes.
Right, awesome, thanks.
Hi, super interesting talk. I'm Colin Petrie, work for NTT, but I'm also the maintainer of BGP dump and the author of the RFC that defined the AddPath extensions for MRT. You're talking at the end about all the issues with the different capabilities and things like that. I would be super happy to talk to you and work with you, especially if you want to do some work on the MRT protocol, things like that. Yeah.
Yes, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Steve Wallace from Internet 2. The link you posted gives me a 404 error on GitHub.
Maybe there's a typo in there. I don't know. Can I go back? Yes. Oh, it's private. So it will be released in maybe 5 minutes. So
okay.
Yes. But I uploaded it yesterday, so it's yes, it is released right now. I'm sorry, it's private. Yes. Thanks a lot.
Any other questions, comments?
Yes, Emil Aben, RIPE-NCC. Do you have any ideas on how route collector projects could record the capabilities?
Yeah, I do have several ideas on that, yes, but I think it's a bit it's a complicated issue, because if you want to study a small interval of time, you have a small BGP update file, and it doesn't include the capabilities, because you don't want to replicate those capabilities for every 1 minute file or every 5 minute file. So in my opinion, it would be best to have a third type like table dump and update messages and peer capabilities that are stored separately and are updated with a timestamp when needed. But there are other options, so we could discuss that offline. Yes.
Thank you.
Andrew Leskin, curator. Thank you for the talk, and I have a question. Your own parser, how do you address the issues you mentioned?
Actually, that's a good question, because one of my main points when talking to a scientific audience is you have to state the parser which you are using, and ideally the parser has to state which design decisions it had done, so it had made. So it's a complicated question, because there are hundreds of design decisions. You can abort the parsing at any time, but you somehow have to make clear to the user what you are actually doing. And I don't have a solution for that, besides having lots of comments in my code. We have to maybe agree on certain decisions that must be published to understand what a parser is actually doing. But yeah, that's open. That's an open issue and work in progress.
Thank you.
Right, last call. Any other questions, comments? No. No means no, then round of applause. And then inviting Tim onto the stage about the update of what RIPE has been doing for the RPKI.
All right. I should stand closer to the mic, I think. Thank you. I'd like to give you an update today on the RPKI work at RIPE NCC, but I would also like to talk quite a bit about the infrastructure and processes, especially regarding the trust anchor that we have at RIPE NCC. So this is what I just said. I'll start with a small update, talk about infrastructure, and close with highlights of what's next for us. So, first big thing we did. And this has been sent out to the mailing list as well. We recently released a new dashboard for the RPKI. Link is here. Please try it out. We still have the old dashboard around, actually, if you really want to use it or need to. When we deployed this, we got one small feature request to add something for delegated CAs, the ability to view which resources they have. And Alex Lheureux, I'm not sure if he's here, but he reported a small issue that we quickly fixed. But other than that, we got no response, which I guess is a good sign. But please do feel free, if you have any comments, questions, to talk to us. Now, we did all this work mainly, well, for two reasons. We wanted to improve the usability, but we were facing an aging technology stack that we needed to redo, essentially, to be ready for the future and be able to add new features. When you look at the interface and how it's changed, if you're a regular visitor, you might notice immediately is the landing page is now an overview page, and we've done this because we want to really make it more clear to people that we have these other features that were kind of hidden in the past. Like you can subscribe to email alerts, so you get emails about announcements that are not found or invalid compared to the ROAS you configured. And you can also review the history of changes that were made. The actual management of ROAS is very similar to what we had in terms of functionality. Look and feel is different. But what you'll see most prominently here is that we have an additional tab here about pending changes. And this is because, well, if you make a ROA now, you get an explicit question. Like, do you want to apply this change right now, or do you want to keep making changes, essentially? In the previous interface, it would always do the latter. And what would happen is that a button would pop up in the bottom right of your screen saying review your changes in order to apply them. And some people actually missed that. So that was one of the things we found in the user experience research that we did, which was, well, people thought they were done, but they weren't. So now we make this choice much more explicit, and hopefully, you know, if you click add to pending changes here, you'll realize that you'll need to look at that tab, pending changes. Well, obviously there's a lot more, but I would say the best way to look at this is by really looking at this. So please do so and let us know if you have any questions or comments. The other big thing that we've been working on is, and I won't go into a lengthy report of this because it might not be that interesting to everybody, but but it is a big thing. We worked on a SOC 2 Type 1 assurance report. Now, this is quite important when it comes to regulations, and it was talked about quite a big deal yesterday, how that is relevant, that we can show that basically we're doing the right thing. But it is a bit more than that. If you look at it from a practical operational point of view, that's what we'll focus on here. SOC 2 essentially uses these trust service principles, as they call it, that focus on different aspects like security, availability, confidentiality, process integrity. And what you make based on this is essentially controls, which is a fancy way of saying a description of things that you do in terms of policies, processes, and your infrastructure that are, you know, supposed to meet the challenges defined here on the left-hand side. What the SOC 2 Type 1 assurance report tells us essentially is that we have controls that are applicable to, you know, the problem domain, and B, we can provide evidence, proof that we do these things. Type 2 report assurance is planned for next year. Essentially, the big difference between the Type 2 and the Type 1 is that Type 1 is the starting point, and Type 2, well, then you need to prove that you continue to do these things. And if you change things in your processes or infrastructure, you can, but you have to document why and how, obviously. Now, this brings me to infrastructure and processes that are actually, I think, more interesting to this group. And to start off with, I want to start with a high-level overview of how the different RPKI CAs work in our case. Yeah, no, that's the right one. We have an offline trust anchor operated on a laptop. We do re-signing sessions every 8 to 12 weeks, 8 weeks preferably, because 12 is cutting it close. The requests come out of an online system, the responses go there. In the online system, we have a all resources CA, as we call it, because the trust anchor and the all resources CA below it, they claim all the resources, IPv4 and IPv6 resources and all the ASNs in the world, which is obviously not what the RPKI is managing practically. But if we re-sign every 8 weeks, we cannot make changes quickly. So that's why we have this. Underneath, we have an additional CA, which limits the set of resources to the resources that RPKI actively manages. So this can change every day based on transfers between RERs, for example. Below this, we have the member CAs and their OS. I'll talk about the signing process in a bit more detail now. Wrong button, yeah, right button. So for the trust anchor, or TA for short, we use a laptop and a USB-based HSM connected to it. We keep this laptop turned off, always offline actually, even when it's turned on, in a safe in our office. But in order to use it, we need to have at least 3 out of 10 cardholders present to, you know, convince the HSM that signing can happen. If we look at the online system that we have, we don't actually have a distinct thing in that code called trust anchor proxy, but in conceptual terms, that's what we have. we have something there where one of our engineers can go in and they can generate a request for the trust anchor to do a re-signing of the manifest and CRL and or reissue a certificate to the underlying CAs. This request is put on a secure USB stick, and then we use what we call SneakerNet to, go over to this laptop that is offline, so that we can access the request there. We start up our software. We present 3 out of 10 cardholders have to present their card and password. And after that, the signing process happens. When the signing process is complete, we make a backup of everything, which is stored, obviously. This backup is safe because, it only contains data that is, in a way, public, because the actual key is obviously kept in the HSM, so that's not in the backup. But, even though that's the case, we still put it in a secure backup location. We then get a response that is uploaded to the online system, and the online system then takes care of publishing all the manifest, CRL, and whatever the trust anchor needs to publish, because the offline system can't reach those servers, obviously. Yeah, so that's essentially the overview of how that signing process works. Now, another aspect to look at is the availability of our systems. And I'll talk about the repository in a bit. This is mainly about the CA service, let's say. So the dashboard you log into, where you create your ROAS, and so on. We have 2 data centers that we use for this, with a redundant setup of a front-end VMs running in each that can connect to the core backend VMs. And if one of them fails, it can connect to the other one. There's a primary node here, like a primary core that is responsible for background jobs. We don't want 2 systems to run background jobs at the same time. So if you have an issue here, our 24/7 engineer can come in and actually change the role over to the other node. We use net HSMs in this case. So HSMs for the online systems don't require cards to be presented on every change because, that would be impractical. But they do provide security in terms of safe randomness, and they ensure that our backups don't contain clear text keys. These are also set up in a redundant fashion. So the core machines can connect to both HSMs. If one of them would become unavailable, they can connect to the other one. Then finally, we have a database layer where we have a primary node. We use PostgreSQL for this, and we have a replication node. So the failover from primary to secondary here is a manual process that we do actually when we patch these machines. So that still involves some downtime, unfortunately. But then again, we've been thinking about doing more like active database setups, and we might get there. But yeah, that's not trivial either. And in practice, this has been working quite well for us, except for the unfortunate downtime that is involved when we need to patch these VMs. Okay, so bottom left here, publication server times 3. I'll try to shed some more light on that. The CAs from the previous picture, when they've done all their signing, they want to publish their content somewhere. And the way we've configured this is that we actually have 3 completely independent publication server instances. They don't share any state. So we have one running in one data center, one in another, and we still have a backup in the cloud for this. This is public data. So in that sense, there's no concerns around privacy or anything regarding the content. We prefer to use the internal ones though, but we have that one as a backup. Furthermore, we use CDNs. So on the right-hand side here, I'm focusing on RDP. And for those not familiar enough with RPKI, there's essentially 2 ways to retrieve your objects. You can use either rsync or an HTTPS-based protocol that's called RDP. So for RDP, we have a name in the DNS that essentially resolves to a CDN that we use. Well, we have two CDNs, so if you want to use one, we set it up in one way. We actually do weekly switches, so we're comfortable that we can do this. So we can just switch over to the other CDN. In part, this is to, well, you know, practice what you do and you know how to do it. Because when we suspect that there might be any issue between our CDN and validation software out there, then instead of spending time to debug this, we can just make the switch, which is usually quicker. Now, if one of the back-end publication servers would go down or is being patched, then we just need to reconfigure our CDN to use one of the other ones. So that involves logging in and making a change. When we look at rsync, we have 2 points of presence for that. rsync VMs that get their content by looking at the RDP state of the internal primary publication server. Primary meaning the same one that is used for the CDN. Because we don't want to have differences between what's in rsync and what is in RDP in public, if we can help it. Yeah, so yeah, indeed, that involves a load balancer. If one of the nodes would become unavailable, then the other node takes over. By and large, RPKI relying party software prefers RDP, so we don't get a lot of traffic on these, but they are there for backup purposes, at least, because there might be a fallback. And also, rsync is quite useful if you want to debug things in RPKI. If you want to have direct access to certain objects and inspect them, then it's quite useful. Yes, and that brings me almost to the end. Obviously, there's more about infrastructure that I could talk about, so if people have questions, please do ask them. But now I want to move on to what's next. So back to the update part of this presentation. Future work highlights. One of the things we want to improve is ROI history. So we do have history in our system, but yeah, you need to go through it line by line, essentially, and there's a text representation of what changed. And what we would really like is to make it easier for people to say exactly what changed in regards, with regards to my ROAS, who did it, when, and might I cherry pick, roll back a certain change or go back to a point in time even, at which time we would tell you, okay, review this and see this is the impact that we believe this would have on your current routing based on the information that we have. Are you sure? But then, of course, if you're sure, you can do it. Another thing is that the BGP preview, as we kind of call it, information is based on the RIS DOMs, and they can be up to 8 hours old. So the feedback you're getting here can be, well, it can take a while, but we do have systems that have this information, much more quickly internally. So one of the things that we'd like to improve on is to get that information quickly and show it to users. Then there's also, of course, RPKI object types that are being discussed or have been discussed. There's ASPA, AS provider attestations, which we believe will really help to improve the applicability of all of this. And we'd like to implement that as soon as it's ready, essentially, in the ITF. There's BGP SEC, which we can implement fairly easily on the API level. And that would be a good start so that people can, work with this in practice and move it along. And I think if the uptake then, shows that people want more, we can build a UI for it as well. And finally, not sure how familiar people are with this one, but RSC is RPKI signed checklists. That's an idea that you could have detached signatures in the RPKI saying resource holder signs basically anything, which might be useful for prototyping, for bring your own IP, for that kind of application. But we're still reviewing if we can do this. yeah, that's still ongoing. Because yeah, there might be implications here. Because to shed a bit of light on that, talk about ROAS, for example, it's really clear what the problem space is, and with RSC that's much more open-ended. So this needs a thorough analysis. And with that, I actually got to the end of my slide deck. I'd like to open the floor for questions.
Any questions, any comments? Somebody coming to the mic? No, somebody leaving the room.
Hi, Sylvan from Open Factory. Well, if nobody else is asking a question, I would like to ask for the dashboard to not make it red when there's nothing causing issues, because I always stumble over this. It's red. There must be a problem. Make it gray, please.
So the dashboard is making things red when there's no problem?
Can you go to your slide with the dashboard in the beginning?
Maybe. Let me try.
Yeah, there's like, it's also red when there's causing invalid announcement 0. It's red. I think there's a problem. There's no problem.
Okay. Antonella, you want to comment on that? Good point. We can look at that. And then, okay. Yes, I understand what you mean. It's saying causing invalids 0. So perhaps we should not say it, but then that could also be confusing. So with our UX people in-house, we need to think a bit about how to manage this, perhaps make it a bit pale so that it doesn't jump out, but it's still there. But good feedback. We'll look into that.
Hi. Hi, Ben Cartwright-Cox from BGP Tools. A question I have is as the NCC moves more stuff to AWS or cloud providers, are you looking into moving the HSMs as well? Some of them offer cloud HSM products, which may be easier. I don't know what the state of your sort of HSM or requirements are.
Right. In the short term, we have no plans to move the core of the RPKI into the cloud. We have our own HSMs. I know there are cloud HSMs, but we're not keen on using the cloud for this part. I mean, we use it for the data, and there it serves us really well. What we are looking into is that currently we have 2 data centers, and well, one of them was taken over by the same provider as the other data center. So we're actually looking into moving away from one of them and adding another one so that we don't have a dependency on one organization there. But in terms of cloud usage for RPKI, I think it's mainly data. And something like the publication server, well, it only contains public data, so we're less reluctant there. But to put our crown jewels, let's say, in the cloud, and we're not keen on doing that. We don't see a big use case for that just yet.
Cool. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from online?
Yes. Yeah, but he hasn't posted in the Q&A.
Hi, Tim, Randy, IIJ, and Arcus. I just want to say thank you for the transparency and lucid explanation of what you're doing. I think it's admirable. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Right. Any other comments? So I'll have one, and I'll move to the correct microphone to ask questions. So you were talking about the Trust Anchor, which is implemented as a very secure laptop hidden somewhere in a concrete bunker, and it is disconnected. Well, if it's disconnected, the, say, flash-based storage may degrade or something else might happen. The battery may leak. Well, it's just a technical aspect. What do you do about that? Do you have, say, a contingency plans for this?
Yes, so we plan the re-signing sessions well in advance of when we need to do them. So there's a next update time on manifests and CRLs. That's typically 3 months. So we try to do the signing session 2 months after, well, 1 month before it would expire. Essentially, we can use commodity hardware to replace any broken hardware. Unless, of course, we do upgrades of the OS and whatnot, because, and that's actually something we have done recently. We bought a new laptop, we wanted to use a new system, and then it turned out that that actually had issues, but we were able to use the current laptop whilst we're working out the OS upgrade and the libraries involved to talk to the HSM, etc. If the current laptop would break, we can essentially just buy one somewhere, install the same software on it, and use it. For the HSM, we have a contract that essentially ensures that we can get a replacement HSM well within the time period that we need. And then, well, we would have to do a restore process on that one. That again involves cards and passphrases, but this is a process that we understand well and can do if we need to.
Thank you.
I kind of also on Ignaz's point. What kind of contingency plan do you have for the trust anchor backups and cards if for some reason the NCC office exploded? Do you have anything so you could restore if everything in the NCC office was lost?
Well, yeah, maybe it depends on the size of the explosion, but no, but generally speaking, we keep the laptop and the HSM in the office, but we don't keep the cards in the office. So if, you know, something would happen to Amsterdam Central Station and our whole office would burn down, we still have access to people with cards, and we can get new hardware and, you know, take it from there, essentially. But yeah, obviously, if you're talking, you know, let's not go there, but let's say global catastrophes, then things may become more difficult, because if you don't have access to your staff anymore, then yeah, you know, at some point you're out of options. But in this, you always look at, okay, what is the likelihood of something happening? What is the impact, and what can you actually do? So I think we are trying to strike a balance here where we feel confident that, you know, for the most likely issues that could happen, like a fire on Central Station or something, we can definitely recover from that. Like, you know, a big bomb on Amsterdam, yeah, maybe that not.
Thank you.
Right, thank you, Tim. Right, and next we have a talk about packets. This is done together with RACI, Academic Cooperation Initiative. So talk from there. Your stage is yours.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Today, I will share with you an idea that might be useful for ISPs. And this is a joint work with my supervisor, Professor Mark Handley and Stefano Visicchio. Let's consider a network topology consisting of 3 ASs. And let's take the perspective of AS1. AS1 expects traffic originating from its customer AS2 to traverse their direct link as we generate profit. However, traffic may follow a different path, and this can be either a misconfiguration or maybe AS1 failed to advertise the route to AS2. Ideally, a network operator could use S-flow, net flow data, packet counters to detect this and start troubleshooting. What in reality can happen is that traffic with source IPs of AS2 may arrive via AS3 and this traffic to be spoofed. In this case, relying solely on packet counters will not reveal what is actually happening. And if we mistakenly consider that the spoof traffic is legitimate, it may be, we would start troubleshooting a routing issue that never existed. So the question is how we can effectively distinguish legitimate traffic from spoof traffic. Unfortunately, control plane techniques cannot solve this problem. And the only solution is to look on the data plane and inspect the traffic. In this work, we look for legitimate traffic. And with the term legitimate traffic, we refer to traffic that originates where it claims from. The idea is to use legitimate traffic as a routing signal and build a system on top of this that minimizes false alerts and notifies the operator only when legitimate traffic ingresses in an unexpected location. Apart from these use cases, we have envisioned other use cases that I will talk later in the talk about BGP hijacking detection, route leak alerting, and identifying other suboptimal paths like traversing translanding leaks. So one approach that an ISP could use to test the traffic, if it's legitimate or spoof, can be summarized in this diagram. So we have a POP. Traffic is ingressing from AS3 to AS1 via route AS3, and then it proceeds to the destination. So the ISP could deploy an x86 box and slice a part of the traffic, analyze the traffic, and send it back to the network. So the next question is how, So the next question is how we can distinguish legitimate traffic from spoof traffic. Is it easy? The short answer is not easy at all. As the traffic that we observe may be impacted by many external factors. These factors include the implementation of the transport protocols, the network conditions, for example, packet loss, but also potential malicious users that send traffic in different patterns. However, there is a fundamental difference between legitimate traffic and spoof traffic. And this lies in the fact that legitimate traffic consists of some closed-loop flows. And with the term closed-loop flows, we refer to flows where the sender sends some data to the receiver to elicit a response to send more data. And the key idea behind this work is that we can use the closed-loop traffic as a proxy to detect legitimate traffic. So how we can detect closed-loop flows? The answer is we can tweak the traffic. To do this, we are going to introduce a module called checker. And the checker sits between the sender and the receiver. Unfortunately, due to routing asymmetries, the checker will see only one direction of the flow. To determine if the flow is closed loop, the checker can tweak the traffic between the sender and the receiver, and then the action will pass from the receiver to the sender and return back to the checker. We consider that TCP is the best candidate protocol because inherently it's a closed loop protocol. And what is the easiest and simplest action that we can do in order to trigger a well-defined TCP action? This is to drop a packet, and we expect any stack of TCP to retransmit the missing bytes. So the idea sounds very simple so far. We drop a packet, and if we observe a transmission, the flow is closed loop. If we don't, the flow is not closed loop. Is it that simple? Unfortunately not. As after we drop a packet, many things may go wrong. For example, in the scenario of a closed loop flow, we may drop a packet and the retransmission packet follow a path that bypasses the checker. On the other hand, a sophisticated attacker may send duplicate packets in order to mimic retransmissions. So if we drop a packet, we may wrongly characterize the duplicate packet as a retransmission. In this case, we will consider the not closed loop flow as closed loop. It becomes obvious that the signal from a single packet drop is weak and noisy. So is there somehow that we can improve this? And the answer is yes. Instead of dropping a single packet, we can drop a few packets until we get enough confidence on the nature of the traffic. Let's see our approach in practice. The black line represents the aggregated traffic arriving at the analysis box. Over time, we drop a few packets indicated by red marks. These packet drops occur across different TCP flows, minimizing the impact of the performance, but also providing a signal, a very strong signal about the nature of the traffic. And now let me introduce you our system Penny. Penny is a traffic checker designed with a statistical model as its core, consisting of two competing hypotheses. The first hypothesis is that the traffic is closed loop, and the second hypothesis is that the traffic is not closed loop. Penny drops packets with equal probability and gains confidence in one of the two hypotheses based on the outcome of a packet drop. After a few packet drops, we check if one of the two hypotheses dominates the other. Here are the maps of our model. Our model consists of counters, variables, probability parameters. The maps evaluate the likelihood that a closed-loop generated retransmission packet take into account potential missed retransmissions in cases of receiving duplicate packets. And in order to help you, I will give you an intuition of how the two hypotheses evolve over time. As depicted in figure A, when the traffic is not closed loop and the number of packets increases, the H1 hypothesis tends to 0. And when the traffic is closed loop, like figure B, H2 tends to 0. And you will now start wondering, does this work? And before proceeding to the evaluation results, I need to highlight that in order to create this probabilistic mechanism, we had to deal with a lot of challenges. And these challenges have to do with the TCP protocol itself. For example, we had to deal with reset packets, expiration timers, but also we had to deal with network conditions, such as example, external packet loss or load balancing. But also, we had to deal with a scenario that someone knows exactly how our mechanism works and tries to bypass it. And if you are interested in learning more about the actual model, you can read our second paper. For the evaluation, we used the NS3 simulator. And in order to check what can go wrong, we tested multiple TCP variants, diverse network conditions, different types of traffic, but also we played with the Penny parameters. And in our simulations, we found that if we drop exactly 12 packets, the chances of a false alarm are 1 in a million. And as the worst case scenario, we consider that someone knows exactly how our model works and tries to bypass it by trying to guess which packet we dropped. So the best attacker strategy is like to duplicate packets just below our duplicate threshold. And we saw that dropping exactly 12 packets make the chances 1 in a million. We also found that we can detect legitimate traffic in mixed aggregates, even when it accounts only for 10% of the traffic. And furthermore, in our performance evaluation, we found that if we run this mechanism across aggregates, the impact on the completion time of TCP flows is minimal. This can be shown in the following experiment. In this experiment, we consider a simple topology with some TCP background traffic and 100 non-spoofed flows. We plot the CDF of the flow completion time. The blue line represents the flow completion time for flows when Penny is disabled, and the red line when Penny is enabled. As you can see, the difference between the two lines is minimal. And in this scenario, we dropped exactly 12 packets. And now let me go back and try to describe additional use cases that we thought for this mechanism. The first one is BGP hijack detection. So in this scenario, let's take the perspective of AS1. AS1 expects traffic with source IPs from AS3 to reach the direct link as we generate profit. However, AS1 may observe traffic with source IPs of AS3 coming through the provider AS5. And this can be maybe there is an AES, but in the hijack, and now the path is AS3, AS2, AS5, AS1. And if AS1 does not have any monitors in AS3, it's impossible to detect this. However, there is a case that the observed traffic is not legitimate, but it's spoof traffic and uses source IPs of AS3. So in this case, AS1 does not know which case it's in. We consider that using a traffic checker company can provide a signal on the nature of a traffic. Another use case that we thought is the route leak detection. In this scenario, AS1 monitors the traffic it receives from AS2 and alerts AS2 about any routes that AS2 may have unnecessarily leaked. To do this, AS2 provides AS1 with a list of networks for which it doesn't want to provide transit. For example, providers. At some point in time, AS1 observes traffic from AS2 with source IPs that are not on this list. And this can be, again, two cases. The first case is that AS2 unintentionally leaked some routes to AS3, or there is someone sending spoof traffic. Using Penny, AS1 can see unexpected traffic and notify AS2 if there is some legitimate traffic. And finally, another use case will be the detection of unprofitable paths, such as transatlantic paths. In this case, we would expect traffic for source IPs geolocated in Europe, owned by AS3, with a destination IP to an AS3, to a destination IP in AS2 to traverse the link between AS5 and AS1 located in Europe. We now assume that we observe traffic instead of crossing the Europe link to traverse the link in the US. Again, in this case, can be either the outcome of a configuration in the router in AS5, or it can be spoof traffic with source IPs of AS3. Using Penny, AS1 could check if there is some legitimate traffic, and if it is, AS1 may want to contact the operators of AS5 and ask them for the information about the received traffic in the US link. Let me now summarize the main takeaways from my presentation today. Detecting spoof traffic might be useful to detect and identify routing incidents, such as misconfigurations. This can be done reliably and cheaply on traffic aggregates by dropping a few packets, and Penny is our proof of concept. If you want to learn more about the mechanism, I suggest you read our second paper. And now I have two questions for you. The first question is, will something like this be useful to you? And the second question is, can you think of other use cases that such a mechanism could be useful? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexander Azimov. I work for Younger. Thank you for your report, but I need to share a concern that some transit network, to get more confidence that my traffic is legitimate, is starting to drop my packets of my legitimate TCP sessions with my users.
Yeah.
And if multiple transit networks will follow this advice, it gives me very uneasy thoughts, unfortunately. And the question, okay, just giving away these thoughts. The question is, when you were evaluating dropping TCP packets, were you paying attention to which packets are affected?
So regarding the first question, we drop a few packets across thousands of packets, and we only do it when we have some form of signaling in terms of we're seeing traffic coming somewhere, but it looks already suspicious.
Okay.
And regarding the second part, in our mechanism, we carefully pick which packet we drop, and we mark as droppable, in order to avoid, for example, to drop a packet, but it's a transmission of a previously dropped packet, in order to avoid causing the congestion window of TCP further to back off.
What about SYN packets?
Sorry?
What's it about SYN packets?
SYN packets?
Yes.
We don't drop SYN packets, we only drop data packets.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Alexi. I have concern with your work. It's very great work, but when you take into account in reality, spoofed packets tend to be mainly used as a way to perform DDoS amplification, but this kind of attacks generally rely on non-connected protocol. So currently you have done something with connected protocol, and now it had the goal to be really useful in a way to mitigate some kinds of DDoS attacks, but in other hand, you completely forgot the unconnected protocols where it should be the most useful to have this kind of detection measure.
In this work, we are not interested in finding spoof traffic. We are interested in finding legitimate traffic, at least some legitimate traffic, as we think that if there is legitimate traffic coming at that location, there is a routing path. So there is a routing path that leads legitimate traffic to that POP. So in our mechanism, we primarily focus on finding at least some legitimate traffic, not detecting spoof traffic.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Lutz Donaker for the record. Please help me. My poor understanding on protocols might make me think in the wrong direction. If I understand TCP correctly, you need a closed loop to come to data section at all, because you have to respond to a sync ACK, and something. That means if you have data packets with increasing sequence numbers, you already have a closed loop and you know it. If you have spoof traffic, what's the purpose? The only point where I've seen spoof TCP packets in the real world were TCP resets. So they are claiming that they want to stop an existing connection by trying a lot of sequence numbers and hoping that some will go through. So I do not see the reason for the whole project beside the academic interest. It's wonderful. But for the practical purpose, I'm lost.
Yeah, this is a good comment, but do we know by looking one direction if there are people mimicking TCP connections? And how we can check if by looking only one direction, just seeing the sequence space to increase, but there is a closed loop flow. So there might be traffic patterns, but they already do this. And the question is how we can detect this.
I have to think about it. Thank you.
There's one question online from Yanis Nikolopoulos from Cell Mobile. He asks, what if there's no incoming TCP traffic to drop?
Yeah, that's a very good question. We consider that there might be some other mechanism for Quick, now that it's getting more and more popular. But the problem with Quick is that everything on the packet is encrypted and everything on the header. So dropping a Quick packet does not provide any insights if the next packet is a retransmission of that. And one approach will be try to play with the spin bit of a quick to come up with a statistical model, and by tweaking the spin byte of quick packets to see if we can get an accurate signal. And another approach that it's a bit more aggressive is like, if we drop the first packet of a quick connection, it might fall back to TCP traffic.
Okay, I think that's... Is there anybody else with the questions? Okay, no. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Round of applause.
So on agenda, next one we had Job Snijders talking about something interesting, but he cannot be here, so that is not happening, and we are moving to the next part of the agenda.
Hello. At the last routing working group session half a year ago, I announced that I will step down as co-chair of this working group, as I also have joined the Connect working group. Therefore, we need to do a chair selection. Now, over the last 2 meetings, we talked about what we found important on how to run an actual selection. It's not an election. And we came up with a process. Before the meeting, I put out a message on the mailing list asking for people who are interested in joining as co-chair to send an email to the current chairs, not to the mailing list. We waited 2 weeks. We confirmed the name of the 2 candidates on the mailing list, and we hope to select one over here. Antonios Chariton, I hope I say that correctly, and Sebastian Becker. Are you 2 in the room? I do see Sebastian. Yeah. If you could come up on stage and very shortly introduce yourself and state why you want to help chair this working group. Your name is first, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Antonius. Very good pronunciation on your part. I currently work at Cisco. I've been doing networking for around 10 years. And have done security, privacy, and networking research as well. I've tried to push for initiatives such as IPv6 and RPKI. And yeah, I think that's a short enough introduction. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Sebastian Becker. I work for Deutsche Telekom, as Job would pronounce that small local ISP in Germany. I'm doing routing for more than 22 years at that company, being in operations, configuration, engineering, and now finally the one and only peering manager for Deutsche Telekom. I hope that brings some qualification to be a chair here. Thank you.
Thank you both. You forgot friendly ISP.
Obviously.
I would like to ask the RIPE NCC to show the poll in Meet Echo. You people have 5 minutes to respond, after which we'll stop the poll. Thank you.
So just to remember, if you need to find your Meet Echo, you want to go and search your inbox for Meet Echo. There might have been sent 2 because they sent 1 for the general meeting, assuming you were in that. So look for this first one. Slowly watching the participant number go up.
If someone wants to tell a joke, you can come on stage.
Cool. I can provide a joke. I have a joke about golf, but it's not really up to par. The next joke will be in 1 minute. You can. I was going to start a rock band with some network engineers and call it InfiniBand, but nah, they chose 1023 megabytes because they don't have a gig yet.
Once the 5 minutes have passed, can my co-chairs come on stage to announce the results, because we can't see it from here. Yeah, it is.
You have 3 minutes left to vote.
I don't want to know till we know. Please come up on stage and tell us.
Wait, what? It's not finished. We've got 2 minutes left.
That's still 2 minutes left.
Oh, then wait.
Like 2 minutes and 8 seconds, to be precise.
I never wanted to believe that my dad was stealing from his job as a road worker, but when I got home, all the signs were there.
One global one. What makes humans most intelligent? It's the only species on the world that knows why they got extinct.
One and a half minutes left.
An IPv4 address walks into a bar, goes up to the barman and says, "I'll have a cider, I'm exhausted."
Do you want to hear TCP joke? I know one.
Yes, I would love to hear a TCP.
Do you want to hear TCP joke? I know one.
Not going to.
It sounds like we became the not working group very quickly.
30 seconds left.
Indeed,
hopefully work will be done when I'm gone.
There is 10 kinds of people, those who know binaries and those who don't.
Surely the not working group is the DNS one.
Right, with 10 seconds left, this basically was one of the more memorable meetings of a long time. Typically, routing working group overflows. This was a severe underflow, but that's over.
Okay, and the results are in.
Where are the results?
Down there.
Oh yeah. So the results are Antonio's 31 and Sebastian 41.
Congratulations to Sebastian.
Congratulations to my new co-chair. I'm out. Bye. Thank you.
Cool. I think that is it. So we will give you back some time. I think, yeah. Well, you get a whole 8 minutes extra for the coffee break. So thank you everybody for joining. And what's the next session in here?
I don't know.
Next city?
No, as in, no, what is the next?
Community plenary, probably.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Right, thanks everyone for coming. Interesting. Basically, no 5 minutes. What shall we do?
Mirjam, do you want me to put it on the lectern?
No, just leave it here.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the other one. So
Yes.
here, turn it on.
So I put this here and I go out and see so that I'm comfortable for the whole session.
Sorry. Yeah, exactly.
What you have is this one. Right. Okay. This here is also.
Video. And we have everything there. Yes, and you do timekeeping and oh, actually, I'm not sure. I should probably log into Nico.
Yeah, maybe at least one of you, or we can ask a colleague to do it if you.
No, you can do it, but I'll try. I'll set up my laptop here, then you can do it. Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah, Willem Torok topic. But the thing is, you see, I have all the time slots. Then I need my phone so that I can see what the time is. We're late.
No, I gotta get started.
Yes, I don't want to have to shut you down.
Exactly. Hello, hello. We have a packed agenda, so I'd like to start. I didn't hear the bell yet, so I hope that more people are going to come in. Before I forget, I wanted to say it's not only Halloween today, it's also Diwali, the Hindu festival of light. And you've seen maybe some of my colleagues walking around in pretty clothing, which is the reason. So Olga over there, she informed me of this. It's apparently a great festival. It's always good to celebrate light. And apart from that, this is the agenda today. I'm Mirjam Kühne, your RIPE chair. We have a packed agenda, as you can see. It's over there, I can read that. So I'll get started, and I hope all the speakers are somewhere here in the neighborhood. I see most of you there. So I'll just have a quick update of, this doesn't work really well. The slides are better over there, I guess. Yeah, the one thing I wanted to mention is the RIPE document, the draft document I've posted to the RIPE list just before the RIPE meeting. We've been working on this for a while. It's a way to describe the relationship between RIPE and the RIPE NCC. We've been talking about this, on and off in the recent RIPE meetings, but also there was a recommendation by the Accountability Task Force. Also the NOMCOM came up with some suggestions. And so we sat together, and basically the idea is to describe where we are today and how the relationship evolved over time. So it has a short section on what is RIPE, what's the RIPE NCC, and then also a relatively short section on what we think the relationship looks like at the moment, how it's evolved over time, and how it works. And then it has a bit more longer appendices about some of the history, some of the specific aspects of that particular relationship. And we already had a bit of a discussion on the mailing list, most specific about one specific detail in the document. So I would really like to urge you to read it and to comment on it, and also tell us if you like it, if you have no comments, if you think this is how you see the relationship right now. And there's a deadline currently on 25th of November, so we'll see by then how far we are with this document. What else have we been doing since the last RIPE meeting? Yeah, we've worked a lot with the RIPE NCC on improving the meeting planning, and I think this is really looking good now. We have most of the upcoming meetings, like the next 2 years, already signed, and they're also published on the meeting calendar of the RIPE NCC on the RIPE.net website, and also on the famous NSRC calendar, so you can see when and where we're going to have these RIPE meetings, so you can plan ahead a bit more. And it really paid off that we changed the whole planning process a bit more, and we're looking at the map, basically, where do we want to go, and then make a decision and find the best venues ahead of time, so we don't have to grab the last one available. So I'm really pleased with that. We also made some improvements to the website. The RIPE NCC's team is really working hard to continue to improve the whole meeting programs, if you will. If you're looking at the RIPE document store, there was also kind of a leftover recommendation by the Accountability Task Force. So I've been looking at, for instance, the obsoleted documents. There was one recommendation at the Times, like, why are there documents that say they're obsoleted, but they're not updated by a newer version or something? So why are they not just there in public or historic? So I'm looking into that, kind of cleaning up the metadata, again, together with the RIPE NCC staff. It's not like a straightforward, as I'm just going in there and making changes, so it's a bit of a longer process. We've also re-established or kickstarted again our engagement with law enforcement agencies in Europol, and we've seen also more more representative of that stakeholder groups here at the RIPE meeting. And we're working together with some of the RIPE working group chairs, to reach out to law enforcement, make sure we have a good communication going on. Also working with the RIPE NCC, who's established some training sessions for law enforcement and to explain what's in a database, what's the database, how can you access it, what other tool sets are there. And so that's starting to pay off, and I hope we're going to have a continued engagement and communication in there. And then in general, just a lot of support for RIPE governance activities like the NRONC elections are going on, PC elections, RIPE working group chairs. We continuously talking about how to improve that, streamline that, make it easier also for new participants to understand the processes and make sure we are coordinated there. And all these activities, we couldn't do without the help of the RIPE NCC. So I would really like a big shout out here to the RIPE NCC staff from the various departments for a continuous support that they're giving us as the chair team, but also you as the RIPE community. So. Talking about the RIPE community, there's lots of things going on, of course, in the community that we're just kind of watching, facilitating, and that's, for instance, later today, there's a continuation of a task force that's been closed, but they decided to go on and talk a bit about the implementations of the recommendations that they agreed to publish. So that should be interesting. Well, you've probably heard by now the anti-abuse working group is now the security working group. There's a new charter. We are still in the process of updating the mailing list and the website and everything, but that's happened over the last few months. The program committee has a new charter, updated the charter. And there was a session earlier this week in the best current practices task force to look at the consensus building in this community, and do we need to document that? Is that different from other communities? And so that's an ongoing discussion. So if you're interested in that, maybe join that particular mailing list, and we will continue the discussion there. And then, of course, you might have heard we've kickstarted the NOMCOM process for the next RIPE chair team that will then start in October 2025. But the chair of the NOMCOM will give you more information about that later on the agenda. And then I always have the slide here because I think it's really important to make sure we are visible and we're out there and people recognize us and we stay relevant. And I'm pleased to see that we actually, not only the RIPE chair team, but also people in the community were invited, to speak to other events, be consulted, questions come from governments or, also events like the IGF or other kind of internet governance sessions, the other RIRs. So there's a great interest to hear about how we do things and what our opinions are, if you will, for the technical community. And it's not just, as I said, not just us as the RIPE chair team, but I think what's really powerful also if, for instance, the RIPE NCC sometimes, sends staff to other events, and then they could team up with the community member in that, for that event. For instance, I don't know if you've seen this. I think I pointed to that in one of the labs articles. It was a great gig by Fergal from the RIPE NCC and Bruijnzeels from IANA. They talked at the INEX meeting a few weeks ago and did this kind of double act, with them. This is the RIPE NCC, this is RIPE. And I think it's really powerful when the RIPE community members themselves also go out and talk about the RIPE community. And we're working actually to provide some kind of a template, like a slide that you can just grab and maybe speak at the NOC or at an exchange point meeting or other events where you think you want to promote others to participate in this community. Yes, I'm getting the time there. It's just, I know we have a packed agenda. I'm almost through. We continue to have online sessions also for students, and we're also starting to have more feedback sessions for newcomers, because I really want to know of newcomers what they appreciate here or how they like it, if they're planning to come back, if not. So if you're new, you might hear from me after, and I want to talk to you a bit more about that. And that's about it from our side now. If you're interested in more details, we're usually publishing an article on RIPE Labs with some monthly updates, and you can follow that, and you can find us also there if you have some questions or suggestions. And that's all from me. I think we have maybe a couple of minutes of question and comments, specifically maybe if you have any thoughts on that document I mentioned, the relationships document between the relationship between RIPE and the RIPE NCC. If you want to have any questions or comments about that or anything else I said, otherwise we'll move on. Yeah.
Brad Ramo from Zscaler if you're American, Zscaler if you're everyone else. So this is my very first RIPE, and I kind of came in with this big view of what I was expecting it to be. And I think one of the things that as an organization fell short is with newcomers. It's my very first meeting. I had no mentorship. I had no introductions. To find the newcomer table in that big room was very difficult to do. I felt like that was a little bit of a shortage that could be fixed. So I'd say for next time, kind of work on the newcomers aspect and lining them up with existing members. People who have been around the community for a while, it'd be really helpful for us newcomers coming to the stage.
Thank you. Did you see when you registered, there was a question, do you want to have a mentor for this meeting? Did you ask for a mentor? All right. And did you participate in the newcomers session on Monday morning? That was not good enough. Okay. But thanks for the feedback. We'll definitely look into how we make that, how we improve that. I mean, that's exactly the kind of feedback I was looking for. Excellent. All right. Moving on to, I think Fergal is next. Where are you? Talking about some cool stuff with translation the RIPE NCC has been doing.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm Fergal Cunningham. I'm the head of membership engagement at the RIPE NCC. Mirjam just kindly mentioned that I was the person who worked with Brian on that presentation at INEX. I really encourage you all to have a look at that because, and this is kind of tangentially related to that because, and I'll get onto that. But before I get onto the community aspect of this, I want to mention that the NCC last week, we just brought all our translated material into ripe.net. We've created a new language center. I think it's really good. We translate into 6 languages. We do Russian, we do Arabic, Spanish, Italian, Turkish, and Farsi. We've made it very accessible. Anywhere on the website, you can access it. If you go to the icon on the top right, you can get in there. What we're doing is rather than try and translate everything, we're trying to write really good English summaries of things, topics, and then we translate them because that makes it a little bit easier for us. And I just want to say, translations have proven to be very, very difficult. I presume a lot of you have translated content on your websites and for the companies you work for. It's expensive and it's hard. And with the RIPE and RIPE NCC content, the main problem is the English. Or any professional translators we've used don't understand what we're talking about. It is really difficult for these people to understand. And it is, if you can't understand the English, you're not going to do a good translation. So that's where we're at, and this is the kickoff for where I'm going with this. Some of the things we talk about are more technical than others. The translators have no chance. And basically, we have a very international staff at the NCC. We have, I think we might have about 40 nationalities in the NCC. We've relied very heavily on our staff. They've been fantastic. People doing Russian, Turkish, etc., and they've taken a lot of their own time to do this. One thing to note is often the translations, if you look at our translations, there are terms that internet operators in various countries, they retain the English. You know, words like end user, assignment, allocation. People in Spain will use those words because that's what the internet community says. A professional translator will translate them into something like gift or donation, and things stop making sense very quickly. So internet operators are much more likely to understand all the nuances around the language we use in this community. And I've been doing the RIPE NCC survey now for about 16 years. And we've translated the last 2 iterations of that. And every time we do it, we get a lot of thanks, a lot of appreciation, and a lot of people who say, Fergal, if you're going to do more, I want to help. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to open up our translations to the community. If you go to the language center I talked about, there's a section at the bottom that allows you to volunteer to help us with translations. So we posted a labs article on this last week. We already have volunteers for French, German, Spanish, Farsi, Danish, Swedish. We got a Norwegian volunteer during the GM yesterday when Hans Petter complained there was no Norwegian, so that was very quick. We even have Chinese. And we have translations on all the content you see here. It's mainly RIPE NCC focused, but we're going to add more stuff. I was talking to Ed this week. He has good summaries of the RIPE database, for instance, and he wants to add some of that stuff. We're going to add our information services. And anyone is welcome to become a volunteer. We want to work with anyone who wants to do this work, including the languages we already have. We're going to change. We're going to update content. We'll need people. And we're going to focus our efforts on languages in the service region. So even though China has over 1 billion people, we'll put Danish ahead of Chinese. And our comms team, I want to say thanks to Carla and Ulka, who are right here. They've put a lot of work into this as well, and they'll be helping me with this. And hopefully we'll get a few translators per language, so it's not so difficult for any one person. In summary, I'm going to be very quick here. We want to do more with this. We want more content. We want more languages. We love working with people in the community. We think that's a really good way to build community, to have these interactions. And we think the relationships you build with people through doing work and solving problems, that's how you build really strong relationships. Mirjam mentioned ambassadors earlier. If people are translating our content about the RIPE community, content about the RIPE NCC, about technical material, I'm hoping these people will be able to bring that information, that knowledge to their local NOGs, their local IXPs, their local communities. We want our staff to have a resource that can help our members and help them be more active participants. And we really, people here, I understand, hopefully, even though I speak with a strong Irish accent, I hope they understand me. It's not true for a lot of people in our service region. We cover a huge region, and the further we get away from our headquarters in Amsterdam, the more difficult it can be for people to understand our conversations. So I'm really hoping we can recognize that everyone is welcome in this community, no matter what language they speak. And it wouldn't be translations presentation if I didn't get an Irish word up there. If you have any questions, I'd love to hear them. Thank you. Oh, good. Piotr.
Hi, hello. Piotr Strzelecki, speaking in my personal capacity. I was actually the one who helped with the few Polish translations.
Thank you.
It's only about, you said that someone needs to understand English. I think it's also about the context, and not only about the knowledge about what we are doing, but also the context. I still recall one of the statements from last survey, and the question was, or rather one of the answers to the question, and the answer was precisely, I do not want finance people making money from IPv4 scarcity. And I checked that with Google Translate, DeepL, ChatGPT version 3 and 4, and all failed, because they understood that we don't want the finance people, the businessmen, making money from IPv4 scarcity. Whereas the context was a bit different in that particular round. The finance and the people was slightly different understood.
Yeah.
So it's about the context. So I encourage everyone to do that exercise at least once in your lifetime. It's like really thinking in a different way. At least going back and forth. And it's not like using ChatGPT. Thanks for doing that.
Thank you, Piotr. And I just want to say that the survey company we use offered Piotr a job because he was such a detailed translator. So I said he's very busy on our board. We don't want to distract him too much, but they were very full of praise for Piotr's translations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think you were.
Yeah, Andreas Herfer speaking for myself. More a suggestion, wouldn't it make sense to start with a glossary of technological terms in different languages instead of the actual translations first?
Yes, but like Piotr said, it's about context as well, and we will build a glossary, but we're looking to expand the languages. So at the moment we're doing 6. I'm not sure how many languages are in our service region. It's a big glossary. There's a lot of technical terms, but we'll get there. And what I'm hoping is that the translators we work with will tell us how to do this, because we don't want to impose processes. We don't want to impose systems that don't suit the translators. We want to work together and figure this out. So we're just kicking this off. A glossary is a great idea. I'm sure we'll get there. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Liam?
Lars Lehmann, NetNode. I was actually on this exact same track, but I called it dictionary. I suggest that you build it up over time as people work with it, so it doesn't become a special task that has to be performed, but people run into special technical terms that they make a note of it and build on something that is stored by the RIPE NCC, so that other people who work in the same language can rely on the same terms, and we get consistent language in the translations eventually.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. And some of the volunteers, at least one of the volunteers we have, does a lot of work with translating Wikipedia content. There are other communities we're looking at as well who are using software to do this that's very friendly for the translators. So yeah, there's stuff out there, and I'm sure we'll develop in that direction.
I want to just cut the line after your last comment, please.
Thank you. Mark van der Wal from AFNIC. The hardest part of any translation endeavor is not only translating the content itself, but also making sure that it stays in sync with the source content. So being a translator is kind of a long-term commitment, whether you like it or not. How do you make sure that the translations stay up to date?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question, and it's something we're pondering at the moment. We're going to talk to some of these, the initial batch of volunteers to see what works for them. We don't plan to do this every week, check our content, maybe once a quarter and do a translation on an update on the English, and then push that out to our translators. But there is some great software out there that does this very cleanly and automatically, so that you will just adjust the English, and we only pay attention to that, and the translators get push notifications on what they need to look at. So we'll definitely look at all this sort of stuff, yeah. Thank you. And thanks very much.
Thanks, Fergal, and thanks for all the great suggestions. The next up is Pedro, you're also from the RIPE NCC, talking about a great milestone they've achieved with another service.
Thank you, Mirjam. Yeah, I'm Pedro Vaz. I'm with the Learning and Development team in the RIPE NCC, the team that runs the training and certification services. And the reason I'm here is that, yeah, the RIPE NCC Academy is going through a special time. It's actually turning 10 years of its existence. So we thought it was time to look a bit back into the last 10 years and how did the Academy grow, where it stands today, and even why did we need an academy in the first place. So basically, yeah, a long time ago, the only thing we could do is basically send all these trainers to faraway locations, yeah, and basically deliver face-to-face courses. We still do that, by the way, but yeah, as we all know, the RIPE NCC service region is a bit large, and we cannot be everywhere all the time. And the demand for training was still large. So, and after all, we are an internet organization, right? So it makes sense to have our training content in an online platform where everybody can access it 24/7 from anywhere in the world. So yeah, the thing is that we didn't want to have just a bunch of PDFs online. We wanted to recreate a bit the experience as much as possible of a face-to-face training course, but in an online format, in terms of that people get engaged with activities, they can apply what they learn as they go, track their progress, and also from our side to have a way that's content creators, the subject matter experts could create content without having to be super skilled in front-end development. Something that we could host ourselves, so not be depending on a third-party company that will also raise our costs. And we needed something flexible where like our content is also sometimes very niche, like RIPE database activities and such. Yeah, we need something flexible, and that could also fit in our own system, like to be able to implement SSO integration, for example. Yeah, so basically we put all this together, mixed it up a bit, and this came out in 10 years ago. The RPKI Academy was born. And this is how it looked like at the time. And yeah, well, looking behind the scenes. Oh, and by the way, for the ones who never heard of the RPKI Academy or never used it, it is it's not just for members. It is for it's available to everyone. So it's free service. The only thing you need is a RPKI access account, and you can take any of the courses available. And if you look behind the scenes, yeah, it's a Moodle LMS. Perhaps some of you already used Moodle before, either as a student or as a teacher or content developer. It is an open source tool, so it's maybe one of the most known LMSs out there. It's highly customizable, so that really fit our needs. Plugin driven development, the customizable themes. It has an active community behind it. And also it's been, we could host it ourselves. So also not depending on, it's not running somewhere else, it's in our own infrastructure. So we're also very flexible. And it's still today we are using it. And it's then evolved throughout the years, different phases. Perhaps some of you are here long enough that you've seen this nice first iterations. But not just the phases, we also the content evolved. So when it started, it was the first 3 years were about creating what we could call the classic training RPKI training package. It's like RIPE database course, introduction to IPv6, and the LIR course. Then it looked like we had a period of silence, but actually we're busy with two big things. One of them was to increase the user experience of the academy, to make it more interactive, more pleasant to use, more easier to use. And we were also busy developing our certification platform, the RIPE-NCC Certified Professionals. And that at one point in 2020, that's what we did. The two things were rolled out. We did revamp the academy with a new version, and with a redesigned RIPE database course, and released the Certified Professionals, which brought the academy actually to a nice position, because at this point, the academy became the main resource to prepare for an exam. So you want to sit an exam, where do you need to prepare? What are you going to study? I'll go to the academy. Everything you need is there. Also, the badges that you students obtain would be visible in the academy. The vouchers can be claimed for the members, could be claimed in the academy. But also the way we develop content had to change a little bit, because if you have questions in the exam, they need to match what's in the also on the resource content, the resources in the academy. So the development of the courses needed to be synchronized between the subject matter experts and the team of learning designers. And it's been like this until today. Also, one interesting development we had when we introduced the IPv6 security course, we had already had some demand for virtual labs, which we were using it in the face-to-face courses. But one thing is to have labs that can be turned on and off in the end of the day, whereas something that needs to be available all the time for everyone in the internet was a bit more challenging. But since the IPv6 security course, we made available some virtual machines that come with a pre-configured environment where students can install their own laptop and fill the tasks to perform an activity. So where are we today? This is how it looks like, more or less. If you look like the last few years, we have a kind of a steady trend of more people enrolling in courses. Where they're not just enrolling, they're actually completing the courses and modules. If you break down from 2023, the most popular course has been IPv6 fundamentals, RIPE database, BGP security. No surprises there. And if we look at where people come from to use the academy, the main top 10, in the RIPE service region, it's also not surprising. I mean, the countries that have the most amount of LIRs kind of matches the amount of users that we have in the academy. What's interesting to see is that it's not only users from the RIPE region, it's also from outside, and the one that stands out is the US, which comes into the top 10 right on second place. What we have available right now, well, these are all courses that are self-paced. They are all organized by modules, and everybody can take them in one go, like 8 hours to 10 hours, like if you put them all together. We currently have IPv6 fundamentals, IPv6 security, BGP security, RIPE database, and internet governance and LIR fundamentals. The last one is basically the LIR course. It's been redesigned recently. It was released in September, and it's very useful for, especially if anyone you out there just are newcomers. Need to get to know how these things work, PDP policies. Everything is there. Also quite relevant in this context is our RIPE Working Group Chair training course that we developed in close collaboration with the RIPE community, namely RIPE Chair and several working group chairs. This also explains what you need to know if you're a RIPE Working Group Chair or intend to become one. So quickly, plans for the future, upcoming courses in 2025, a new Internet Measurements course, an IPv6 Advanced course, so also with plenty of practical exercises and such. And we want to also have our content organized into proper learning paths. Currently, their courses are a bit loose from each other, and we want to have it in a way that people can easily choose the topic and go to the next topic and eventually know what to get certified in. So that's it. If you haven't tried yet, if you haven't seen it yet, go to academy.ripe.net. Looking forward for the next 10 years. And if you want to commemorate the occasion, we have bottles that we've been handing out there. So if you haven't have a bottle yet, just grab yours. And thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. Are there any...
Pedro, before you sit down, there's a question from a remote participant Dirk Meyer of Netcom Kassel. He says he's been told in a ticket that Firefox is not supported in the online platform and wonders whether there are plans to support it in the future. You look puzzled.
I look puzzled. It is support in the Firefox browser. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions online or in the room? No? If not, well, thank you again for this update. And next, we'll have Hervé, Clement, and I don't know, possibly Constance Burger. You will be up to give some more detail on, or some more maybe specific highlights on the ASO/AC and also their work related to the ICP2 document.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are the two RIPE NCC service region on RIPE community representative for the NRO-NC, Constance Burger and Hervé Clement, myself. Our presentation will be divided into two parts. So the current ASO/AC activities, perhaps some of you know by heart, so we will go quickly through it, etc., with two messages. And then I will deal with the famous now ICP2, explaining the context, and we will try to be short as possible to leave you the time to ask questions, if any. Constance.
Yes, first of all, thank you for the election of myself. I was elected in the last year, and I'm really happy to be a member of the council. Let's start. Introduce ourselves. We are the Number Resource Organization Council, and our body established to serve and to advise the ICANN and also the RARs. How we are organized, we are 15 members usually, and so we are 2 members elected by the community and 1 member is appointed by the RAR body. How long does our member, how long does a member serves? This depends from the region. Sometimes 2 years, sometimes 3 years. And what does we do? What is our task? So we advise the ICANN board. We oversees the global policy development process. We appoint 2 members of the ICANN board, and we appoint 1 member to the ICANN nominating committee. We meet usually 1 monthly, but in the moment we have so many things to do that we meet faster and often. This is in the moment our member chart. You can see here we just have 2 members in the RIPE NCC. Thank you, Sander, for your work with us. You switched to the ICANN board and you hadn't been allowed to serve in the ASOIC once more. NAO NC Transparency, we have an annual face-to-face meeting. We have mailing lists and we have monthly teleconferences, and all are open for observers. The global policy development, we support this also. The current appointment to ICANN board is Alan Barrett and Christian Kaufmann. And now the ICANN board seat 10 election process is open. I invite you to apply for this. And now I'm really fast and I hand over to Hervé to explain the ICP2.
Thank you to have been quick, but it was a request from the chair of the working group there. What is ICP2? So the document we are all hearing about. It's an internet coordination policy first, and not a global policy. In 2001, a little history. In 2001, there have been 3 regional internet registries existing. The RIPE NCC, first created, then the APNIC 1 year later, and the ARIN in 1997. The Internet Coordination Policy was established in 2000, so after, for establishing criteria, so it was a list of criteria for recognizing new regional internet registries. And via this ICP2, 2 additional regional internet registries have been created, the LACNIC in 2002 and the AFRINIC in 2005. And just at the below of the slide, you have the very short history of the creation of the ICANN before in 1998, the ICP2 creation and acceptance by the ICANN, and the establishment of the 2 additional regional internet registries. It was 22, 23 years now ago that this internet coordination policy has been established. The world has evolved, the technology has evolved, the economic system, the sociological system, interregional, a lot of things are different. It was a necessity to update this document on the way it is used. That's the reason why the NROEC, what is the NROEC, is the second part of the ASO. ASO is a supporting organization of the ICANN. One part is the NROEC, comprised of the 4 current CEOs of the regions, and the other part is the ASOAC, performed by the NRONC, which is a little complicated, so by us. In October 2023, the NROEC asked us to help with 2 specific tasks. The first one is to implement implementation procedures. The idea is that these criteria have been used only for the creation of regional internet registries. And we work on a document with the help of the legal of the NROEC as well, to create a document to be sure that, and to so let that these criteria with help for, I will say, see and evaluate if regional internet registries are performing their own duties in the course, and in the extreme case, but it was not the very goal, to deregister a regional internet registry. That was the first part. And the second one is to update the specific criteria, and that this document we are today asking you, to review and to collect your comment and mainly your support strongly, not so poorly strongly, etc. about that. Just to have an idea on how we work on that, that's the timeline we had. In January, the NRO EC first provided us, so we didn't work from scratch for anything, and we didn't create anything from new. The NRO EC provided us the first draft of this implementation procedure, so to use this criteria for the run of a regional internet registry. We made in Montevideo, in the LACNIC premises, to work on it. And then, after this meeting, we provided the NROAC with a written feedback of what we thought at the SOAC about the implementation procedure. And so that's the reason why it was, for the moment, accepted like that. We met in March in San Juan during the ICANN 79 to begin to work on the revised ICP2, the update of the criteria. We are work till, so we are now in October, we are work till the early October on this document with a lot of meeting to draft a document to set this update of criteria, which is called the principal document. And in the 8th of October, finally, and because some people of the community, and I heard some question here in Krakow for that, we are now, so finally you have you have this document and you have the criterion, so you can read, finally. And so far now, there is a NRO questionnaire you can access to, you can make comment on that. And in parallel, because we want to have the report from all the communities, there is also an ICANN public comment, the community from the ICANN, but you can be part of the ICANN community as well, can answer to, and for now it's open till 19th of November. And this document and criteria were presented during the last regional meeting as well. So the idea after is to compile the answer, to take into account your comments, and to create another document. There will be another turn on a consultation, and to be sure to have something the community support in terms of criteria. That is a QR code, so in VIA you can access to the questionnaire. And there is a link also, and I'm sure there is the official communication, media, email, etc. You received it. To have an idea of the proposed document, but if you go to the link, you will have a very clear document, and you will see what are the criteria, and you will see it's nothing completely new, but something updated. There is something about the governance, for example, which body has the authority to decide something, about the amendment of the document. There is something about the regional internet registry ecosystem in terms of coverage, in terms of service region definition, about regional internet registry life cycle as well, about recognition, about operation, which is independence, not-for-profit criteria, continuity of service. There are a lot of things, finally, which are obvious, but you can have different view of how it is written. That's the end of my presentation. And if you have any question, I will be very happy to answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Hervé, and thanks for giving a sneak preview of what people can expect. And I hope that attracts you to go to the document and read the principles and give some feedback, because that's very essential for the entire process. Are there any questions? There's one question. There are two. Johann, go first. Yeah.
Johann Limited. The question is, after the questionnaire, will we get a summary of the community feedback on like what people are going to say and what the opinion is, and have maybe a round of discussion?
Yeah, of course, it's what he said. We will take into account, so we don't, because we have not the answers yet. So we will take into account all the commentaries, and we will use to create another more completed document to do that. So there will be another round.
There'll be another round, but then there will be all the opinions, what people feedback, and that will be. And would that be possible? I don't know, a possible mailing list discussions with the wider community. If the view of the questionnaire have a diverse outcome, if we. I'm pretty sure there are people who have different opinions, but if the opinion is sufficient diverse enough, would that be necessary to maybe have a mailing list to have a wider community to participate?
I completely understand your question, and we have a discussion about that. So there is a balance. We want to be transparent, so that's the things. So there will be the possibility to see the opinion after. So regarding the mailing list, the problematic is that it could lead to a very high level load of work, etc. We are only currently 11, so within the council, and to have a mailing list to manage will create too much workload. It's not that we don't want to have that. So that's the reason why, for now, there is a possibility to add comment in the questionnaire. So feel free to do that. And after, so regarding the different outputs we will have regarding this first part, we can after that manage and take into account, for instance, so the question you just asked can be taken into account as well.
Okay, I do want to make a statement here that I do wish that, because it's a very, very important document to proceed forward, and it's touched the very heart of our system with stability. So, if time and money is an issue, I think that should be approach a wider procurement. I'm pretty sure there were volunteers in all the communities. So I do suggest that we have a wider community discussion in the subject before we proceed with the first draft. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to cut the microphone at this point, and then Peter, and I think we have someone online as well.
Thank you, Peter Koch-Dienig. Hervé, what you and your team are doing is a thankless task. Let me say that, and thank you for addressing it nonetheless. There's one question I have. What is the process that the team is following changing this document?
So there was a request from the NRO-EC to change this document. So there was discussion within the council to change it, and then so after it will be after we will have so the different outputs, we will recreate a document and go back to the NRO-EC for then advice, etc. So it will be gone forth with it, etc. And at the end, and it was a case like the ICP, the first version of ICP2, I would say it, with an approval from the ICANN at the end.
Can I ask a follow-up? Because I might not have understood, but it sounds to me that this is either kind of a bootstrapping exercise or more an ad hoc approach to the process rather than a defined process. So we know we have a PDP for RIPE policies, which cannot apply here because it's like global and so on and so forth. But this is a specially tailored approach for that particular document.
Exactly. So it's a question we have because this document is not a global policy, so we cannot follow the global policy process to adopt it. So we try to have something closer to that, and that's the reason why. So that's it's like with the NRO-EC discussion and then the ICANN, but I saw Hans-Peter just behind you. I think you want to complete the answer I just given.
Yeah, so Hans-Peter Holen here, Managing Director of the RIPE NCC, and tomorrow I'm chair of the NRO-EC that requested you to do this. What you have done, and what I would encourage everybody to look at, is you publish a timeline that describes the process on the ASO-AC website, so that outlines the steps. There was the long discussion on whether this is a policy, global policy or not. It is not, because the definition of global policy is regarding resources being delegated from IANA to RIRs. So therefore, this is in nature the same thing. We are making proposals, it's being discussed, and then there will be, call for consensus and endorsed by the ICANN board in the end, just the same way as the original ICP2 was developed. But there was no process description then. No, there is a timeline that describes the process. So please have a look at that in case you are in doubt how the process works.
Yeah, thanks for this addition, and I understand there's
we
one
have one question from a remote participant, Randy Bush of IIJ Research and Arcus. and he's asking, and there's a missing pronoun binding here. So I paraphrase, why is the document that's being worked on, he uses the word it, why is it called ICP2? And shouldn't, will the new document become ICP3?
ICP3 still exists. ICP3 still exists. There is ICP1 for DNS, ICP2, and ICP3.
I think the point I'm guessing from what I know of Randy, I think the point here is that the document that has been ICP2 should probably be archived and marked obsoleted by, but retained with its current identifier, and the new identifier carved for the new document.
Totally. We are not at this stage of so the naming of the new document, but it's a question. So we talk about.
May I here? So the history here was that ICANN in the early days created a document series called Internet Consensus Policies, ICP. And there are 3 or 4 documents there. This series is no longer maintained. There are a couple of documents in that series. This is one that is still not obsoleted. And it is a valid question, what should the numbering of the document be after this? And there may be a proposal to create an NRO document series so that this would be, and then numbering the global policies that we have in that series. That could be one way out of this, to create clarity and have it in a document series that is maintained. But yeah, for the moment, I agree this is a bit confusing. We have referred to it as ICP2 because that's what it's currently called. So yeah.
So we talked about ICP2 v2, but it's not the best solution, I think.
2.2. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification, Hans-Peter, and thanks for the outline, Hervé, and good luck with the continuation of this important work. And talking of ICANN, the next presenter here will be Kim Davies of IANA, who is giving us a quick update of what's going on there and what's relevant to our community.
It needs to be really quick.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Kim Davies from the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, and I'm going to give you, as mentioned, a brief update. For those not familiar with the work that we do, we manage about 3,500 identifier types on the internet, of which just 3 comprise what we call internet number resources: IPv4, IPv6, and autonomous system numbers. Obviously, we work very closely with RIPE NCC and the other regional internet registries on the administration of these resources. So I want to give you a brief update on number resources, but also on a few other things that I think will be of interest. Just in terms of the status of our IP address allocation, for IPv6, it's a really simple story. We currently essentially have no IPv4 addresses to share. We gave the last of our /8s that we had in our repository in 2011 to the 5 regional internet registries. Subsequent to that, we had some small stocks of IP addresses. Parts of it were small allocations that were actually returned to IANA. And there was a consensus policy that was developed on how those should be assigned. And we ran that consensus policy for about 3 years. And essentially all of those IP address stocks have now been depleted. So in terms of IPv4 addresses, very simple story. For IANA, there's no activity there at all at the moment. IPv6 is a very different story. We have a very large supply of IPv6 addresses. Under the current policy, we allocate /12s to the regional internet registry. In terms of the space that is allocated by the IETF for unicast, currently there is 512 of those /12s available for assignment, and only 8 have been used so far. So currently plenty of space for future allocation needs. In terms of the work that we do, accountability is really important to us. Rather than show you slides of graphs and metrics, I encourage you, if you're interested, to go to our website, iana.org/performance. There you can find all sorts of information about how we're adhering to the service level agreements we have with the community, feedback that we get from customers in terms of customer surveys, more broader, more detailed feedback that we get through annual surveys and other kinds of reviews and oversight. So one update that I wanted to share with you, now shifting to the DNS space where we operate the DNS root zone. DNSSEC involves us administering a cryptographic key that plays an essential role in how DNSSEC trust works. The so-called root zone key signing key, or KSK, acts as the root of trust for all DNS validation. And because of this central importance that this key plays in administration of DNSSEC, it's important that we administer it in a way that is considered trustworthy by the community, so the community feels safe in relying upon it for DNSSEC validation. The way we do this is much the same as we do many things in this community, which is in a very open and transparent way. Unlike other operators of cryptographic keys who typically do their operations in secret, in shadowed rooms, we do it in a very transparent way. We stream our events online. We invite participation by the community. We have security experts in the community to come and participate in the ceremonies in person. And the model is really designed to have as much scrutiny as possible on the way we conduct our operations, so that, should we make a mistake, should something be done in error, should there be feedback on doing it better, we have experts at hand to guide us in those operations. Now, we're doing something that is only happened once before, which is we're doing a key rollover, which is replacing the key used for signing the root zone. Now, we've done it once before, just a little bit of history. 2010 is when DNSSEC was first implemented in the root zone. We operated with that very first key for 8 years. 2018 is when we did the first ever key rollover. That process involved years of outreach prior to make sure operators were aware, to monitor for any adverse impacts. But the big day came on 11th of October 2018. The rollover happened, and essentially it went really well. There wasn't really any adverse impact. It went relatively smoothly. So essentially we want to do that again. We want to repeat what worked. From that point on, we decided we should aim for a 3-year cadence. Unfortunately, 3 years after 2018 was the COVID pandemic. For that reason, it didn't seem practical to do a rollover then. Other things have intervened in the meantime, but now 2024, we've restarted the key rollover process again. So you can see the timeline on the slide here, but in essence, we generated the new key earlier this year that will be put into production in late 2026. What does this mean for network operators and implementers? For now, probably not much. I mean, if you're a software implementer, if you manually configure your DNSSEC configurations, there is an XML file available on the IANA website that has all the new key information, and you can integrate that in your software. If you just rely on prepackaged DNS resolution software to do DNSSEC, just stay up to date with those updates. Software vendors are going to roll out these updates in subsequent package releases, and you have 2 years. So as long as you update your software frequently, you should be in good shape. One thing that will happen soon is that there is another mechanism to learn about the key rollover, which is not using that XML file, but instead it will be pre-published in the DNS protocol itself. That pre-publication will start on 11th of January 2025, and from that point onwards, software implementations that use that mechanism for learning about new keys will start to adopt the key into their configurations. You can find more information about the key status, the XML file I mentioned, etc., all at iana.org/DNSSEC/files. Next topic, .internal. Now, there was a presentation earlier this week on .internal, so I'm not going to repeat it. Suffice it to say, for those that weren't in that presentation, it's really simple. .internal has been set aside for use in private use networks. Kind of like RFC 1918 address space, it's really for the network administrator to use. It's a shared resource. It's not exclusive for you to use, but It will never be delegated in the DNS root zone. There will never be a conflict with a real delegated global domain if you use .internal within your networks. One thing that wasn't mentioned during the presentation is we are developing an internet draft, draft-davies-internal-TLD. Review and feedback and text is very welcome on that. Lastly, I wanted to conclude with some work we're doing on our future planning within IANA. Heard a lot about what RIPE NCC is doing throughout this week on their strategic planning. Much like them, IANA is currently looking forward as to what we need to accomplish in the next 5 years. We're just at the final year of our first ever 5-year strategic plan, and we're now developing that next strategic plan that will cover from mid-2025 through to mid-2030. We will be publishing a draft of our strategic plan very soon for public consultation. For those that have an interest in IANA, for those that have feedback on areas that IANA should focus on over the next 5 years, your feedback would be very welcome so we can tailor our services to what the community wants. Now, this is the third QR code pointing to a survey that I've seen this afternoon. So I'm not holding my breath. Anyone is going to fill this out. But what I think I can promise you is that I think mine's shorter than the other two. As opposed to our strategic plan, which is forward-thinking, 5-year timeline, we try and get quick surveys, 2 minutes long, from the engagements that we do just to help tailor the future meetings that we do. We have space there. If you want me or one of my colleagues to talk about a particular topic at a future RIPE meeting, this is a great place to let us know about it. And with that, thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Maybe we have very little time, so be quick. No. I don't want to cut it off completely, but whoever's running the mic now, and then I'll cut the mics immediately. Shane.
Great. I'm Shane Kerr from IBM. So as far as I know, we've never actually done a root key role on schedule. And and the next one is, as you indicated, supposed to be an algorithm role. It feels like we're getting very close to the post-quantum crypto world then. If we can stick to a 3-year cadence, then we're probably fine. If it slips by an extra 3 years or something, then it feels like we're getting in a danger zone. I guess my question is, like, are you freaking out about this like I am, or what's the plan?
Freaking out, no. But I mean, the short answer is that we had a community design team convened last year that came up with a set of recommendations on how to do algorithm changes in the root zone. And we're taking that feedback and those recommendations to heart. We've actually just commenced our internal project team to start developing that 2029 rollover that will include assessment of algorithms and what we should be doing on that front. It's early days, and if circumstances mean that those timelines need to adapt, then we will adapt. But that's an idealized timeline. The next rollover will keep the algorithm the same, so 2026 will be the same algorithm used. 2029, if all goes to plan, will be the first opportunity to change the algorithm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm Janusz Żoko from .hu. That was basically my question. When do you plan to have post-quantum cryptography? But you answered the question. When you first consider. Yeah, thanks.
I mean, just to add, I mean, whether it's post-quantum cryptography or not, I think is completely an open question. I think the dynamics of how signatures and lifetimes are used in the root zone and DNS more generally need to be studied. Obviously, as you heard earlier this week, packet sizes become an issue with certain kinds of post-quantum cryptography. There's really a lot more to learn and study on that front. So our algorithm change process doesn't commit to a particular algorithm. All it commits is that we do an assessment every 3 years of what the landscape looks like, work out the trade-offs, consult with the community, and then make a decision.
Yeah, sorry, short addition perhaps. Do you think this will influence the HSM as well, and whether the key ceremonies will have to be redesigned or not?
HSMs definitely. Our HSMs have to support the algorithm that we decide. So for sure, whether there's broader impacts on our ceremonies, time will tell. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks again for your update. Now maybe coming back to a little closer to our own community, Franziska Lichtblau, one of the members of the RIPE Code of Conduct team, will give us an update of their experiences so far. And she might have some questions for the community as well.
Thank you. So yes, let me start with a little bit of a preface what we're doing here. So this is not a transparency report where we tell you what we dealt with in a broad fashion, but this is rather, we have been doing this for a while at this point, and I think many people in this room remember that it was actually not easy to come to the point where we are now. The whole development process of the Code of Conduct was a long discussion. It was not simple. I mean, out of having now a little bit of operational experience with it, I think we ended up in something really useful and that's working very well. But there's one thing we need, and that was always expressed from the beginning, and that is trust in the work we do, because there was a lot of concern how all of these things could go wrong. And the only way, at least I know of, and we discussed about this, how to establish trust and to keep a trusted relationship with the community is transparency. Yet, due to the very special nature of the work we do, we cannot be transparent about the things we work on, because this is private information, confidential, all the things. But we can be transparent about the things, how we do them, and what we know, what we don't know, where we may need guidance, input, and this is what this is about. So we are really looking for input from you for some things that we didn't figure out yet, some things where we have ideas. Microphones are an amazing way to do this. I promise, no QR codes. We don't have surveys. You need to come, talk to us, use the microphone, find us. We try to attend all the socials in as high numbers as possible to be really present for you. And for example, if you have ideas, suggestions, all of this, or if you say, oh guys, you're actually doing a pretty good job, just go on, make decisions. This is basically what we're looking for. So, what have we actually done so far? So basically we did this work since RIPE 86, and most of you already saw the transparency reports during the last meeting. I'm not sure if it made it on the agenda yet, but it will be there tomorrow. And we wrote an article basically for RIPE Labs where we reviewed more of the procedural things, bumps, what we learned. And once we had figured out that one, we could take a step back and basically talk about broader things. One super practical thing we are almost finished doing at this point, that we needed a process to get actual contact information from the RIPE NCC, because we receive a report about someone. It contains a name. How do I reach a person? What is a reliable source of information to me to send an email to? So this is why we need to talk to the NCC and especially to the legal team to make sure the terms and conditions for the RIPE meeting will be updated in such a way that there is an option for us to get a reliable contact. And of course, we are extending the existing team. Mirjam presented that already on the opening plenary, which also means sharing experience, getting new trainings, and things like that. But a larger thing that we did is we actually clarified already during the last meeting the relationship with the working group chairs, because there were a lot of questions around, we now have the Code of Conduct team, where are you responsible, who does what, when, and we actually had a very, very nice discussion at the working group chair lunch in the last meeting, and what we agreed upon for now, and we will see again how it works in practice. If anyone has opinions and input about it, come find us. Fundamentally, working group chairs are responsible to hold up the Code of Conduct in their sessions and their mailing lists. They have the same measures available as the Code of Conduct team, obviously only those who apply to the respective medium, mailing lists and so forth. Working group chairs should they are really strongly encouraged to contact us and use us as a resource and let us help them when they are at the end of the moderating capabilities. I think many people have already experienced situations like this. So this is what we are there for. And the important thing for us, if the COC is invoked, we at least need a flag that that happened, because people talk to us, people expect us to know what's going on. We don't need details. This can be figured out. So this is maybe of only very limited interest to the wider community, but as it will at some point result in a document change, most likely we figured it may be worth presenting it here. So we have a little bit of a procedural issue. We have a document, RIPE 792, that basically defines our process and consequences. And it makes a bunch of assumptions. And it clearly states that the member of the Code of Conduct team who receives a report is responsible to create an assessment group. An assessment group is basically a sub-team within the Code of Conduct team. And the reasoning RIPE 792 gives for this is to make sure the report is not seen by more eyes within the team than necessary. We have a problem with that because most of the reports we get come in via the report form, like 99%, and they are seen by the whole team to begin with. So the existence of the report will be known to all of us. We can be contacted individually, but it is rarely ever done so. And we seem like a large team, but we are still limited. We all do other things. We are scattered across time zones. Not everyone is always available. We work through different times, and we need, for some cases, really as vast experience and in particular different perspectives as possible. And it's just also impractical from an organizational perspective. You have a meeting, then you need to send subgroups in and out. It's just not really helpful. And especially if the original intent was to limit visibility within the team, which is not often invoked. So what we propose is a change, and it will be formally done so, but this is basically a pre-warning. Just form the assessment groups on demand. Change the default, say by default the whole team will be prior to a case, so we can use multiple practices, do load sharing. We don't wait until every one of 10 people has answered something, but just we have the option. And we do continue to form separate assessment groups if needed. If we get a report against a Code of Conduct member, for example. If a Code of Conduct member has a conflict of interest, of course we will do that. Or if the reporter explicitly requests it. So in the end, all the options are on the table. We would just very much like to align the document with the practical way we are actually working. But we will raise this discussion officially, but we are interested in feedback about that. And the next point is something that came up during the last couple of meetings, which is a discussion on a media policy that got started. No, I didn't change to NCC legal, so this is still Code of Conduct related. Why is it though? The thing is that we have encountered media and press related issues in the past, whether via official reports or just people reading a room, we see that issues are arising. So people feel uncomfortable in interview situations. They may not even realizing that they are being interviewed. And we are a pretty laid back community and people talk very openly. So they need to be aware what's actually going on. So, but for us, on the other hand, it's really hard because for us, it's always better if we have a policy to refer it. And also based on suggestions from the community, we started discussing about a media policy. And right now, so this is really early work in progress, but shortly before this meeting, the RIPE NCC published such a policy. So we now have the possibility for media-related organs to obtain a media accreditation, and it defines a bunch of criteria, conditions, and revocations. It doesn't have any ties to the code of conduct as of right now. It mentions the yellow lanyards, but this still needs further refinement. And until now, we also haven't been actively involved in the development, but we already started discussing, and we will be involved in the future, collecting requirements and seeing what we need to actually be able to work on that. And I don't have any nice question slide, but this concludes my presentation. And yes, questions, comments, all of them.
Yes, thanks. I was hoping so. The Code of Conduct Task Force members would actually come up and clarify certain things.
Awesome.
Yes, please, Leo.
Hi, I'm Leo Pagoda. I chaired the task force that developed the current Code of Conduct. We expected in the development of the current Code of Conduct that you would come up with suggestions like you did. I can't speak for the rest of the task force, but it seems like a very sensible suggestion. And I mean, you know, thumbs up.
Thank you.
Patrick Busman, affiliated to Akamai and DNOC, speaking on my own for this. First of all, thanks to you and the whole team. What you're doing, the work is seen as a role model and very helpful, especially for the NOC communities in how to proceed and work on that. So that is very helpful for us and saves us a lot of time. Following on the press and media part that you had at the end correlates, so I'll only pose it as a question here, but I think we're a very proud community of everyone pays their tickets and everyone who's involved, even people who carry heavy load, pay their ticket. We introduced a policy here, or a statement which allows for free tickets without discussion, as far as I'm aware. We should share a bit of content of why we did that and how we did that. Not saying it's wrong, but we want to discuss that maybe.
Yeah, this is most definitely not in the scope of our team, but yes, this is exactly the sort of discussion that most likely will happen, but this is all still very much in development. Thank you.
I'd just like to cut the queue at this point. Ulka, maybe you want to read it. Are you reading in online? No? Go on.
Hi, Ulka Atle from the RIPE NCC communications team, and I've been involved in drafting the first very early draft that we have of this media policy. So all feedback on this is most welcome to us, so we can improve it for the next RIPE meeting. So we have V1 out there. I would just like to flag that, and that's why I have my laptop with me, is that one of the conditions for accreditation for any media representative is to agree to abide by the Code of Conduct. So hopefully that should not change the applicability of the Code of Conduct. If you're at a RIPE meeting, you follow the Code of Conduct, regardless of why you're here.
That should be without question in any case.
Yeah, we've put it in there in any case, I would just like that to be clear. Thank you. And we can also revoke media accreditation if someone violates the Code of Conduct. Thank you.
Hi, Tina Morris, AWS. Two concerns about the media policy. About 10 years ago at a different meeting, I had a situation where an accredited press person was at a meeting and was not credentialed as that. And they tried to quote me out of context and incorrectly. We have a very open community and we can say things to each other that we can't say in writing. We need to keep it that way. So the press policy instead of may should be a must. If they're here, they must register and they must be super visible lanyard, visible everything. And if they're not doing that, they can't be here because it can sabotage you.
Thank you.
Hi, Sonal Stefan, just speaking as myself. Just want to thank the whole Code of Conduct team. This is a voluntary, very responsible job you're taking on your shoulders. So thank you very much for doing that.
Indeed, yeah, many thanks. And thanks for bringing up your experiences. I think that's great for us. And it's a big responsibility for us as a community to continue to evolve, obviously. Now, last but certainly not least, Jan, oh, there you are. We're learning more about the next steps in the NOMCOM process.
Thank you. I have 10 minutes. Okay, we can go slow. My name is Jan George. I'm the chair of the RIPE NomCom. First of all, I would like to ask you to apply for the NomCom as volunteers. We need as diverse and as big number of the volunteers so we can choose from. So first of all, yes, we will have to choose the next RIPE chair and the vice chair for the next 5 years. Mirjam and Nial's term expires at RIPE 91, I think. Yeah, we need a nominating committee, the voting members that will select the new RIPE chair and vice chair. What is the NomCom and how it works? It's described in RIPE 788. Basically, this is a copy-paste from the ITF NomCom. We changed a couple of things, but in principle, it is very similar to the ITF NomCom. Very shortly, the NomCom consists of a chair, that's me. I was appointed by the chair of the board. Thank you for this honor. There is 10 voting volunteers, 2 liaisons, and an advisor. So an advisor is the previous NomCom chair, that is Daniel Karenberg. Thank you for all the help. And then we have 1 liaison from the board, that's Sander. He's waving there. And another liaison is Kevin Maynell from the program committee. He's there. We are still waiting for the name of the liaison from the working group chairs collective. Okay.
I have news on that.
Now
it's
going to
be Janos.
It's going to be Janos.
We just decided that during the lunch meeting today.
So, okay, thank you very much. So if anyone needs any information about the NomCom, talk to me or to any of these people that just waved their hand. My responsibility is to ensure that the NomCom process is executed throughout the end in a neutral, transparent, and timely way, basically. So the voting volunteers, this is the 10 people that is actually the voting members, because all those names who you heard, we are non-voting members. We are not affecting the election process. The voting volunteers, they need to also do their job in the timely manner. Of course, each one is expected to participate in the process in an equal manner. Also, the liaisons and the advisor are part of the deliberation. And the qualification for the volunteers for the NomCom, the members of the RIPE community that attended at least 3 out of 5 last RIPE meetings. Now, this is a little bit ambiguous. Our first understanding was that this needs to be in person, because that's how you check in, and that's how we know you have been here. But then we discovered that if you are online, you also check in. So now we are treating also online participation as participation. I wanted to make this clear. After the deadline for the nomination of the NomCom, I will run the random selecting mechanism that is based on the lotto results. I will probably pick German, Austrian, and Slovenian lottery. Of course, I'm from Slovenia. On a particular date, and we will fill these 3 times 6 numbers in the ITF randomizer that will randomize the list of the volunteers, and the top 10 are selected into the NomCom. Yes, majority of the work is done during the consultation meeting. This will be a Lisbon meeting. where we will have the interviews with the nominees and the office hours for the community to come in and talk to the NomCom and express the opinions or wishes or whatever you may have. This is the draft timeline. We set the draft timeline because the NomCom needs to approve it first, but there is no NomCom yet. So, right. It started on 13 January 2025. Then the committee organization will hold the first meeting during the week 3 of 2025 and organize its operations by end of January. The committee will issue the call for nominations by 10th February. So this is where those people, those community members who are thinking of nominating themselves or somebody else for the RIPE chair and RIPE vice chair can do it. We will collect nominations until end of March. The committee members will actively work on solicit the nominations. We will talk to the community and ask people to come forward. Before, during, and immediately after the RIPE meeting in Lisbon, we will solicit the feedback, and we will have open office hours and speak to nominees. After RIPE 90, we will go into the deliberation mode, and we will try to make a selection. I will try as a chair to actually steer the discussion towards the consensus. If we can elect the new RIPE chair team by the consensus, this will be a win. Otherwise, we still have the voting way, so we ask people and elect by voting. Yes, we will have to send the names to the RIPE NCC board for the confirmation of the selected candidates. And the committee may have to review the selection in case of the RIPE NCC board is not happy with us. But I hope that things will go smoothly. And the transition period will be in at RIPE 91, wherever this might be. And the term finishes after the NomCom completes the report and formally presents its report during RIPE 91. And then at RIPE 91, I will probably come in front of you and propose a name with the NomCom standing behind me, and you as a community will have to decide if you're happy or not. So here are the links. Please volunteer for the NomCom if you have attended the last 3 of the RIPE meetings. We need as diverse and as big number of volunteers to pick from. Yeah, and you can volunteer at the ripenomcom.org. There is a form where you fill out, and that's it for me. Are there any questions?
Hello.
Oh.
Kurt Kaiser. One question, if RIPE wants to be independent from RIPE NCC, I'm struggling a little bit why the executive board must confirm the candidates for the RIPE candidates.
This is a great question, and I'm glad you asked. This is in the process, and I'm not willing to fix the aircraft during the flight. But there will be an opportunity for the feedback after the process is done, and this may be one of the feedbacks for the future NomComs.
Hi, my name is Daniel Karrenberg. I'm advisor to the current NomCom and chair of the last NomCom and author of the
co-author of the process, the role of the RIPE NCC Executive Board is not to say whether they like or don't like the candidates, but it is to confirm that the NOMCOM has done its work according to the procedure as specified. So they have no way of saying we don't like X or Y. They could only say you didn't do what you promised to do and what the community agreed was the process. That's the only role there. So just to confer to clarify that. And obviously, if we want to change that, we can change that. But I'm not going to be the one who drives that process.
Thank you, Daniel.
Franziska Lichtblau speaking for myself. So when I started considering whether I want to get involved in this whole NOMCOMI endeavor, I figured, let's go back to what is the RIPE chair actually doing. So having a look at RIPE 714, and I know you said the thing about the airplane not changing in flight, but maybe there's something we want to consider. Because it very explicitly said, and I would like to remind you what Mirjam said at the beginning of her presentation, all the things where they get invited, get asked for input, feedback, and we have a very explicit note in this document, RIPE is not formally represented in other organizations, therefore the RIPE chair does not formally represent RIPE anywhere. And while I realize where this comes from, this has strong local significance to our community and how we work. It may really not perceived like that in outside communities and other organizations. So we might actually want to go back to that document.
Okay, yes, I also noticed that, but thank you for bringing this up. This is actually the thing for discussion in the community. How do we want, if we want to redefine basically the job description of the RIPE chair, and I don't think we can change this now, but for the next NOMCOM process, maybe. I think this is also something that we will have to discuss during the next 5 years. Yeah.
Leo Vagoda, speaking for myself. You mentioned you want volunteers for the NOMCOM and that you have to have attended 3 of the last 5 meetings. I assume that means that if you've attended over MeetEcho instead of in person, you're still eligible. Can you confirm that?
At the beginning, we thought not, but then we figured out that there is a check-in. You need to check in. So if you attended over the MeetEcho and you checked in, then yes.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I would like to ask for a small clarification. You said one of the deadlines is end of March, and you said it's March 30th, 23:59, and it is actually 1 day before end of March. So what is the deadline? I think it is for applying for the chair of...
It says draft.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
The other mic, please. Hans-Peter.
Yeah, thank you. Hans-Peter Holen, former RIPE chair. I think Franziska brought up a very good point here that reviewing the RIPE chair job description may actually be the one thing you want to do before the selection process to see if there are any minor amendments that you want to do that. I don't propose to change this totally, but it may actually be wise to have a look at that to see whether there are some lessons learned that should be clarified, so it's clearer for the new candidates what the job is, because that job description was written at the time when we had experience with 2 volunteer chairs, Rob Bloxall for a lifetime and me for 5-6 years. So it may actually be worth to have Mirjam give some input on what her job actually was, and then a quick review by the community, the committee, to see, maybe we should adjust some of this.
Yeah, we need to match the policy with the reality, basically. Thank you. CK.
CK, ex-board member. An observation from my side when I was on the board and we went through the last NOMCOM process. My understanding is, if it hasn't changed, that NOMCOM is exactly there to select a new one and then they dissolve. If we as a community have an opinion about a new job description or any change, the NOMCOM will not do that for us. Then we have to find a vehicle to talk about these things and change them, because the NOMCOM is exactly there to get a new candidate, put them in position, and then they disappear till the next 4 years. So just saying, let's not wait for the next 5 years if you want to change it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Anna Wilson, HEANet. I was involved in a lot of the discussions that set up this process, and I was one of the non-voting members of the last NOMCOM. Based on that experience, I do want to say I appreciate that this is an opportunity for people to look at some of these other documents and to really think about how this all fits into RIPE today and how we want this community to be run and how it can impact this process. But I really like your instincts, Jan, of not fixing the plane while it's flying. This is a big job with an important outcome. I'm very grateful to you, Jan, for taking the role you are, and I will be delighted to see people volunteering to serve on the NOMCOM. But the thing I would like to back up what you're saying, but really ask the community in general, and I don't talk about this process a lot anymore, is the scope of this thing is pretty well defined. Stick to what you have. If you try to change it midstream, it gets very scary, and it doesn't need to be scary. That's all I got. Thank you.
You know, while I can and I could fix the aircraft during the flight, I'm not willing to, because I think the process is good enough. We need to execute it and then give the feedback and ask the community if they want to change the process, if our feedback is good enough. Thank you.
Tobias and then Daniel, and then I'm afraid we'll have to cut this here and continue on the list.
So Tobias Siebich for myself, not experienced with any of the committees, but having been annoying Angela for quite some time over the past couple of months. And my gut feeling would be that it would be the process to start this, to have it done for the committee advised by Jan.
Okay. Daniel.
Daniel Kahnberg, first and current employee of the RIPE NCC, author of many of the documents that govern this process. I'd like to repeat what Anna said. Yes, you now have again are woken up to what processes we have agreed on, but it would be very, very bad to change the processes while they're underway. Don't do that. You will not find people who want to be on a committee that has to operate under changing rules. So I advise very strongly against that. What I wanted to say is the description of the RIPE chair, RIPE 714. If you want to rework that, it is not the job, like Christian Kaufmann said, it's not the job of the NOMCOM to do that. The NOMCOM has a very, very narrow mandate. So the people who clapped when they said that needs to be changed, one of them will have to come forward to drive that process, and it's a separate process.
Yep. Thank you very much. I'm free to go.
Unless there's anything, is there anything online? No. Okay, yes, you're free to go. Thank you very much, Jan. And thanks to all the speakers and all the participation here today. We had a packed agenda and we're almost on time. So, and don't forget, there's still 2 baths after the coffee break and the dinner tonight. So I hope to see you all there and hope you enjoy the night.
Yes. He said it's not like it just is wrong. Yes.
All right. According to my computer, we are now at 6 o'clock. So please make your way to your seats. Happy Halloween, everyone, for those who celebrate. I was very surprised coming into the subway this morning to find people dressed up in Halloween costumes. And I thought, am I in Europe? What's going on here? But here we are. Happy Halloween. So this is a BOF, which if you're not super familiar with how RIPE works, birds of a feather, it's much less structured and formal even than most RIPE discussions. So basically we can make up the rules as we go here tonight. And the only purpose of this is to share information, share ideas, opinions, and learn stuff. So that's where we're at. So having said that, welcome to the DNS Resolver Recommendations in Practice Birds of a Feather session. My name is Shane Kerr. I'm going to be moderating this session tonight. We've got a panel of esteemed experts in DNS. And they'll be introducing themselves in a little bit, so you get a little bit better feel for who is who and what we're doing. So, but that's the basic idea. And so the format that we're going to use is we have slides because we like slides, and they're just basically to steer the conversation. If we at any point decide we want to steer off of that, we can. That's fine. But the way I intend it to work is we're going to, like I said, we're going to introduce the people here, and then we're going to go over a little bit about previous discussions that we've had, and then we'll end up digging into specific items and recommendations that the document that we're here to discuss has had. And then I'd like to end up the session talking about future plans and any ideas that we want to do for upcoming steps. That's the basic idea. And I cleverly didn't put together a table of contents slide. All right, well, here we go. Why are we here? So we published a document in May entitled RIPE DNS Resolver Recommendations. And this is kind of a reaction to things that happened external to RIPE. And I think in a general sense, it's a reaction to the impression that there's increasing importance of public resolvers. And what we as a RIPE community don't want is centralization of control of anything on the internet. We believe the internet is cooperative and that people should be working together, not trying to take it over. So we published this document, which I'm actually really proud of. I'm very happy with the way it came out. The task force did a great job. And at the last RIPE meeting, we had a short discussion, a similar panel with just Dave and Babak and myself in the DNS working group. And we only had 20 minutes, and it was a fantastic discussion. I really enjoyed it. And one of the co-chairs of the RIPE DNS working group, Willem here, he said, hey, do you want to do a BOF at the next RIPE meeting? I thought, great, let's do it. And so he actually did all the work of organizing. Thank you very much. And here we are tonight. Now, this is slightly different from that previous session. We have an hour instead of 20 minutes. We have more than twice as many people here on stage, or panelists rather. And those are the main differences. Plus, we have kind of the history of the previous session, so we don't necessarily have to revisit stuff. So anyway, so getting back to the general context of what's happening with DNS resolution, I saw two different presentations over the last few days. One of which said that, I think one of these was at the OARC meeting, not at the RIPE meeting itself, but one of these presentations showed a nice graph which showed that the amount of traffic as a percentage of DNS traffic going to public resolvers is going down. I saw a different presentation saying that amount of traffic going to public resolvers is going up. So I think probably what it's somewhat important that these changes are happening. I don't feel like we have a good feel as a community of what exactly is happening, but it doesn't really affect our goal. What we want to do is make sure that people have a way to do DNS resolution in a high quality way that they can trust. And as I said, preferably one which doesn't consolidate all with one or two big organizations. Yeah. So at this point, I'm going to ask everyone to introduce themselves, and I guess we'll do it in, well, Yeah, we'll just do it from stage right to stage left. So Andronikos, why don't you start and pass the mic and so on.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Andronikos. I'm working at Whalebone. We are leading the DNS4U consortium. And basically, my role at Whalebone is head of technical consulting, working with the operations of the DNS resolvers. Today, from the DNS4U perspective, we are mainly going to cover the public DNS resolver.
Hi, everyone. My name is Farzan Abadi. I am the founder of Digital Medusa, and which aims to protect and defend the interoperable global internet. And with so we have a project. We work with Sebastian Castro from .ie on a public DNS resolvers and the centralization, if it's happening, and why it's happening, and whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, and whether the practices that the community has. And we are the one that in our preliminary report, we reported using AP-NIC lab data, we reported that the use of public DNS resolver is going
down. Hi, my name is Juri de Ruiter. I'm a technical product manager at SURF. So SURF is the Dutch NREN, so the Research and Education Network. It's a cooperative of educational and research institutes in the Netherlands. And we offer, well, many services around, among others, network connectivity to our institutes, which also include DNS services, so domain registration, authoritative services, but also resolvers that can be used by anybody on our networks that would like to.
Oh, hello, I'm Babak. I'm with Quad 9, and I hope Quad 9 does not need an introduction, but I'm going to do it anyways. So Quad 9 is a Swiss non-for-profit, and we provide protective DNS resolution across the world. And according to latest stats, we are present in 117 countries, a large area of thousands of resolvers, and constantly growing, by the way. Oh.
Hi, my name is Dave Knight. I work at UltraDNS. UltraDNS has been doing DNS commercially for over 25 years. We have a number of DNS products, one of which is a recursive service. So we operate an open public recursive, but also we operate that, on a commercial basis for clients as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Great. All right. So as I mentioned, we have had a session before, and I put together a slide about all the different stuff that we covered in that session. So we have recommendations about considering multiple implementations. We had a lot of text covering where you run your things, the benefits and drawbacks of cloud versus metal. We had sections about ways to achieve high availability, also like very specific technologies, EDNS client subnet, RPKI for routing stuff, not negative trust anchors for enabling DNSSEC when people forget to roll their keys, encrypting traffic to the user with any of these methods, DNS over TLS, DNS over HTTPS, or DNS over QUIC, NSID, server identification, and I should have said DNS cookies, not just cookies, DNS cookies. So we talked about all these in the last session with Babak, Dave, and myself. And if anyone wants to dig into it or hear maybe how how DNS for EU is thinking about doing their cookies and things like that, please come to the microphone, or you can, I guess, talk to us afterwards. But I didn't really have any intention to go over these again, unless one of you wants to dig in. No? All right, great. Cool. Well, anyway, just in general, questions and comments are highly encouraged. And before we get started, I see someone maybe going to the microphone. Great.
I didn't follow the start of it, but I know what the resolvers are typically doing. But I'm wondering if it is a possibility to raise also a question to OS vendors and application manufacturers, how to simplify the control where your DNS are going, DNS requests are going, because they're somewhat hidden really deeply into the systems. I mean, if they got with the DHCP or with some options, or even embedded in some default options, it's quite difficult to change them and direct them, or even enable DOT or something, that you want to actively move your request to a certain destination. It's a first step that needs to be working before you can have a resolver answering what we are discussing from the content side, like what you want to serve as a advanced, let's say, a secure DNS service. But I think the first step is how to simplify and enable control over your DNS origination.
So I'm just going to try to repeat the question. The question is about in the application space or the UX, like creating a user interface for this?
Yeah, for example, you're a provider and you have DHCP options and you serve them, but it doesn't matter if the app, for example, comes default shipped with Android 8.8.8.8.
Okay.
So that the user must actively change the settings to ask a specific server that we are talking now that wants to be advanced or modern configured.
It's an interesting question. I know. Oh, does someone want to address that?
Yeah, I guess you're addressing the problem as to operating system vendors.
Everything, because like you need to install an additional add-on or something to know what's happening in the background, because the typical user should not be bothered with. You enable a Wi-Fi or something, you get automatically an address, and you get all the parameters that it makes it working. But still, if you want to actively control more security to a DOT server, to something that you have, you want to know where your requests are going, you have to do a lot of effort to do that.
Right. I mean, I guess as you're saying, traditionally, a network operator could affect that control in a DHCP server centrally inside their network. My network, my rules, make everyone use.
In theory, yes, but if the application does again what it wants, you have no choice.
Right, absolutely. And that's what I was going to acknowledge is that, yeah, you don't have a way in the network to tell every application what to use.
Right.
And yeah, there isn't one place to go to talk about that. And I think even if you go there, they're not terribly interested to hear it. Otherwise, I guess we would have solutions for that already. What I do know is that, yeah, this was something that wasn't in the recommendations document. The document really didn't have, I think, recommendations for vendors at that level to talk about that particular problem, but perhaps a future version of the document should. I would agree with that.
Yeah, except with browsers, you have to really install things like IPFoo or some add-ons to even know if they use IPv6 because it's hidden. So it's a similar problem, but not related to that. But overall, I think it starts with the request too.
Well, if I may add, basically it feels like this is also a problem of discovery. Yeah, when it came the DOH and the DOT, there were several approaches about how to do it properly. Now it's pretty much standardized. Yeah, but during this discussion, there was quite a lot of effort on how the DNS resolvers can signal to the network. Yeah, and evidently the main idea was, hey, we want to respect the network and what the operator wants to do. So the vast majority of the users don't really change their DNS settings. They trust what the operator is giving them.
Well, so one thing related to that is I think Quad 9 has an Android app, for example. I don't know if you have an iOS one because I don't do Apple stuff, but.
So there are different parts to this problem. If users change consciously their DNS server, because some users do, these are usually power users. The other side of this, I can say browser vendors are sometimes doing this. We know some browser vendors just change your DNS, or if you're using one of these public resolvers, they upgrade to a more secure version. And the third trend that we are seeing, I'll get to the mobile part at the end. The third interesting trend that we are seeing is that some of the providers use one of the public resolvers, put it in DHCP, and instruct the user to send traffic to these public resolvers, or even point their caching resolver to one of the public resolvers. That happens to Quad 9 very often. And yeah, to answer the question about mobile, yes, Quad 9 has an Android app. Things are easier with Android. And the app also shows some statistics, which is nice. For iOS, though, we cannot have an app. So we have a profile, an iOS profile. And we noticed that people don't really like the idea of installing these profiles because unfortunately operating system vendors make it a little bit scary. So you get all sort of warnings and all that. And maybe a regular user does not feel comfortable with accepting, all those warning messages. And in particular, changing your DNS server on a mobile device is more difficult, especially on your mobile network. Not the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is easier, but mobile network, we see less and less people using these public resolvers.
Great, thank you. All right. So picking up in the document where we left off, we ran out of time when we were talking about DNS extended errors, and there was actually a really nice presentation at the RIPE DNS working group earlier this week about DNS extended errors. If you didn't see it, you can check out the video or the slides are online. And so I guess the question to the panelists is, what's the situation? Do you use DNS extended errors now, or are you planning on, if you're not using them, did you disable them intentionally, or what's the story?
Okay, I'll go first. Well, we see EDE as a very welcome development in DNS world because it returns some useful information to the end user. Not that everyone cares or sees the EDE message. Probably no one sees these messages now, but I'm aware that some operating system vendors are working on somehow integrating this into their operating system. So they turn these into useful messages for the end users, which is another interesting development. In case of Quad 9, because we are a protective DNS resolver, these are particularly more interesting, like code 15 and 16 in particular are more interesting because we have a very large block list. We block cyber threats, and currently we do not return an EDE when a user requests a site in one of these block lists. We return NX domain, but the plan is to return code 15, which is for the exact same reason. And then another phase of this is when we have to block something based on a court order. That is sort of considered censorship. And for this, we are planning to return code 16, which implies that this is blocked based on external factors, and the message will include reference to the court order for users, for end user clarification.
Is that going to be a reference to a link on your own webpage or to like a government webpage?
So for now, if you look up one of these block names on Quad 9 website, we have a description that points to the authorities' websites. We are thinking about putting the very same message into EDE error message, so that users don't need to look over our website.
Okay. Andronikos, you want to comment?
Yes, so basically currently we are mainly returning error codes for DNSSEC related issues. Yeah, so if some validation fails for whatever reason. But one of our main motivations is basically to improve the end user experience. Yeah, so we have it on the roadmap, we have it to improve it. Basically, we are waiting for the RFC, the structured error data for filtered DNS. Yeah, which we have seen it has been already adopted somehow, but it's not like finalized. And as soon as we have like a better picture of how this will be implemented, then we will also enable it.
We didn't talk much, so you weren't at the previous discussion, so I'm not really sure what your architecture looks like. Are you using the same software implementation for all of queries, or do you have a diverse one, if you can say?
Of course. I mean, one of the consortium members is at Nick. Yeah, so we're using Not Resolver in the core of DNS for EU, and we're basically having a joint roadmap for the DNS for EU project.
Okay, okay, great. Anyone else? Yeah, please.
Yeah, so in the Ultra DNS resolver, we have this implemented and enabled, I think currently only for customers with a contract, but that, we will at some point soon enable that in the public service. Something that we're also very interested in is, as an authority server operator, is the next step into EDE reporting. Where recursives can send us errors about, tell us why our authority server doesn't work. That's very interesting from a operations point of view. Oh, cool. You had a slide on that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes,
that we're very interested in that. Want to do that too.
And Yodi?
Yeah, so actually I also enjoyed that presentation. So as of today, we also have EDE on our resolvers.
Oh, cool.
We're also running a pilot with some filtering resolvers, so they're separate from our regulars. But for that, we don't have this yet, so we still have to look at that at some point.
Okay.
I'm curious what will happen with our users with EDE.
Just a small comment about how important it is to have some kind of explanation why you cannot access that website for the user, because we want to put the autonomy of the user, we want to emphasize on autonomy of the user to make decisions, and telling them that your government asked for this website to be censored might provide them some explanation, and they might actually complain about their government. So it's very important. But also I think that, okay, we can talk about this later, but just saying censored might not really make them interested, but it's a good effort.
Yeah, so I'm just checking the text that we actually have in the recommendations document about extended errors. We say they should be enabled, but we don't make any specific recommendations about censorship or providing links, which it seems like everyone has independently come to the conclusion that it's a good idea. So if we do revise the document at a future date, we'd want to do something like that, I guess. Cool. Speaking of blocking, so in the document itself, we have a quick discussion of RPZ or RPZ, which is response policy zones. This is because in the DNS, we like to be able to do everything in the DNS. We don't like other protocols at all. This is the way to transmit information about block lists, basically, in the DNS itself. So we talk a little bit about there. It's probably not good to obsess about it because there's nothing magic about this. The important thing is having a way to transmit the data, to transmit the sort of information about who you want to filter and things like that. But having said that, it is a handy way to do it. The more important thing is, I think, in the document, there's this concept called weasel words, where you say things in a way that gives you a lot of ways to get out of what actually saying anything. And I tried not to do that while we were writing the text, but it feels a little bit like that. So the idea is sort of, you shouldn't block. You shouldn't have any blocking if you can avoid it. But if you do, you should be very clear about what you're blocking and why. But if you can't do that, you should at least be able to say that you are being blocked. And so there's this kind of hierarchy of transparency that my own feeling was that we can't know what people's individual situations are, and we have to trust that they're going to be that they want to also be as transparent as possible, which is basically what we recommend. Yeah, so there are these extended DNS errors like we saw on the previous slide explicitly for this, and I thought that might be an interesting thing to talk to our panelists about, and then maybe also like what your relationship is and what the plans are for engaging with either regulators or other motivations. So I know there are other reasons to block things, which, for example, Quad 9 blocks malicious content, which is, as Babak was saying, is not really considered censorship in the same way, right? So I guess I'll leave it at that. And why don't we start with Fergal, who I think has one or two things to say about this topic.
I have many opinions about this. Yeah. So a few years ago, Cloudflare provided, I mean, it still provides, but Cloudflare has a family public resolver that has like a filtering for adult content. And a few years ago, it happened that some of the LGBTQI websites were blocked by mistake because the block list that they were provided with and they accessed had a different definition of what is adult content. And this led to inaccessibility of some of the LGBTQI content, and there is a really good blog about it by Prince himself, and he explains why this happened. And I think that one of the problems that we have is that we don't have visibility to these block lists, sometimes for good reasons, but sometimes like we need to have some kind of inclination of what they are blocking and why they are blocking. And if there are mistakes, the community, like, I don't know, internet community or, you know, these lists have to be audited. Sometimes we don't even know who provides the list. And so the idea of community governance of blocking is to bring the internet community together, look over the block list and audit it so that we are proactively preventing from false positive happening. Because this is a matter of access to content, but also access to online services sometimes. It's not just, you know, reading something and the information. But I also wanted to mention that we have to, when we, of course, families should protect their children, but we have to also look at what we mean by children rights. Children have the right to privacy and also access to knowledge, like after a certain age. And if the family wants to impose, because family, in my opinion, is a mini state. So at what point can we give the autonomy to the children or young adults to be able to decide on their own what sort of content they want to see or not? Oh, but that's a very complicated.
So this is interesting because in the DNS, we often don't know who the user is, right? I don't think you can have a resolver service that requires authentication, right? Whether it be IP-based or some sort of certificate, it is possible, but it's not the common model, and it's not normally the way things work. So if you get a DNS query that has a name, like, you don't know if the person sending it is 55 or 15 or 5, right? So yeah, it's tricky for the regulators, it's tricky for society, and it would be unfortunate if the DNS operators kind of got caught in that. So yeah, so does anyone want to respond, or do you maybe just want to talk about your own situation?
I'd like to add to this. At least the way we do it is, well, we have many threat intelligence partners from whom we get these block lists. And these are not, most of them are not public block lists. So these are commercial products. But if for given end users run into a host name that we do not resolve because it's one of these block lists, and they look it up on our website, we tell them exactly who the threat intel providers was and for what reason it is blocked. Was it phishing or malware or Stockebrand? And if they think it's a false positive, there's a very clear way to contact the threat intel provider or Quad9 support them to report a false positive. And then we look into it, and it happens. Sometimes it happens that some legitimate name ends up in one of these block lists.
Currently, though, I'm secret insider information. There's not like a team of people with a set of guidelines and policies for how you evaluate those, is there?
No, because first off, we do not decide what goes into these block lists. We rely on our partners to provide the lists, and we relay this information back to them, so they will refine their list.
So even if someone was to contact you directly, you wouldn't look at it and say, oh, this is obviously a mistake. You'd just pass it through and wait for them to do it.
Well, if there is an obvious mistake there, if for some reason Amazon.com appears on the list, then we don't even need to contact the threat intel provider. In those cases, which again happens sometimes, yes, we do. Well, we implement the exclusion immediately because it happens for some high-profile names, but also we'll inform the threat intel provider so they can clean it from their list because they probably have other customers who are infected by this.
Okay. So with X.com, would you do it right? No, sorry.
Hi,
there's someone at the mic.
Greg Choules, ISC at the moment. In a previous life, I used to work for a mobile provider and designed and ran their resolvers. And one of the reasons for that was speed, just because they're closer than Google is to the mobile phones. And the other one was because DNS was deemed a critical national infrastructure and part of the legal machinery in enforcing certain things due to national laws. Now, you can't get that with Google or Quad 9 because the query could go absolutely anywhere. I appreciate that any caster will tend to drag it to a local pot, but your block lists are going to come from many sources and they don't necessarily respect national boundaries. And so does the panel think generally that national laws are becoming a bit less relevant these days when literally any connectivity could go from any user to anywhere else in the world?
I am going to send that one to Andronikos, actually, as someone who has deep and explicit ties with the European Union.
I wouldn't call it like that. Well, let's take it from the other perspective. One of the main motivations of DNS for EU is to also offer a security service. Yeah, and part of this security service will be powered by threat intelligence, will be generated inside the consortium. We have some academia partners, we have some computer emergency and response teams. But this is when it comes to, let's say, the security filtering. Yeah, when it comes to the legal blocking or the regulatory filtering which applies to each country, it kind of feels that this is mostly applicable when a DNS resolver is really deployed in a country. Yeah, it's not a public service, but rather it's a service available only for a particular ISP where the regulations actually apply.
But for example, I mean, the slightly less diligent ISPs, might have their local resolvers because they have to provide them, and out the back end, they just go, oh, well, I'll just forward everything to Google and let them take care of it. So their clients might have the illusion of a local resolution service, but actually it could be going anywhere in the world. Yeah. You do get multiple layers of resolvers, and the end user, the person on the end, whether they're 5 or 15 or 55, has absolutely no idea as to how this answer got there or, why Amazon has been blocked. I mean, it might be a national law in some mythical country that Amazon.com is not allowed. So it might be valid to block that in that country.
I think this is an area where we were talking about the extended error code. This is an area, like, this gets back to the very first person who came before we even started of presenting stuff to the user, right? Because we can as DNS people provide like very detailed information and links, but if your browser is not going to show it to you, or you're even more likely your app doesn't show it to you, then I don't know. I don't want to live in a world where there's regulation requiring that. Oh.
I just wanted to mention that the nation states are increasingly trying to control public DNS resolvers as well. We had a court case in France that OpenDNS and a few other public DNS resolvers were ordered to stop the copyright infringing domain name. And so the compliance is very, very interesting. Google decided to comply. OpenDNS said, I will get out of France not to comply. And so I believe that it is unfortunate that nation states are trying to assert their sovereignty over the internet through DNS resolvers, because it does impact users' access. And not every law is a good law. We need to also have a human rights framework or a rights framework that looks at the law, and if it's like a blatant censorship and there's this authoritarian country that is sending you these information, then you have to be a little bit more careful about what law is being followed.
Janos, do you want to?
Yeah, I would like to make a short comment, if you don't mind. Actually, it is not exactly related to DNS, but it's an example of the censorship in Hungary that is not based on DNS. They don't have any plans to do that. They do it on the IP address level, and all Hungarian providers have to respect this. So this is announced by BGP and it is dropped. So this is probably the model to use, because DNS, as you pointed out, it is very difficult to control.
So before you step away, so as a DNS person, this seems great, right? But as a person using the internet, obviously there's downsides because there's a lot of collateral damage, you could say, right?
Yes.
What is your feeling about it?
Well, this is usually decided by a court, so it's based on a court order. So it is not that somebody decided to censorship, so to put some censorship somewhere. So I think this is reasonably well looked after, and I think it is not necessarily a bad thing.
Okay, interesting. I think you were next to the front mic, yeah.
So, Tobias Siebig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, and I've been doing a bit of DNS work also in the context of censorship, and you might remember my presentation at RIPE 85. And a very big problem when we're discussing censorship and restricting the natural flow of packets is positionality. If you think about a system that provides a European freedom internet, which ensures that everything that is reachable is complying to the GDPR and sparkles and smells of flowers, on a technical point, that system, no matter on which layer you implement it, if you do DNS censorship, well, if you do DNS freedom support systems, or if you do IP freedom support systems, on a technical level, if you tell implementer like, hey, we need this thing, and the day before they had a meeting at pick whatever authoritarian state you want, where they were talking about implementing a strict censorship regime to prevent the populace from doing like stupid things like, you know, being independently informed, they will come back and be like, hey, 2 customers, 1 user story. And we need to, I think we need to, as a community, become a bit less compromise searching with these requirements from policymakers, because it will be salami slicing, and the system in the end does not care. The system is in place and it can be used for whatever it should be used for. And what it should be used for can also quickly change.
Does anyone want to respond or add to that? Okay, thank you. And I guess we'll go to the back mic. Yes, please.
Johann from Larus Limited, and I also run the registry for .help. And Larus Limited is running a fairly large leasing network. We lease to many networks. So it's touch on IP address, but also on domain names, on these blockings. I think I want to step a step back and look at a bit of higher level of discussion. Is that, you know, if you have a criminal live in a house, do we go to the house bust a criminal, or we ask Google just erase their addresses? or we erase the possibility to turn a zip code into that addresses. Like, we are providing a universal, we're not hosting content, right? Like when people go to a domain name, always saying yes, that is in the IP address. And in terms of IP address, it's always saying, okay, that is your house number, right? That's your addresses. The actual criminal is in the server where it's being hosted. So do we, and I agree with the tsunami exercise, you know, that's famous in the Second World, yes, Minister, which are my favorite show, that, you know, when you're going to use nuclear weapon, are they going to East Europe? You go into one step further, you know, if we really back off as a technical community, all we're doing here is essentially providing an addressing service. We're just like a map, right? We're providing an address to a house, and we tell people that this zip code is pointing to that addresses. Do we need to erase that from our map, which essentially is what we're doing here? Like, are we allowing this? If we continue allowing this, because yes, there is bad content, there is some really horrible content on the internet. It's just like, in the real world, there are really horrible things that happen in places, right? Murders, whatever. But are we, as basically providing a map to that destination, responsible for reachability of that location? Is a greater discussion here, and I think the community should really think about it, because every step we back down to the government and to the law enforcement, and just for the sake of convenience, we might one day that, you know, everything we do, we have to check with them first. And also, let me remind the room is we have 200 nations, 200 parliament on Earth, and with different political interests, left and right. You know, we can't accommodate them all. Might as well not accommodate any of them. Let the criminal being brought down at a place where the criminality actually happens, not as a map. If that makes sense. Thank you.
So before I let people who are very eager to respond here go, I want to mention that when we were writing this recommendation document, I mean, I'm someone who believes very strongly in free speech, and I want people to be able to get information that they want whenever they want to get it, right? But I was also cognizant that I can't make a recommendation that someone not follow the law, right? Because that puts them in jeopardy. And I realize that people are willing to break or fight unjust laws all the time, and I respect that, but that wasn't a recommendation that I was willing to make. And I don't think there was much appetite for that in the task force. So that's kind of from the document point of view where we were at. And maybe it seems, Dave, do you want to start maybe?
Yeah, thanks. I think, you know, what you said, we didn't really cover that in the document. But to answer, you know, what I think you were saying, I think I totally agree with that. You know, the appropriate place to block content is, you know, in the path to the content, not in the, you know, as you put it, the map or the address book, and I think the reason that happens, you know, particularly in the case of judicial blocking, is because it's cheap. It's, you know, I mean, particularly in a country where, you know, that content is behind a domain in your country's CCTLD, the government already has a relationship with the CCTLD operator. There's one operator. They know exactly where to send the court summons to. So, you know, from that perspective, for you know, anyone who wants to exert that control, it's to do it there. And now that we start to have more centralization of resolvers, that gives you one other or a small set of organizations where you could exert a similar level of control globally rather than just locally. And, you know, so I mean, I certainly haven't done the research on this, but it seems very logical to me that the reason that you would follow this path into the DNS is because it's easy.
We have done some research on that, and that is generally, it is cheaper and more efficient to block, because we also looked at regulations around the world, and it seems like other than a few countries, there's not like a specific legislation to block at the DNS resolver level, but they prescribe blocking, and then what the ISPs find easier is to block at the DNS level. That's one of them.
So basically you're kind of agreeing with Dave, but it's the ISPs themselves that are choosing this method.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I mean, ISPs here can come and kill me later, but that is what.
Does that address your comments, do you think?
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. Sorry, your name is.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That exactly my point is, we do that for sake of convenience, but I would urge that we take a step back and think about, do we really want to do that on the map? And all we're doing is resolve a postcode to an actual address, right? Do we actually want to stop criminal there, which we actually don't? Because we all know, even lack of IP address and DNS, you still can reach that criminals. There's other technical methods reach to a server without using IP addresses that is available. So should the judiciary system and the policing force should be looking at to stop the actual problem, but not trying to, for sake of convenience, just playing with the map, which number one, you don't actually stop the criminal. There are, for example, is there child pornography there? It's still there, and it's still accessible by some other forms, which most of child pornography today, let's face it, is not actually in the domain name anyway, right? So secondly, that you basically, in my ways, in a way, stop being potentially, and a great potential, be abused by state powers for censorship, not really for the name of child porn or some real criminal activity, but rather than for different opinion of their political opponents, because of the sake of convenience. So protecting the integrity of our resolver should be top priority in the task force and consideration of doing it, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to go again to the back microphone. I think you were waiting a bit longer.
Hi, Einar from ISNIC. Now, there was a panel similar to this one at the last Center Jamboree. There were people from some registries and other national organizations. They were talking about that they were scared of how centralized resolving was becoming and whether they needed national resolvers. And I stood up and I told them that the main driving force for people in Iceland to the open resolvers was that there was a law stating a block list of mostly piracy sites, and all the ISPs had to block them in their resolvers. So of course, people just moved to the open resolvers. And that was the reason I didn't want national governments controlling the resolvers. People will just move to the open resolvers. If there will be laws and large block lists for the open resolvers, people will just move to self-hosted resolvers or otherwise independent resolvers.
I think people moving to self-hosted resolvers sounds great. Sorry, panel.
I mean, anybody can run a recursive resolver.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But it's always going to be a cat and mouse game. If it's too regulated, then people will move. People who are actively seeking, material, and they will just move to something else.
Can I comment on that? I did a presentation a few months ago at a different venue, and it was about comparing different resolvers. And my recommendation to users who were looking for the fastest resolvers was to run a local resolver on a Pi-hole. Nothing can beat that, right? And then point it to a protective DNS resolver or another resolver of your choice, because I think that makes more sense. And one comment about a national resolver, it's a good idea as long as users have the choice to use either the national or international or any other resolvers, which is probably not the case.
Quick question about that. When you say when users have a choice, I mean, I think in general, I'm just waving my hands here, but I think 99.9% of users just turn on their computers and connect, right? So the notion of choice is made for you by someone who you hope does a good job, right?
Well, that is not necessarily your nation state, could be your browser vendor these days.
Right? Fair.
So Tobias Wiewich, Max Planck Institute for Informatics. So first, the 99.5% are basically the answer to why do we do DNS blocking? It's cheaper because it works for enough people. The second thing is you earlier stated that you wouldn't want to recommend to people that they should break the law. Which one?
Whichever one's going to harm them the most. I mean, yeah. If you break the law in Holland, if there was so as far as I know, the Netherlands has no DNS-based blocking right now. It's one of the few places in the world that has zero. But in order for that to happen, people did have to go to court and spend a lot of their money to do that, right? So I admire them for doing that, but I don't insist that anyone do that. And that is probably the lightest and easiest case. There's a lot of places in the world where you'll end up in jail, right?
Starting with the example, I believe that there might be a hypothetical case where people might be using an AS path which involves my ASN and not, let's say, Zigo, because that has a different result if you type something along the lines of Pirate Bay in the address bar right now.
Yeah.
So I do think the Netherlands do have some form of DNS meddling. And what is being meddled usually differs because, I mean, in the Netherlands, I think gambling is pretty much like online gambling is pretty much allowed, at least depending on what I see on TV after and sometimes even
I wouldn't
before.
bet on it, but maybe, yeah.
Well, you should.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry.
You should only bet when you control the bank. And in Germany, that is the very core of the state-mandated block list, right? And if you start like blocking an economic component of another nation, you all of a sudden get into this thing of like, it's basically an economic sanction. And then there's like really heinous criminal law things like in Germany, it's kind of illegal to inform people about healthcare, which in the Netherlands is something you wouldn't even like dare to think about restricting. So in two countries in the heart of Europe, like sharing a border and pretty close in terms of language, we already have such fundamental differences. And the laws that apply, like you can pick all around the globe and they will be different. And that's exactly where this notion of nationalized resolvers comes from. Because then all of a sudden policymakers can apply the rules, regulations they want to their constituents, at least the 99.5% that just boot up their computer. And just install a pie hole doesn't really help. Because 99.5%, even if they at some point realize, I might not be living in the state I want to live in anymore, and we do have to have like a more street-based conversation about the matter of democracy in my state, then they're running to the street with their iPhone in hand, with the nice Apple-supported walled garden, forced to use whatever local resolver is there, and well, it's cheaper and it works.
Just one note from my side. Basically, one of the main ideas behind best current practices was that we want to avoid centralization. Yeah, so the overall original idea was, hey, let's give some recommendations how people can run resolvers. Yeah, so the more resolvers, the merrier. That's where we're coming from.
Yeah, that's kind of going to be my comment as well, that I wasn't a member of the task force, but I did contribute some text to the document. And I mean, the point of the document was recommendations for people to run resolvers. You know, I think a lot of the conversation in the room today has been about, you know, concerns about nation state mandated DNS resolvers and interference with DNS resolution. And, you know, it kind of feels like the feeling in the room is that, oh, do we need another document with a set of recommendations for nations as to, as to what we think is appropriate around blocking in DNS and not, and recommendations for perhaps better ways to do that, which, I mean, I assume is kind of worthless and is ignored, but that kind of feels like that would be the more appropriate response from what we've heard in the room.
Maybe we just need a little bit less step and a little bit more recursion even on end devices.
If things exist, maybe they will be also used for the wrong purpose. One example is for me, geo-IPs. If I go to vacation in Spain, I can't watch German television. This is stupid. I mean, do I certainly become a Spanish person if I want to make a vacation or a trip somewhere abroad? if I use Starlink, which nationality do I then use for dynamic IPs?
So some people may know this, but many years ago, I used to work at the RIPE NCC in their database team. And we would get questions all the time about why we couldn't get better geo information in the IP mapping database for Whois. And they've done some stuff recently to let operators opt in and document this stuff. But I actually wrote an answer, a fact to that, which said, you know, we got even then we had VPNs and we had mobile networks and things like that. And the situation basically hasn't changed. The internet protocol is basically designed to abstract away physical topology from network topology. That's the intent, right? To make it abstract. And then we're kind of trying to force it back. Having said all that, there is good mapping that can get really good results, maybe not for legal reasons, but just for optimizing traffic and providing closer localization, things like that. So I don't know.
The same for protecting children from the content. It's not possible on this level. If you want to tag the content with the name, that's difficult. It doesn't work.
Yeah. But that's a good point. We don't actually have any text in the document at all about geo-IP mapping, I don't think. So maybe we should consider that, you know, if there was ever to be an update.
There's a little bit of a callback to an earlier comment when someone said even people who run recursive resolvers sometimes now forward to centralized servers. Just to make a positive note, I don't know how this is for the other resolvers, but if you install Unbound, it just goes directly to the roots by default. You install it, it works. That behavior by itself is, I think, the strongest thing against this drift towards centralization. I hope that the other resolvers also behave like this when you just install them, and that making it the easiest thing for small ISPs to have their own resolver not be centralized is worth a lot.
All right, so according to my clock here, we've got 4 minutes left or so. And much like the last time, we've got a few things to talk about. But I'm going to skip ahead here since we're almost out of time. And I'm going to basically ask, let's go through everyone here. And maybe let's talk about, so what I want to do is very quickly have everyone talk about what their immediate and what their short-term and medium-term plans are. And then in the next thing, we can maybe, well, I don't know how strict our time is going to be here, but maybe we can talk about what RIPE wants to do regarding resolvers. So Dave, why don't you start and we'll go that way.
Yeah, plans-wise, we don't have big plans to make significant changes to our resolver service anytime in the near future. I mean, I think some of the things that we've mentioned this time and last time, you know, small technical changes are what we expect to do in the coming months, making EDE work for all users rather than, you know, the small set that are there right now. And, you know, a couple of small things like that, which I can't remember off the top of my head what are in the roadmap. But yeah, that's it for the near future.
Two things come to mind. First is supporting more secure protocols. We do not currently support DOQ. That's on the roadmap, will happen very soon. And the second is that I have, my personal feeling is that EDE will become a very important part of DNS. And we are working on making our EDE messages more consistent and more descriptive and informative.
Okay, great. And I guess SURF is going to become the national DNS resolver for the Netherlands. Is that the plan?
Probably not. No, so what we're currently mainly working on is the DNS firewall pilot. So some extra resolvers that do some filtering for malicious domain names. So that's something we're currently working on because there are institutes that really would like to have this.
Cool.
So we are going to continue the research and find other sources of data to measure centralization and public DNS resolvers. But that's the main question. The other questions that we are after is what are why is this happening? Why centralization? If it's happening, why is it happening? And one of the things that we have noticed, and it's a hypothesis at the moment, is that with all these regulatory actions, it becomes very, very expensive and hard to provide your own local resolver or to provide other public resolvers. So people don't want to bother to do that. So we want to, we can test that as well. And also like in the long-term plan, I believe, and this is my personal opinion, I believe that if we do not do some kind of learning exchanges with the governments and judges and people that decide for blocking at the DNS resolver level, we are going to see a huge impact on the global internet.
So basically the consortium is quite busy these days. Next year, 2025, we are launching the public DNS resolver. Yeah, it's not yet public. For that, we basically have two aspects. The first one is the threat intelligence exchange. So we have quite a lot of touch points with computer emergency and response teams all around Europe, yeah, to improve and do some more research on how to have like localized threat intelligence. Plus, we would like to basically work with the community and improve mainly the end user experience. Yeah, because it was mentioned several times that the end users maybe don't know what's happening. They don't have the idea. So we should bring the control back to the end user.
So this project that we are working on is funded by a few foundations, Ford Foundation, Solon Foundation. I just wanted to mention that to clarify where the funding comes from.
Okay, cool. So we're just over time by 1 minute. So I think at this point, unfortunately, I don't think we have time to get into a full discussion about what RIPE community wants to do coming up. So we mentioned a few times that we might want to make changes to the document, mentioning user interfaces, talking about GeoIP, things like that are missing the document. Also, the world has moved on. Some of the drafts that we mentioned have become RFCs and things like that. Also, the document itself was very specific in its goals. It wasn't intended to be a checklist. So like as an organization and you're looking for a resolver operator, it's not like you can say, well, you know, we are RIPE 823 compliant or any right thing, but maybe we can produce a document like that or things like that. And more research into this stuff. We could also do nothing. I'm basically okay with that because that seems like the easiest. Or maybe we could just let the free market figure it out because that always results in optimal decisions and the best possible space. So anyway, so since we're out of time, I'm going to thank you all for being here. We have the RIPE DNS working group mailing list where we can discuss this sort of thing. If you want to discuss blocking or things which you feel maybe don't fit in a DNS context, there are other mailing lists. There's a cooperation working group. There's the RIPE list itself. Or you can talk to Mirjam and maybe she'll make a new list for this. So there's plenty of places to do this. You can also talk to me about it. I remain interested in the topic even though the task force is done. That's it. Happy Halloween again. And I hope I see you at the dinner tonight. And if not, later. Bye. And thank you to my panelists. I think they all did a great job.